What's up, everyone? What is up, everybody? Welcome back. How is everyone doing? I'm not gonna lie, I'm still a little bit tired from the weekend, but we're still gonna make it work. We are gonna make it work. Assemble, everyone, or we have to recap the weekend. Are you ready for what? Napian, thank you so much for the 6 months. Welcome back. Appreciate the continued support. Thank you so much. Well. There we are. How am I today? I'm all right. My travel yesterday was okay. I had a little bit of delay, so it was a somewhat, trip. Oh goddamn, Chris, thank you for the 10 subs. Oh yeah, you said you would for every win. I appreciate that. Hey, thank you so much for pulling through, for trying to motivate me like that. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, the weekend was pretty good for me. A man of his word. Exactly. Yeah, I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. The weekend was good. It was a good weekend. I was pretty happy. King Yami Makai, thank you for the 6 months. You will love this week's magical hat. It'll fit with YCS Aftermath. I already have it open in the background. You already know. You already know I already have it open in the back. Well, yeah. Chad, how are you? How are you? How's your weekend? Julian, thank you for the 9 months. Welcome back. No, 10. 10 even. That's a long time. Thank you. After seeing the top cut percentages, especially in LA, have you changed your opinion of Kashtira? No, it's exactly what I expected and what I said before, I'm pretty sure. Like, I expected it to be the most represented deck. I still don't think it was the best choice for me to play it, and that's why I didn't. I don't think it changes anything. Yo, Chris with another 5. I didn't win 15 rounds. You didn't have to do 15. But here they are. Thank you so much. And Dante, thank you for the 7 months. Mathmech incident. Yeah, we do not talk about Mathmech. Has your opinion on Mathmech changed? Absolutely not. I mean, like, my take on Mathmech was never that it's like terrible. I just don't find it very enjoyable, and it's very straightforward, and that's still absolutely the case. Infinite, thank you for the 6 months. And Hamoud also, thank you for the 10. I don't know if I agree with that, but thank you regardless. Do you think they'll hit Sprite on the next ban list after the 250th? Hard to say. I mean, I think it's kind of okay. I feel like they still would, but I haven't really thought of it yet. I haven't really thought about potential updates to the format. Yeah, I haven't really thought about it, but I will in the upcoming weeks. I feel like now, after the 250th YCS weekend, I think is the time to maybe start thinking about when the format is going to change again, right? Because we're going to get a new set in, what is it, 4 weeks? When is Cyberstorm Axis? Hide in Pants, thank you for the 2. The format was better than I expected. I think so too. I think so too, yeah. 1 month from now is Cyberstorm Axis. Okay, yeah. So, all right, chat. Let's do the following thing. Let's get the card guesser out of the way. We do have to warm up after all. That is very essential. Even after a YCS weekend, we do need to warm up for the stream. Let's get that out of the way, and then today I have pretty much mostly for today's mostly for recapping the events, because I haven't seen anything from the other YCSs except for who won, but that's that. But let's get the card guesser done. I also see HDKO in chat. There you go. We are ready to go. It was nice meeting you this weekend, HDKO. To see the man behind the The card guessing genius. All right, let's go. Everyone ready? Let's go. This is Thunder Dragon Duo, I think. It is. And here, this looks familiar, but does that look familiar? I'm not sure. Ultima. There's too many. Ultimum. Okay. I feel like I should know this one. I feel like I should know this one. I feel bad for not knowing this one. Actually, never mind. I have not seen any deck lists yet, pretty much. We'll do that today as well, recapping everything. This one I have seen 100%. This is X-Crawler. Yeah. Isn't that Ecclesia? Oh, wrong Ecclesia. It's something of the beasts, maybe? Cattle? Is it Cattle Call? Or Big Cattle Drive? Yeah. Who is that? This is the orc? Is it Giant Orc? It is Giant Orc, right? Yeah. It's some Koakimeru stuff. Is that just Iron Core? Is it finally time for it to just be Iron Core? No, it's not. Okay. Core Blast? Nope. Luster. All right. Landslord. We're not doing too hot right now. I might still be too tired for this. This is some. So there's definitely Y in there. It's A2Z. A2. No, it's not. We're getting tough ones though. This is Harpy. Is it Channeler? It is Channeler. Yes. Is this like one-legged zombie or something? It's something legged. Oh, three-legged. That is Forces of Darkness or something. Forces of Darkness. Yep. This I don't know. Bending Destiny. Okay. This one I have seen. Instant Neospace. Yeah, that's right. It is right. Okay, that is some Red Dragon, Hot Red stuff type of deal. Red Nova? Yeah, that sounds right. Red Nova Dragon, that sounds right, yeah. Old Vanilla. No, wait, it's the Dragon Equip spell. Oh god, what's that called? What is that called? It's the dragon equip spell. Dragon treasure? Nice. That's Mega Razor. Why did I zoom? I didn't need that zoom. Oh, that's the clock dragon? Yeah. I feel like I've seen it, but no. Flutist. This is that Arc Brave? No, it's the Adignister. The light dragon. Yeah. I want to say that's like Seiyaru. Is that? No. Robo Yaru. Oh god damn it. Super Robo Yaru. That's the one. Draco Pereira, thank you for the 8 months. Nice meeting all of you too. Beatdown Master, thank you for the 7. Stray Cat. No. Quantum Cat? Yeah. Is that Backjack? Yeah. That looks like a transformation. But I actually don't know which one. Raiton? Wait, what? This thing? Oh, okay. That's mask change. Why? I feel like I know this. Oh, it's that weird synchro. Phonon Pulse. I don't know this one. Spell Chronicle. I'm getting Infernoid vibes. But I'm very bad at knowing which Inferno. I'm pretty sure it's an Infernoid. Patrolea. Okay, nice. That's Divine Wrath. That's Crystal Tree. Oh, that's an old ass ritual spell. That is an old ass ritual spell. I think this is the one that can summon like, what is that? Reshef? It's not Seal of the Ancients. Almost. Skill Drain Enjoyer. Thank you for the 3 months. Okay, it's some Sacred Beast. No. What the hell are these cards? I guess you could know that one. You played Plants, but I don't. This is a Blackwing. It's not. I lied. I absolutely lied. That is Abomination. Yes. We don't talk about it. We do not talk about it. It's not D time. D force? No. Ugh. Formation. Who's this little guy? Who's that? I've never seen that before. Doll monster bear? Oh, that's Crusadia. No, it's not Leonis. Regulex? Yeah. Oh, that's like Fusion Sword. Fusion Sword Murak something? Yes. Who is that? Oh, that's Bau. Yeah. Is that tragedy? The OCG art? Yeah. This is like soldier guardians. We had that lost guardian. Yep. Yeah. Some kappa. Ancient gear, but which one? Ancient gear. I feel like that's Giltron Chimera, maybe? Yeah. This one I don't recognize. Okay. Oh, what's that called? It's like this little pill. Is that tricky spell? Tricky spell 4. Where are tricky spell 1, 2, and 3? Unreasonable card naming conventions. I have no idea what that is. Oh, that's Megalancia? Really? I've never looked at it for that long. Blazing bombardment phoenix thingy, whatever. Yeah. Nope. Never seen before. Some Kuribo spell, but I feel like we all know that. Token Stampede. Oh, well. Actually, it's not Karibos, it's Scapegoats. Never mind. Embarrassing. Oh, that's Aquamirror Illusion? Yeah. Oh, that's Insector Ladybug. That's Mahad? Not Mana, yeah. The Great Buster. Top Runner. Oh yeah, we had that before. I remember now. Blustering Winds. Yeah. And we have Cyber something, but it's too late. 1 second. Yep. Not too bad. Not the best. I feel like it's our average kind of day, which is not too bad. Okay. All right. Not too bad. Not too bad. Not insane, though. That's fine. Hey, Josh, just wanted to say thank you for making the stuff you make. London, I went X1 day 1, played round 9 in table 2, which felt unreal. I feel your content has helped me a lot to improve as a player. Thank you and keep it up. Appreciate that. It means a lot to me, and congrats on your performance. All right. We are warmed up. Yes, we are warmed up. So what we're going to do today is just, I don't know, recap the YCS, I guess. Recap the entire weekend, because I feel like it's been a pretty big weekend for Yu-Gi-Oh! In general, because, like, not only was there one huge event, but there was like 3 huge events all over the world, which brought together like thousands of people, which was pretty cool. Like, London was obviously the biggest European YCS we've had, and that was pretty hype. I don't know the exact number, actually, unfortunately. Did they ever at some point during the live stream announce the exact number of people that played YCS London? Because I'm pretty sure it was not the what it said in Neuron, where in Neuron it said like 3,500 tickets or something. I don't think that was the case. I think it was like, yeah, 2,900 was like the number I heard, and then 3,200 for YCS LA and 1,200 for YCS Bogota. So that's like, what, a total of over 7,000 people? Over 7,000 people that traveled this weekend to play in one of those YCS events, which is pretty sick if you think about it. Like, that's insane. Yeah, I mean, I had a really good time at the YCS. Like, if you've already seen on the main channel, I made top 32 with Live Twin Runic Sprite, which we can talk about my deck choice a little bit in a few minutes. But I had a lot of fun. I had a good time. A lot of people coming up to me saying hi, saying they enjoy the content. I that means a lot to me. But yeah, we can, I guess, quickly start by looking at my own deck list. I have already, like I said, I have already uploaded a deck profile, but I can quickly go over it again and just explain why I played the deck and some of the deck choices. So let us do that real quick. All right, so which way is better? Let me think. This way is probably better. Okay. So let me walk you through the timeline of how I decided on bringing this deck. So a week ago at the Cologne Regional, I had no idea this existed yet. Or like the idea, I did not think about playing Runic Sprite last weekend for the YCS. I did not consider it as one of my options. I had tested the deck on stream, and I made that one list that I uploaded on YouTube a couple weeks ago, which was quite different from this one. But I tested that deck back then, and I thought it was fine, but I felt like it was overall just a little bit too weak into a Rise Heart, and it did have some problems with the grind game in general, because the sprite cards simply don't perform very well after turn 1 anymore. You just don't have follow-up by the sprite cards anymore. You're not like, you know, like, it just doesn't do much after turn 1 because you cannot recycle your stuff with Elf. So in order for you to set up like another carrot negate or another red negate or whatever else, you would have to play multiples. And so I don't know. At some point during my testing, I discarded Runic Sprite as an option, like weeks ago. And then this last weekend, I genuinely didn't know what I was gonna test and bring to the YCS, so I just played the Labyrinth deck, and that went pretty poorly. And so on Sunday, I was pretty desperate. I was like, yo, what the hell do I play? I don't know what I play. Because I tested Kashtira again, and Kashtira just did not convince me. Once again, don't get me wrong, I think Kashtira is a great deck, but I just don't feel happy with it in my hands. Like, I just like don't think it gives me... it's not a deck that I feel confident in getting me to topping an event or winning an event. It's a good deck, but I think it just performs this well because, like, it's like I said earlier, it's pretty arbitrary, right? I feel like that just some people, everyone's prepared for Kashtira, so you're basically playing roulette every round. It's still, you're still favored in the roulette because Kashtira is pretty damn strong, but it's still not something I felt comfortable with. But I also, like, last Sunday, when I tested Kashtira and didn't like it, I also didn't really like anything else. Right? I also didn't really like anything else. The only thing that I did like overall was Runix. I liked Runix, but I didn't really know what to pair it with, and so that's what I talked to some other people about. Right? I talked to Ben on Sunday. I was like, or on Monday, I don't know. I was like, I feel like it has to be something with Runic, but I didn't like Naturia Runic and I didn't like Plunder Runic enough to make that the call, right? And then Ben was like, "Hey, we're working on this. Life Twin Runic Sprite that I think some of them already played at the Cologne Regional and did pretty okay with. Do you want to join us? Right? Do you want to work on it with us?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure. Why not? It's like let's just work on it together. Let's see if I maybe overlooked something when I tested Sprite Runic, and I did overlook the possibility of this exact version in my testing, and they did not. So that was pretty good that they showed me this, because I realize now that when I tested Runic Sprite with Life Twins the first time, I made the mistake of not playing a lot of Life Twins, basically. I just, like, played the full Sprite package, the full Runic package, and then just very few of the twins, like 2 or 3, to just have them with, like, Sprint and Gigantic sometimes. But what they realized was that, A, drawing a Life Twin is really, really good because it helps you play through almost everything, going first and second. Like, the Life Twins are really, really good. And B is that the Life Twins are actually better in the grind game than the Sprites. Like, the Life Twins do so much for you each turn. What Sprites used to do every turn with Elf is what the Twins do now by just, like, their natural grind game. So all you need to do is get into your grind game with Runics and Life Twins, and you're gonna win from there. There's no deck that outgrinds Life Twins and Runics. And so the Sprites are really only here to solidify your first turn, right? Like, when you draw a Life Twin and you draw a Sprite, you can play through every single hand trap in the game. Like, if you draw Runics and Sprites, you don't actually have to draw a Life Twin. You can get it out with Sprint and Gigantic. I think it was a brilliant concept, and it felt like the best solution to the format. It's like, you can say about this format whatever you want. I think Kashtira is kind of a badly designed deck. I do agree with that, but I honestly, looking back at the event, I think this deck was beautiful, and I think if whenever I look back at an event, and I can safely say I found a very good deck, or not I found it, but it was possible to find a really good deck and feel really confident with it, then I think the format can't be that bad. And this deck, I think, did that. I think this deck was great. I think had I had a little bit more time, maybe I could have improved on a few things, because it doesn't feel optimal yet, you know, like 7... The random Sunny Snitch doesn't feel optimal. The random Talents doesn't feel optimal. 16 Runics doesn't feel optimal. It still felt really, really strong. But I think it's... Yeah, there's some room for improvement. You think it's better than Runic for Hire? I do think it is better than Runic for Hire. I tried Runic for Hire a little bit. What I think could be better is, once again, something that I did not consider, but that's what Dinka Bui played, which was the Fur Hire Runic deck, but plus sprites, which is basically the same idea as this deck, right? You have sprites, small engine, big Runic package, and then a third complementary engine, which it's basically, instead of Life Twins, it's Fur Hires, which... I'll be honest with you, I did not test that. I tested a little bit of Fur Hire Runic, and I didn't think that was good enough, but maybe if you add some sprites into it, then it maybe is. So that was also, I think, a really good idea. I think that was also a really, really good idea. Yeah. Should have played 8.5 Twins, probably. Dude, I don't know. I have the feeling that overall I drew too many twins rather than too little. That was my experience. I think one card that I could see myself cutting is Kissykill Frost. I think I drew a card with Kissykill Frost throughout the entire event maybe 3 times. So I'm not sure if it was worth it to play the Frost. But everything else was pretty good. Kurikara was pretty cool. I'm very happy that Kurikara is finally seeing play and is getting the attention that it deserves. Which, I'm not gonna lie, I did not expect that many people to play Kurikara this weekend, but there was a lot. I mean, Samir already also played it when in his winning deck. Like, that card is just good this format. That card is just good this format, period. At first, when I saw Kurikara, I was like, isn't that just good against Kashtira? But I don't think that's true. I also think, I think Kurikara is really strong against the pure sprite decks right now. Because like I said earlier, the pure sprite decks have a big problem with follow-up. Without Elf, and when all of your Nimbles are gone from your deck after turn 1, and you don't make Toad in the Melfi sprite to get back Beaver, like, it's just so bad. Like, your follow-up in sprite is just pathetic. And like, if you just play into their board, bait their shit, and then special Kurikara over everything, it's so busted. Yeah, so Kurikara was pretty damn good over the weekend. And that's that. I don't think I have much more to add to my list, because I made a deck profile that I think is relatively well explained. So there's that. Thoughts on replacing Kurikara with Eclipse if you don't want to buy them? Wait, did it get expensive or something? Wasn't Kurikara like reasonable? Oh, goddamn! Yo! Yo, okay. Okay. There's like, you have no right to complain about any of that. Because if you go back, literally go back to my Power of the Elements case opening, like months ago, when that card was like $10, I told you that card was going to be good. Like, if you did not have Kurikara, that is your own fault. Like, it really is. That card was $9 at Power of the Elements release. And at the time, I said, hey, this card is probably not good right now, but this card definitely, all it takes is one deck for that makes a board that's weak to this card, and it's gonna be sick. And that's, you know, that's exactly what happened. Like, that card was just good. That card was just bound to be good at some point. How many do you have? I don't invest in cards like this. I have 3. I never buy stuff to, like, I don't speculate on shit like that. But I have 3 for myself since Power of the Elements release. Are you going to go over your matches? All of it is on my Twitter. I posted all the updates. I mean, we can quickly go over it if you want to. I don't mind. I have it open here. Yeah. So, have you seen Samir's list? I have not yet. We will check out everything today. French Nationals sold out in less than 24 hours. That's crazy. How many spots did they have? I'd like to hear about what happened round 1. I mean, okay, so for round 1, there apparently was some issue with the pairing system. I don't know exactly what happened, but all I know is that a lot of people had a problem with not being able to see the pairings, or maybe they were not on the pairings. I don't know exactly, because I didn't have the problem. I did not have the problem. I just checked the pairings app, and I had a pairing, so I went to my table. But apparently a lot of other people could not find their pairings online. So there was like this huge line throughout like half of the venue of people lining up in front of the main stage to find out where they're sitting or something to fix the problem. And I don't know. At first I thought they were going to wait, but they just announced the round 1 to start, while like half of the people like not half the people, but while like a lot of people were still standing in line to get their pairings fixed. They started the round, but the judges said to me when I sat down and I had no opponent, they said, don't worry about it. Your opponent is not going to get a penalty for this because it's not their fault, right? You're just going to wait for them, and then you get extra time for whatever. Like, if it takes them 15 minutes to get to the main stage and get their opponent, then they will go, they will come to your table, and you'll get extra 15 minutes to play a normal match. I was like, okay, I'll just wait. But I think the problem with that was that after like 20 minutes or something, or 30 minutes, they realized that they can't really do that, because then like they're gonna take like it's gonna take an hour for everyone to like, it's gonna take like an hour for them to seat everyone, and then they're gonna have like an hour of extra time just because of that, and it's gonna significantly, you know, like delay the tournament, I think. And so they were like, if you don't have an opponent, you win. But I do think, and once again, because it didn't happen to me, I don't know for sure, but I think that the people that were in the line and could not have a pairing, I think they started with a win. They did not start with a loss. I do not think they gave them a loss for no reason. Like, I think I got a free win because my opponent didn't show up, but I'm pretty sure that my opponent also got a win because, you know, it was not their fault. I don't think they just got a loss for that. At Lafayette, thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate that. Thank you. So yeah, that was that. I don't know. The cool thing is, the cool thing about that is that after round 1, I really feel like YCS London was one of the smoothest YCSs I've ever attended, I feel like. It was like super fast. It was super fast. Like after round 2, it was like, I don't remember what the longest timeout we had was, but it was like maybe 25 minutes, maximum 30. It was like super quick. Like we got 9 rounds done. We ended at like, what was it, 9:30 maybe at Saturday. It was like super well done. It was like super well done, yeah. 10, maybe it was 10, but it was very good. I mean, if I remember, like, if I remember the like YCS Lyon, where they had to postpone round number 9 to the Sunday because they didn't get it all done in one day, and then in Dortmund we ended round 9 after midnight. Like being done with round 9 at like a reasonable time of like 9:30 or something was really nice this time. Anyways, so round 1 I did have not an opponent. Round 2 I beat Marinces. Nothing too crazy. Game 1 I evenly them, and one after. Game 2 I lost to some combination of Aqua Argonaut plus hand traps. I don't remember exactly. And then I won game 3. Round 3 I won against Dinosaurs. It was a little scary because I won a dice roll and I made my board and they had Dark Ruler, so I was like, oh my god, what's happening? But then it was just Dinosaurs and they didn't have that much. Yeah, then I beat Melfi Sprite, then I beat Kashtira, then I lost to Kashtira. This was a frustrating loss because if you look at my list, like they went for the 3-zone lock, I think, if I remember correctly. So like they lose to Evenly and Kurikara, and they did that in game 1 and game 3. And I didn't have Kurikara or Evenly in either of game 1 or 3, which was very unfortunate. They also played into Nib game 3, which I also didn't have. So like they played into every one of my outs in game 1 and game 3, and I just drew none of them. It's like unfortunate, but I mean, it happens sometimes. But yeah, that was my loss. That was my loss to Kashtira. Then round 7, I beat Kashtira 2-0 after losing the dice roll. Round 8, I played against Mech Knight, which I just want to bring your attention to the following fact, okay? Round 5, I lose the dice roll to Kashtira. It's fine, I win anyways. Round 6, I lose the dice roll to Kashtira again. This time I actually lose the match because of it, okay? Round 7, I lose the dice roll to Kashtira again, but I still win, luckily. So I'm on a streak of like 3 dice roll losses against Kashtira, and it's like super stressful because it just makes it so much harder. And then I sit down for round 8. I finally win a dice roll. I go first. Turns out, blind second Mech Knight. Blind second Mech Knight. I win the dice roll against. Pog. Very cool. Yeah, like, I don't know. I still won. I'm not complaining because it's Mech Knights. It was not the hardest matchup overall, honestly. It was like a little scary because they played like evenly and all that stuff. So it, like, you know, I guess could have lost, but yeah. Now I beat the Mech Knight, and then round 9, I lose once again. I lose the dice roll to Kashtira, but I win 2-1. So yeah, I finished day 1 8-1, and then let me check for day 2. Where's day 2? Yeah, I win against Adventure Sprite, I win against Math Mech, and I win against another Kashtira. So overall, in my Swiss rounds, I played against 5 Kashtiras out of 12 rounds, which is pretty much what I expected. 5 out of 12 rounds was Kashtira. I played against And the other 7, well, the other 6, because one of them was a no-show, were 2 sprites, Mathmech, Marincess, Mech Knight, and dinosaurs. So pretty much half of the format is Kashtira, and the other half is whatever else you can think of. Like, yeah. There was not that many brandeds, but once again, that is something that I told you about. That is something I informed you about beforehand, that branded was not that hot in this YCS. Yeah, and then top 64, I beat Kashtira. And in top 32, I lose to Mathmech because I lose the dice roll. I rolled a 10, by the way, with 2 dices. And then they rolled a 12. What happened in top 64? Some guys were mad. I mean, I don't really want to talk about it that much because it is completely stupid. My opponent in top 64 lost in time, and he did not take it very well, but it was completely normal, and the stuff that they were saying is completely wrong, so don't worry about it. It is not worth talking about. It really is not worth talking about, because they just got really, really salty when all that happened is the time ran out. The time ran out, and they did not take it very well, so they thought they had a better chance at winning by making some stuff up or whatever. But it's fine. It does not matter. But yeah, and then top 32, honestly, I wasn't even too mad about it. I was not too mad about it because of 2 reasons. First of all, I feel like it was completely out of my control, which is always something that I stress more about it when I lose, because I make mistakes and whatnot, because that's the one that hurts me more. This time around, it was just a matter of I feel like I did my best this event. I brought a good deck. I think I played well throughout most of the rounds. And things like, did you read Prosperity multiple times? No, of course not, dude. If I did that, just think about that for a second. If I did that, I would not. You get banned for that immediately. Like, that's just complete like nonsense. Anyways, my opponent in top 32 was really nice, and they happened to have anti-spell in game 3, and that is that's that. The anti-spell kind of. I stopped them with Bestials. Because they were playing Mathmech. And then they flipped anti-spell, and that stopped me for a turn, and then they top decked the second circular. And that is the end of the tournament, I suppose. Well, yeah, that's that. All right. So overall, of course, I would have liked to win this YCS, like, really, really badly, because it was like such a huge deal, such a big YCS. But at the end of the day, I'm fine with it. At the end of the day, I am fine with it. It happens. It is Yu-Gi-Oh! After all. We will just try again another time. And yeah, that's that. I'm still proud of the list that I played. I'm still proud of how I played, and I'm happy with it. And I had a good time. Shoutouts to everyone that I met, and shoutouts to everyone that came and say hi. Shoutouts to the people that played Edison with me. It was a good weekend overall. You think your preparation was enough? I do not think so. No. I think once again, like I said in my deck profile already, the list that I played, the deck that I played, for the first time in a long time, that was not my work for the most part, because like I said, they hit me up like at the beginning of the week and were like, hey, we're working on this deck. Do you want to work on it together? And they showed it to me, and I was like, hey, wait, that's actually really, really good. So I'm happy with the deck that I played, but I'm not happy with the fact that I did not think of it myself, and that I basically, this time around, I relied on other people basically showing it to me, right? Which, I mean, it's fine sometimes to have help and whatnot, but I wish I could have done... I wish I could have found it earlier so I had more time to prepare for it, but it's still fine. What made you change your mind in using a big twin engine? I mean, I think that the big twin engine just is what makes you play through hand traps, right? What other options did you consider? That's the thing. I didn't really find any other options. I didn't find anything. The only thing I knew after last weekend was that I did not want to play Labyrinth. I did not want to play Kashtira. As much as I hated Labyrinth on Saturday, on Sunday, I hated Kashtira just as much, dude. Like, Kashtira is a good deck, but I absolutely hated it. I absolutely hated it when I played it. Yeah. So I feel like the only... after Sunday, the only option I had left was some Runic variant. But I didn't know which one I would play, and then they showed me this one. I was like, yeah, that has to be good. And it was good. Was Math the worst matchup? I mean, Math Mech by default with this deck is like, if you go first, you beat it. Like, I beat Math Mech. I 2-0'd Math Mech in round 11. Because I won the dice roll, so I win game 1, and then game 2, I drew 2 Bestials, so the game was over. So I 2-0'd Math Mech in round 11. Yeah. Were you the only one out of the group that topped with the list? I think so. Yeah, unfortunately, I think so. I do think one change that I made was that I added the unicorn. I added the unicorn in the extra deck on Friday instead of the Hugin, and I made the unicorn, unironically, it must be more than 10 times that I summoned unicorn. Like, that card put in so much work. I don't know if that maybe was the difference, because I know they all did not play unicorn. I know they all did not play unicorn, so I think that may actually be the difference, because that card was insane for me. Vincenzo also played Twin Sprite Runic. Yeah, I talked to him after the event as well. I think but that was like a separate... They did not talk with each other, I think, to find the deck. They played a little different version. But yeah, a couple people did top with Runic Sprite Twin stuff, I think. I saw it a decent amount, actually. I saw some people that had the same idea, right? Like, for example, Raph. Raph also played the deck. And I think he also found it on his own. So it was not like a hidden thing. Oh, they worked with Vince. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there was a couple testing groups that came up with the idea, basically. Just the execution was a little bit different. Like, for example, I know that Raph played a lot more XYZs in the extra deck than just the Gigantic, but I was pretty happy with just the Gigantic. I didn't really... yeah. What card do you bounce with Unicorn? I mean, it's very flexible. You don't, like... I don't know which... Like, whatever is annoying for you. Like, it outs... all kinds of stuff. I just liked the option to go unicorn a lot with IP in matchups where Griffin is not that good as well. But yeah. How do you usually out a Rise Pass? I mean, if it's just a Rise Pass, it's like super easy. You go for one of the twins, you special a Sprite or a Runic. And if you have those 3 monsters on the field, if you have both twins and another level 2 on the field, or any other monster on the field, they basically have to banish with a Rysard already. Because what you can do if you have Lila, Kissikil, and another monster is you can just link Lila and the other monster into... Oops. You can link those into the purple link. And because you control Kissikil, you can pop the Arisard. So with these 3 monsters on the field, like if you go normal Lila, special Kissikil, or Frost, special Blue, they basically have to banish with Arisard. They basically already have to banish with Arisard because you can otherwise instantly pop the Arisard. So they just Arise Hard banish one of your twins, and then you can do whatever you want after. Like you can summon something from the extra deck while you have a red on the field that will trigger your opponent's Arise Hard, mandatory trigger. Then you just use red to negate and destroy it, for example. You have Kurikara, you have Talents, you have Flashing Fire, you have Freezing Curses. There's so much you can do to deal with Arise Hard. It really is not a problem. But I will say, I did have, like you saw in my tournament recap, I lost almost all the dice rolls to Kashtira, so my games were a lot different than just yeah. But yeah, most of the time you have like Kurikara, evenly Talents, Flashing Fire, Freezing Curses, those kind of things. But I think it was important. I think it was very important that in this deck, your engines that you play other than the Runics are good into Arise Hard. Because that is what I noticed with like Runic Naturia, for example, is that your Runics, besides Flashing Fire and Freezing Curses, the Runics are quite bad into Arise Hard, right? Because they all get banished, you can't draw with Fountain, it's really annoying. And when you add on top that, like, your other engine also doesn't do that much into Arise Hard. Like, Mole Cricket is fine. But, like, Camellia, Tree, Blessing, and Sunflower are all pretty bad. Right? Like, Mole Cricket is okay. Mole Cricket is fine. No, yeah. But, all the other cards that the Naturia engine has do nothing into Arise Hard. The same is true for Plunder. The same is true for the Plunder cards. And that was a big issue when I was testing. I was like, sometimes I can out the Arise Hard with a Flashing Fire, but sometimes I can't, right? And then my engine needs to be able to do some work, right? And with this deck, you have a lot of cards that play well under Arise Hard. I liked it a lot. I never lost to Arise Hard Pass. Like I said, the one time I lost to Kashtira was when they went for a big combo in game 1 and game 3, and I simply did not draw anything to punish it. I didn't draw Kurikara, evenly Nibiru in game 1 or game 3. Dinka's for higher Runic Sprite looked so fun to play. I honestly think that might also be a very, very good idea. Like, yeah. I think that was also good. Thank you, KH Flow. Appreciate that. Thank you for the 4 months. Thank you, Nizukaru. Did you use Grave or were the Bystials enough? I did not activate Grave of the Super Ancient Organism a single time over the entire weekend. I did not activate that card. I suggested taking it out of the deck, and I wanted to play, basically my idea was I wanted to play more Bystials. I wanted to play like 7 or 8. I wanted to play 7 or 8 Bystials because I loved those cards so much against Mathmech and Despia. I think they are by far the best. Oh, by the way, the reason I didn't side Ash Blossom as well is like I see a lot of people, I've said this before, and I feel like some people always think I don't actually mean it when I say it, but once again, I did mean that when I said that. I don't like Ash in your side deck for Branded, even though people are saying like, hey, this is the best card against Branded, period. I don't agree. I think it's the best main deck answer for Branded. But I think when we're talking after siding, when they get to go first, I think Ash Blossom it's still good. The problem is that they are all doing some stuff to prevent Ash, right? It's like you are siding something that you know they are siding outs for, because everyone is going to be on Called By, Cross Out, Fusion Deployment for Neospatian, Aqua Dolphin, whatever. There's like, people are getting very creative to beat Ash Blossom. You know what I mean? And I think it's not ideal to commit into that by playing exactly the card that they are preparing for. So I liked Bystials more, and like I suggested taking out Grave of the Super Ancient Organism, because then we could play more like Bystials, and those would also be good against Mathmech, but still be very good against Despia. They convinced me otherwise. They said like, yeah, Super Ancient Organism is still too powerful, because it beats them no matter what. And I guess I was like, okay, I give in. But I played against 0 Despias, which is like, oh, okay, like it is what it is. Fridge, thank you for the 6 months. At Meister, thank you for the 3 months. The YCS was pretty good. Despia performed really poor. Yeah, I mean, hey, look, thankfully, there's no single like streamer in the internet that could have possibly predicted this beforehand. There's no shot that there was anyone on the internet who told you that Despia was not the best deck for this event. Yeah, that's crazy. Surely not. No way there's anyone out here that would have been able to predict that. That's wild. Well, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that was my tournament experience. Pretty good overall. I feel like there are changes you can make to the list, but I haven't figured out exactly what it is yet. Yeah, I don't know exactly what it is. I honestly think the list was really well equipped to deal with the current metagame. Like, I don't think there's a single deck in the format. That this has a bad matchup against, which I think is pretty good. That's a pretty good sign. Like, this deck is not scared of Kashtira. This deck is not scared of Branded. This deck is not scared of Sprite. This deck is a little bit scared of Mathmech when you lose the dice roll, I will admit. All my homies hate Mathmech. Tiller, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate that. I guess the worst matchup for this is like Runic Mirror matches. But even then, like Runic Naturia, Kurikara is pretty sick against. So that might be okay. Yeah. I don't know. I'm pretty happy with the deck. The question is, how long is the format going to stay the same? Because is there even any major events happening with this current format? Is there any more events? I feel like there's not, right? I feel like next steps, at least for me personally. B Hunter, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. And Ik2Zio, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate all the support. Thank you, everyone. When will the ban list come? That season starts soon. That's the thing, right? I feel like this is the time now in the upcoming days when we have to have the talk again, chat. I feel like we have at some point, chat, we have to have the talk again, right? There's like at which point do we start, you know, waiting for a ban list again? Because I feel like it was 100% obvious that we were not going to get one before the 250th YCS. But I feel like now is like we're heading into the territory where it is possible, right? I don't know if they like, when was the last one? How long ago was it? Like, it was before YCS Lyon, but it was in effect right after mid-February. So that's like, what, 1.5 months? Yeah, it's not that long ago. On the other hand, I kind of would think it would be weird if we played the exact same format for Nationals. I mean, for most Nationals, actually, there's going to be Cyberstorm Axis. I'll have to look at Cyberstorm Axis to really see if I don't remember, but I don't think there's anything in there that completely switches up the meta. I mean, Purely gets good support, but yeah, we'll talk about that as well. We'll talk about that at some point in the upcoming days. What's gonna happen with the format moving forward, and stuff like that. What do we need to recap? Is there any feature matches that I need to see? Is there anything that I absolutely have to check out? I want to see Dinka Bui's deck in action. I absolutely want to see Dinka Bui's deck in action. But let's go from the start. Okay, so round 1 we had Runix versus Branded. We had Sprite against Gate Guardians. Kashtira against Traptrix. Rika versus Runic. Super Heavy Samurai. What do you mean, Super Heavy Samurai? How was the coverage, by the way, for anyone at home? How was the weekend? I feel like it must have been such a sick weekend to be a Yu-Gi-Oh fan at home as well, because there's like content all the way through, right? Even if there's like downtime in one of the streams, you can like hop over to one of the other streams. That seems like such a good time. That seems like such a good time. I mean, of course, I would always rather be at the event, but still, I was like, damn, being at home now and just watching all those at the same time, that must be kind of nice. But okay.
So first of all, there is a pretty interesting feature to the Super Heavy Samurais, which is you are only running monster cards.
Yeah, I mean, you are kind of forced to, because the Super Heavy Samurais all say, hey, this effect is only going to work if you have no spells or trap cards in your
they are 4-0.
So we actually have a list of 40 monster cards, and there are the Vernusylph cards we are talking about. He's starting it off with Vernusylph of the Flourishing Hills, discarding itself, and also one of the other archetypes in his deck. The Super Heavy Samurai cards we were just hyping up so much.
What does this Vernusylph do?
This one adds 1 Vernusylph card from your deck to your hand.
Bro,
and then it will allow you to special
Vernusylph before Cyberstorm Axis.
Exactly.
Okay.
Monka
So
Christ.
Really strong.
That sounds pretty good. That sounds like a good deal. 2 cards, no normal summon used.
And we have our
And you get a special summon and a search. It's a bit like a danger.
Yeah. And
Fair
just
enough.
for Earth decks, pretty much,
Yeah.
because you are now locked into Earth monsters. And we lately have been, we saw those cards in Earth Machine decks, and we also saw it in Madolche. But now we also are going to see this in Super Heavy Samurai, which is absolutely insane.
Well, Soul Piercer, I know
So
that
let's
I
one.
would have
quickly-
never doubted that.
Yeah,
so
we
that is
just
so
quickly
breaking.
And look at that, we already have Regulus on the board. So I think he's trying to set up a negate here before he's even trying to get into his combo. We summon out the Super Heavy
the link is
Samurai,
already out. I didn't know
Soulbreaker
that.
armor, and is immediately linking it away into the Super Heavy Samurai Scarecrow.
Oh, this is going to be difficult.
Super heavy, super scary.
Super scary Scarecrow.
And this is the Soul Piercer that he's just brought back, I believe.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
that
it
seems to be one of the important cards in the deck.
It is a free of indeed, yeah.
You can, every time it's sent to the graveyard, I think not even once per turn, I might be saying that incorrectly, but I think any number of times, if you send it to the graveyard, you get to
not once per
search
turn, you're right.
any Super Heavy Samurai card, so that's got to be a very useful card to get whatever
So
you want.
There's the second Scarecrow. And we were discussing and wondering what is going to be the end goal here. Like, what is he trying to accomplish? What kind of board are we trying to set up there? And look, there is the effect, because funny enough, all the soul cards of the Super Heavy Samurais, they are able to equip to one of your monsters, and then they can use their effects in the Spell Trap Zone as well, which we just see here from the Soul Peacemaker.
Yeah, and Soul Peacemaker tributes a monster you control equipped with this card by this card's effect and special summon one super heavy samurai monster from the deck. So
Oh,
actually
and
now
that is the
one
one
of
we
bigger
were
cards.
wondering about, Tom.
Is that the big
one?
one?
Chad, if you're
that is the big
confused
one.
right
We were
now-
like, why is he playing this? But now
If
we
you're
see that he can
confused
just summon
right
it out
now,
from the deck.
just let it
is,
be known
Oh no, wait, isn't it? No, it's not
No,
the big
that's
one.
that
it's
just
just
I
it is actually
feel
Samurai
the
Scale,
same
so
way.
It's not just the big one.
I don't know what's going on.
And want to special summon something from the grave again. Soul Piercer. Now he's
Soul
going
Piercer.
Crazy.
Looks
We're
like
just,
it's gonna search, like-
exchanging our graveyard with our field pretty much. We were just going step by step. Okay,
almost
back to
like
the
having a
graveyard.
Firewall Dragon in
But
play.
there now is
The
a card that is
Ancient
very
Gear
well known for
Ballista?
Earth Machine players, because this is Ancient
Yeah.
Gear Ballista, and it's also going to search for card that you're usually seeing in Earth Machines, because we are fetching out Ancient Gearbox here from our deck.
I love Ancient Gearbox.
Yeah, and
It's so
look,
much
Ancient
fun.
Gearbox is then again. Oh wait, yeah.
Oh, he's
okay.
adding that. Yeah, yeah. So
He
Ancient
gets a double
Gearbox,
search because there was
when
another
it's-
Piercer involved.
Yeah, Ancient Gearbox, when it's added, you then get to add another card from your deck to your hand with a machine, I believe, with 500 or
You
less
just
attack.
add 3
It's a really
cards
useful
from your
effect.
deck?
Yeah.
I think this is an infinite track that he just searched.
Yeah, the only infinite red card that he is playing, the Tunneler, comes down. We are
Well, what's
also
going
special
on?
summoning one of the soul cards
Soul
again.
Horns?
Yeah, this is
Special
soul horns, I'm pretty
Tunneler?
sure.
Is
Yeah,
We're
Tunneler the one that
retributing for
draws
the
2?
Infinite Track Tunneler.
Yeah.
Now.
Does that allow you to special summon itself, and then the Infinite Track Tunneler has an effect in
Oh,
your
and
graveyard?
look, this looks like a Link 4 to me. So there would be 2 options. It's either Appaloosa or Saryuja here, I'm pretty
Oh,
sure.
I really want to see it. Sorry, I want to see where this is
It
going.
is Appaloosa,
Oh,
Bo.
I've been let down.
Don't forget about the graveyard effect of Infinite Track Tunneler. Also a difficult one to pronounce.
Surely.
This one is part of Everest from the graveyard.
Yeah. But you will need Earth Machine monsters for that.
Yeah.
Which is not a big deal
yeah.
with Super Heavy Samurais, though, and he has been going through all of
If
those
only
now for
this
multiple
deck had
times already.
easy
So there
pen
are
scale so
plenty of
you
Earth
could
Machines.
utilize the
And look,
box
you can even
easily.
recycle your extra deck. So
If
when you're
only.
getting more of those Super Heavy Samurais onto the board now, you can just
What if you
link
get-
one
what
into
if
your
you-
Scarecrow again.
Hear me
I
out.
love the
What if
way
you made
you can't run any
like a
spell cards,
1-card
but then the
combo
Super Heavy
for
Samurais
Super Heavy
just equips,
Samurais
yeah,
that gives them
You can get
scales?
such a pot of
How would
Everest.
that?
You don't need any spell
would you
cards. You
guys
have all
like
the spell
that?
effects you want.
Yeah, it seems
Like
like
theoretically.
equipping monsters as equipped spells, or like equipping them.
Of course not
to a monster is a
practically,
thing
they
today,
could
because
never
we
do
saw
that,
the
but, like-
Passage in the spell traps done a lot today. Now we see the Super Heavy Samurais and the spell traps
Theoretically.
done.
Monsters are just taking over the game. We have the hand
Oh,
traps.
but this looked like a pass, so this is the end board
Yeah.
we were looking for.
Another Ash was picked up, and of course also
Koalaman, thank you for the
Level
11.
4
Gearbox is still
monster
in there, yeah.
that
What if
is,
it was also a
green.
1-card FTK? Nah, that'd be too much.
Just a second ago, you knew the name, my friend.
Okay. Okay, but all jokes aside, did we just do all that for Appaloosa Regulus? Is that all? Did they just pass?
The green.
It is the scales.
Scales.
Scales, yeah, exactly. That's
Oh, and look, David with the classical opening, activating.
Is there any other like interruptions here? What the hell is going on? Zephyralol, thank you for the 2 months.
The
Pressure
Reichphobia.
Planet.
Oh no, it's not Reichphobia. That's
Yeah,
another
Pressure Planet
planet.
is to search the
I mean, they have
Scarecrow,
Ash in hand,
right?
yes,
Reichphobia
but
is
they
such a
just
Scarecrow,
like
but
got
this
lucky.
one, of course, is
like
very
right.
soft, yeah.
And
And he
you're-
immediately answers with Ash. And honestly, I kind of like it because we have a way to deal with the monster effects with Appaloosa on board. And sometimes your opponent just doesn't have access to Kashtira monsters at all.
Also, you don't have a way to answer a Unicorn because Unicorn just attacks over Appaloosa.
Pretty much, yep. I do agree that was a very smart play there.
Appaloosa only at 2,400.
Special
Three
unicorn, they
Exactly.
lose.
I think he used the Ancient Gear one to summon out Appaloosa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was linked to.
So, but there is
of
Unicorn
course.
already in hand. And he's revealing it for some reason.
He's thinking
This
about
card,
it.
those are all Cyber Dragons. Just in case you're not familiar with the Kashtira archetype, there is no effect being activated in hand. You just special summon them to the field, and he's using the effect of Unicorn here, which I don't really understand, because that is always going to draw out the first negate of the Appaloosa.
Or maybe he has a plan for it. Obviously, you could just attack, but he might want to do more things in his main phase 1 before.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean,
before
also,
attacking.
this will draw out 2 negates out of the Appaloosa now, because on resolve you can just use the second effect of Unicorn, which I did
He
not
doesn't
see
look
him
like he's
doing.
done that. Yeah, because you could banish. You could just let your opponent banish a monster if you're precious about your negates.
Oh, yeah,
and
that makes
there's
much
triple
more sense.
tactics talents. That is huge. And I think
Regulus can
That
answer
has to be negated.
Probably
by
a card you
Regulus.
would have
Otherwise,
to
your
negate.
opponent could just take it with Regulus.
Oh, but
Oh, it looks like if he's pointing to it, that means it's resolving, right?
There is no targeting on the activation, so. Okay,
Yeah,
okay, that
Maybe
was a
he
little
was
bit of a
just-
misunderstanding,
yeah.
probably, but there is going to be the negation of the triple tactic talents. What's coming next? Is there Birth? Birth would be the card you're looking for here. Oh,
Oh,
triple
wow.
tactics
All
thrust as
right.
well. But what are you even fetching here? Because as far as I know, Regulus negates the effect of the card, so you couldn't activate another talents here.
Yeah.
So you would have to go with something else. And let me check his deck list. What is
I
there?
was just thinking he's not playing
He's-
spell cards, but
He
that
could
was
search a Kashtira Theosis or a
Theosis,
Pot of Prosperity.
I mean, there are pretty good options, I'm not gonna lie.
The typical target, like when you need to get something going, is terraforming. But obviously, if you already have
Yeah.
used the field spell.
I mean, you're
for
still
that.
annoyed
probably
by
is
the
going to be,
Apple.
the Prosperity or the good old Theosis. Yep, as you were thinking.
You
Theosis
still have
is
to
going be
attack the
solution
Apple
here.
at some
I can't wait
point.
for another triple tactics card to come out, and then we can have a triple tactics turn. I don't know what the card would be, but it would be fun.
Neo Temporal, thank you for the
quite
prime.
popular this
Appreciate
weekend,
that so
to be
much.
honest.
Thank you.
In the last weeks, on a regional level, I didn't see it that much, but I feel like a lot of people have actually decided to run this card this weekend, and I do like it a lot, to be honest.
I think it's because players acknowledge.
I didn't see many thrusts this weekend. I saw, I think, 1 or 2 opponents that played it. And honestly, it's not that great of a card either. I mean, it's okay against Kashtira if you already play Talents. It's just I personally didn't have room for it. I saw a couple of Talents, yeah. I saw a couple of Talents.
the power of Kashtira. They know, okay, there are a lot of players on Cash right now, so let me just play Thrust because it makes the matchup so much easier.
It is so good versus that deck.
I love having it going second. It is one of those cards going first.
It's a little bit iffy sometimes, for sure.
But going second, it's so easy to activate because your Kashtira opponents will always end with a Kashtira Rise Art.
Absolutely. 100% agreed. So that Theosis is going to resolve, of course. Jack has already activated Ash Blossom this turn, so the other copy of this card in his hand is not going to do anything. And where's... Oh, that is very interesting to me because that Rise Art... I mean, he would have to go Battle Phase first here because otherwise he's just going to negate the effect of Rise Art here, and then you don't get it to be a level 7 monster,
Where's my boy
so
Fenrir?
This is why he chose to do that rather than Fenrir. Maybe he has a Birth in his hand
Probably.
or Fenrir as
Oh,
well.
he has Prosperity, okay.
That is a lot of cards in his hand, to be honest.
It is indeed, yeah.
At some points I would have thought that maybe he's running out of cards.
Has
But
he just got, it looks like he has just the one left.
Yeah,
Unless
maybe no
besides
Fenrir for
Prosperity, only
budget
one more card in
reasons.
his hand. Prosperity now about to resolve. I think we are
Random
catching
3v2,
6
thank
cards
you
out
for
of his
5
deck.
months.
That's what you
Appreciate
usually
that.
do. I mean, in the Kashtira deck, you even play cards dedicated to being banished by Prosperity.
I love this interaction. I mean, it feels somehow like cheating, right? That you've got, you know, you're supposed to be banishing it face down, and that's supposed to be getting rid of it, but then you can just attach them with Kashtira Rise Heart.
Interestingly enough, David has decided to only run Garua. There are multiple targets. You could also play Infinity Track Goliath, which is an Infinity Track.
We want top
Infinity Track,
64 of
funnily
London
enough.
next. I
And then,
want
of
to know
course,
if they
also
innovated on the Rika deck or if it was
some people
what
play
does Rika
Entis
do
as well
again?
as target for that. But he only runs Garua,
Yeah,
which
we can skim through some of these
He was hoping.
feature
I think
matches.
he
I don't
looked
want
for
to. I don't
Burf
think I'm gonna
here.
watch the
Yeah,
entire
it's
one
fine.
of this one because I just wanted to see what the
It's
Super
fine.
Heavy
Fine.
Samurai was
I mean,
on
it's
about.
actually really
but
good
I-
because you can banish with Rise Up for
honestly,
cost, and then you can
if that was-
use the
do they make a better board at some point?
adds you back the card that you banished. So you could get to Birth with that.
Or is that just what they do?
Just have to
Because like
be
that does
cognizant
not
you're
seem like a
gonna-
very
well, it's going to be
good.
very hard to
He
win
wins?
this turn,
I think-
because you've already used Prosperity.
Actually, you got to be aware of that.
There's no shot.
I was gonna say, I think we could see 8,000 points of damage
I was
here.
gonna say
Why?
that, but you
Like,
can-
come on, can we talk about why do you not just summon Unicorn, attack this Appaloosa? Why is this not happening?
16,000.
Yeah, then that is really tough to get.
Yeah, 8,000 is very, very achievable for this deck, but 16 is probably
A
not.
lot tougher for sure. So
Nate River, thank you for the 2 months. The funniest deck is probably the Mech Knight I played against in round 8.
we are banishing the Birth, so he sees the line with the Scarecrow Kashtira, probably going to banish.
There's no shot.
Your opponent has a nightmare in play.
How's this
then,
game still going on?
I mean, the hand
Potentially.
was...
It's this card can summon
Okay,
itself.
he wins game.
And
So-
guys, there are more.
There are more?
Standby phase and a Rise Out. So are the Super...
But has not found the way into his opening hand, his Dimension Shifter, because this the
Would have been
Impermanence would have been quite good as
Ash and
Unless
Imp.
there are some very cool Kashtira.
Use it on activation, right? So
And then
with
Oh,
chaining
Unicorn.
how
Scarecrows, right? Well, let's check
does
Tunnel
this
first.
work? How do you lose?
Heavy
this?
Samurai deck equaling the score. What a game we had there.
The crowd.
Let's get.
500
But we
damage.
start off with Orsa, the Earth Channel, another card we haven't seen yet, but that
Oh
makes
my
him
God,
smash
he
and summon out
break-
the monster from... Oh, but we're chaining Dimension Shifter, but we already
Chaining?
used
No,
that
this
for
is-
cost.
oh.
We already discarded for cost, so we are fine with that for the moment. Searching for the Soul Piercer.
Do you reckon Soul Piercer allows you to inflict piercing
Oh,
damage?
we
Oh,
see
There is
no.
the
The
Gambit
Kaijus?
now.
Over the Ash Blossom.
Oh boy.
And another
And
Kaiju.
another
There's
Kaiju.
Kadala. Hello. Oh, and there is now a machine in the graveyard, so Regulus can also resolve.
This is not the most impressive board, but at least it is a board. Facing the Kaiju, we are going into the battle phase, and Regulus is just going to attack over the Kaiju, and damage is being dealt.
Gotta banish that Kaiju.
Absolutely.
Not get too excited in the time.
But the most important part for Jack right now is that he
This is
gets to
done.
grab his pen and write down additional life point damage to his opponent.
Wow.
And that gets him ahead quite a bit, and David has to take that. With less than a minute on the clock, David really has to find a top deck here that can work through the Regulus and then also the Kaiju on his opponent's side of the field. Oh, there comes a normal summon on top of it. Jack is like, hey, why not?
Does Jack have any more plays this turn that he can make?
So he's linking into the Super Heavy Samurai. He was about to trigger the Soul Piercer, but that never hit the graveyard, even though he put it there first mistakenly.
Does Scareclaw have to discard something to the graveyard or just discard a card?
I think discard a card. However,
Oh, it's
Scarecrow
going back over to
doesn't
David.
take battle
20
damage.
seconds. 20 seconds for David here. Is he going to find something? He has another Pancratop. Is that
Pancratop
the
doesn't
answer?
look like enough just by itself. You need a Kashtira
Oh,
monster
but
or
I think
something.
there's Ash Blossom as a normal summon, which would enable him to go into Baron de Fleur from his extra deck. Is there enough time for him,
He
though?
needs to make over 3,000 damage. Baron de Fleur's only got 3,000 attacks.
But there is the
That's 5 on the
timeout
round.
being announced, and therefore we have Super Heavy
Okay. Do round 10? What was round 10? It's Math Mech. I don't want Math Mech. I want to see Math Mech. How did you like round 11? I saw round 11 already. I watched it in the venue. That was so hype. Where is it? Game 3? This game 3 is wild. Watch this game 3. If you haven't seen this yet, this is a treat.
Will it be Minjay's bird that actually enables him to beat Luca Foyan's Fluondery strategy? Or will he go with skill drains or viruses? We don't know, but he has some plans.
He has options, and I think that
5 monster hand for Labyrinth, dude.
it looks like a 5 monster starting hand from Minjay, which is not so bad because it could turn into some traps anyways, and we're going to use Kuklok.
He's probably a lot less worried about that than us. And he might even, again, like normally with the Labyrinth deck, if you want to search out the viruses or any particular trap card,
Okay, should I really look at round 10? Okay, I will. Thank you for the 8 months. Welcome back.
you have to summon the lady and then activate a trap and then set the trap. So you won't be able to use the trap until the beginning of your next turn, which would be turn 3, so your opponent's already had a full turn to play.
Yeah, but we could already just use the virus here.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, he can accelerate out his Labyrinth plays and get to whatever trap that he thinks is going to be most devastating to his opponent's strategy and have it ready and waiting before Lucas starts his first turn.
So we're about to see what Stovey Torby is going to set here. I mean, we will have to find a way... Oh.
We just threw away 3 cards from our hand.
But there's also the
we're going to get some back, I think.
I think so.
Oh. Sometimes people are forgetting about the effect of Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle also being able to special summon itself when you activated an effect of a Labyrinth card.
Yeah, so
and that is exactly what happened. It doesn't need to be a trap card, and therefore it is already on the field there. It is followed up by a big welcome Labyrinth that has been set.
And the Kuklok, I think, is going to be able to special summon itself now. Another thing about this is they're not doing this traditional things because, well, as in, I want to say Ash can negate basically everything, which is adding cards from your deck to the hand, drawing cards, special summoning from the deck, but setting a trap from your deck, which is something that Minjay's doing a lot, is not something you can negate with Ash. So I was wondering, like, what might Luca have to prepare for whatever Minjay's doing? Does he have anything in the side deck? Should we have a little look?
They got Ash really cool here. We will not talk about what their end board
in the
okay,
current formats, working around that.
We do not talk about what would happen if they had Ash onto the big welcome. That is not something we need to talk about.
Already set up.
We are going for Eradicator
so we are
over
Eradicator
the full force virus,
right?
He had his choice. He could have chosen either one.
But I mean,
maybe there's another one coming. Who knows? Maybe we're just going to see 2 viruses because there are also 2 monsters already. So we're trying to hit a monster here, right? Because we can take care of spell cards anyways. Okay, yeah,
well,
that's a spell card. So
the furniture Labyrinth deck
it was free, and you're
so
going to get to set another card with the lovely lady anyway.
I mean, Luca could have chained that to the activation of the Eradicator, and he could have gotten a monster with it. So actually, it's quite a good hit.
Unless you use it in the standby phase, because you need, or you can banish one from hand.
Yeah, exactly. You can use. Oh, and Lord of the Heavenly Prison on top of all of that.
I mean, Lord of the Heavenly Prison doesn't really change anything here necessarily. It's rather just an extender for the field that.
Whereas Lightning Storm, so I think Minjay really has to do it early. On that,
do we think he's going to flip it early?
Easy?
No, it doesn't make any difference. The back row is protected and the monsters on the field are in defense position.
You're right. Both of those cards aren't even doing that much here.
I think in this situation, your opponent knows you have Eradicator. I don't see why you hold on to it. Sometimes you can have it to, you know, like keep it to maybe get some extra value. Maybe your opponent
look, we start off with Big Welcome Labyrinth, and I think we're trying to go for 1 random card of the hand first, which is interesting to me.
I was going to say the same. You can just destroy all the spell cards in the hand.
Keep in mind that the lovely lady can be activated as chaining 1, and then Eradicator can be activated as chaining 2. So that might be the good point there. Because the destruction from lovely lady is random.
Oh, and there's the Morphos virus, so I think we're just going for the double virus combo here in this game.
Double virus and a card left over.
Can you activate this turn already?
I think he just discarded Kuklok. He just discarded the Kuklok, so that is absolutely the case.
Oh, that looks like a full hand loop from a trap
deck. That is impossible to me, but we just see it here in action.
If this happens to you, this does not feel great, but I'm going to be honest with you, fuck them birds, dude.
Let you activate a trap on the same turn it was set, so like, I can't even remember the name of the card now, Mudora. There's a Mudora, the very old card that lets you activate traps, and it was absolutely insane. But now we're seeing just doing it once with a Kuklok is still like allowing Minjay to assemble this incredibly powerful combo.
Now we only have 1
target. No, you can just special summon.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, we already activated the trap card.
And
oh yeah,
and
the
Lord of the
Heavenly Christian
Hair.
works as well, of course. Let's just set another
We
card
only
from our
have one.
deck.
Actually, no. Let's make that 3.
He's just not letting Luca play. I mean, this might as well be his draw phase.
Yeah, it might actually be his draw phase.
And also, I think, yeah, Ariana also is going to give us another draw because there was another monster leaving the field because of a trap effect.
So you can either search for a lovely lady or for a labyrinth even, or you can draw. You can only use one of them.
Absolutely.
Guys, usually hand traps are used to stop big combos like this from going off that can just hand loop you entirely on your turn even, so you don't even get the draw 1 for turn. Is there anything that stops this? Like, I can't even
really
think of a
tricky.
single effect veiler does not work against this. What else doesn't work? Ash Blossom doesn't work against this?
Ash Blossom can
Ash
stop
Blossom
it a
or
little
Bell
bit.
would have negated the first.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to see the hand.
Okay, Eradicator for the spell cards. And look at that. I think I saw 4
Absolutely
spell
insane.
cards in Luca's hand, and that is super rough.
Luca
Look
not
at
looking-
that.
oh my
Oh
goodness.
boy.
He was seeing
And
his hand
full
and he
force
was really happy
virus.
first.
And
take
there
out
comes
the
the
last
full balls
card.
as well. And so that Robina is going to leave the hand of Luca as well. And that is a concede by Luca with no cards left in hand by the double virus combo of Minjay. Wow.
We were seeing a full monster hand of the
This is so good, dude. Oh god. Okay, you said round 10 was good. Okay. Who said round 10 was good? It says Mathnic. Okay, full screen. Monka Christ. Where is it? Noah's deck is not Mathmech? Oh, why does it have a Mathmech in the image then?
Something
says
that
Mathmech.
you guys can probably not see, but we could see it on our screen. Lorenzo Santoni is actually a bounty duelist.
I just noticed that as well. Yeah, go on, say it.
That means Noah gets 2 boosters if he wins, so there is a lot on the line here.
Let's go. And also, they are
lot
8-1
on the
in the
line.
tournament currently, so it definitely would help out to win this. Oh, and look at that. I really like that addition to
Ooh, is
the
that
Kashtira deck,
Reichphobia?
because we see Lorenzo is on Kashtira, but he's also running the primitive planet Reichphobia.
Or it's known among many players, the Scareclaw field spell.
Yes, exactly.
that
I mean,
searches
he's searching a Scareclaw
monster.
card. He searched Scareclaw Kashtira, and the main purpose of this card being in the deck, of course, is set rotation. You're usually going to give this card over to your opponent, but if you draw it, it's also not that bad, because
Exactly.
as we could just see, you can just search out for the Scareclaw Kashtira.
It's the sort of, it isn't the 4th copy of the
Kashtira.
Kashtira field spell Wraith Soth, but it allows you to run a 4th copy in the form of set rotation, and players are super keen to add any consistency they can to their deck.
It would even be the 5th copy, because Terraforming, of course,
the
is
5th
also
copy,
still
yeah.
there. Yeah. So we saw Pot of Prosperity resolving, grabbing the most powerful 1-card starter that there maybe is right now in the format, and it gets met by Effect Veiler from Noah, and sometimes the Effect Veiler on Kashira Unicorn can be enough to stop the entire deck. That's going to be 2 back row in the pass from Lorenzo there.
Look at that, Lorenzo even activating the second effect of the Unicorn.
Why not?
Look
Just
into
to
the
see
extra
what will
deck.
happen.
Yeah. Just gets negated again.
But now let's see. I know there's Mothmech on screen, but we are about to see some other cards
I
hitting
think
the field
we
here
might
as
see
well.
some fireworks,
There are
yeah.
so many interesting cards in there. Okay, that is considered to be a Mothmech card, I would say, starting it off with Silent Mining, but discarding Elemental Hero Stratos. And Lorenzo is like, yeah, Silent Mining probably a good card to Ash, and therefore we are ashing it. This is crazy. He's playing Mothmechs
love
with
to have
heroes.
a
And
chat
he has
with Power
Circular
about
already.
this.
This was a bait there.
Every time you ash the sign at mining, there is the hard roll Mathmech Circular, and it just makes you reconsider every life choice you've ever made.
That is so strong. But now
Well,
begins the interesting part.
I think maybe if you're Lorenzo, you're not too unhappy because you've got that Kashtira Unicorn in play, so you could get to use its effect now, look at Noah's extra deck, and take a card out of it. So
Yeah, that is true.
the possibility of getting OTK'd is a lot lower if you can take a key piece out of your opponent's extra deck, like Access Code Talker or like Update Jammer.
And he's only running 1. I'm just having a glimpse at the deck list.
That is true.
Only 1 Mathmech players have started to pick.
I want to see Lorenzo's face now. He's looking through the extra deck and he's like, there are a couple of cards, but I couldn't really understand why they're in there. There are like Scareclaw cards in there. There's this Bringan's Merrymaker. What is going on here? And look at Lorenzo. He really doesn't know.
the
And
Zeus.
he goes for the Zeus
He
instead.
plans to not get OTK'd this turn. Of course, Merrymaker plus Sargus is
What's
a really
going
powerful
on?
combo to even
Ryan
if you
Joy
run
and Euler,
a
thank you
rank
for the
4
subs.
toolbox
Appreciate
deck
it, guys.
that you can Zeus for 2 times, basically.
Agreed for sure. And we are reading the Sigma now. And the thing is, there are so many different engines. There's a Scareclaw engine, as we saw, and some hero cards as well. But as soon as you activate Mothmech Sigma in the grave, you are going to be locked into
But what's
Cyber's
the
monsters.
recipe?
So therefore, a lot of those engines are not going to be applicable anymore.
What do you
And it
mean
also makes me
Stratos?
question why he went after the Zeus, because that at the moment
Yeah,
does
exactly.
not look like a Zeus turn to me.
It does require a lot more thought than normal because normally you play the Mathmech cards and you just play it in a pure Cyberse deck, right? So you don't have to think about all these restrictions, and somehow all of the restrictions on the Mathmech cards, your deck just kind of naturally plays them. You know, you can only use Cyberse monsters, fine, my whole deck is Cyberse monsters. You can only attack with one monster, fine, I'll play an access code talk with an update jammer and make it attack twice. Like, I can play around all these restrictions. But if you're trying to
NGB Bakers
extra
and
engines in your
Tadeus, thank you
deck,
for
then these
the
restrictions might become
subs,
very real.
appreciate
This
it.
is a tough deck to play, then, because you definitely have to sequence your plays. And yeah, that's usually the card you are searching for going second. Mathmech Equation. Going first, you will always try to set up Mathmech Super Factorial, but now going second, you just want to have an extra extender. Mathmech Equation, being able to special summon one Mathmech monster from your graveyard, really helping out to get that extra body onto the board.
It's granting the monster 1000 attack points.
Yep, that can help. And there comes Laplacian.
So, that is Ellenberg.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right, yeah. You're the Mathmech expert in here.
That is, in fact, true.
So do we think, given our discussion and seeing that he's running some extra engines, that maybe he actually doesn't want... Maybe it's like, for most Mathmech decks, we just assume Circular into Sigma is the perfect start.
Yeah.
But maybe that's not what Noah wants to be doing?
Probably
if he's got
not.
other monsters in his extra deck.
If I look at his deck... Oh, but there's the Hard-Drawn Diameter already, but maybe we have another impermanence there because we impermed the Diameter.
That would still be an
Does
OTK
everything,
at this point, let me tell you
doesn't
that, unless he plays the equation in the extra in the pendulum zone. That
I
was
hate
just
this deck
impermanent.
so much.
However,
They always have
Lorenzo
them
just
nuts.
denied 2
They
searches,
always
and that
have
is
them
the
nuts,
dangerous
dude.
part of denying searches. If your opponent has already hard drawn the card that they want, it's just it doesn't help you at all.
No. And once another... If Noah can make an XYZ monster here, which it looks like he's going for a link instead, then you would have a negate for the turn with your Mathmech Diameter, but it doesn't look like he's been able to do that just yet.
Coming back to the different engines in his deck, I think you are right. Normally what you're trying to do with those decks that are just featuring the Mathmech engine is that you go for the other stuff first, and then at the last
Why
thing
did we
you're going,
take
like, he
Zeus?
interrupted you on your hero cards, he interrupted you on your Scareclaw cards because he didn't know you just played the Mathmech engine as well in this deck.
Win more
and then
TCG,
you are
think
going
for
for
3
Mathmech
months.
circular effect, and you are going to have a good time.
So maybe Lorenzo not super familiar with this deck because he's
Nobody
getting a
is.
translation of Splash Mage.
I don't know if I'm late on this party, but I just figured out what the...
Well, where's
hero
the
list combo
Stratos in all of this?
Go ahead, I want to hear it.
So you special summon out the Stratos, search for the other Stratos, normal summon that one, get the effect to get rid of a back row, and then you're already into your Dalembert with the 2 level 4 monsters. So you basically get a pop and the search for the Mathmech off of the Hero Lives.
Is he running any extra copies of any extra elemental heroes to search, or just the 2 Stratos themselves?
I think it's just the 2 Stratos.
It
The
is
what?
Just the 2 Stratos indeed,
That's a blast from the past for me. The 2 Stratos.
Oh,
It's
and
just
now I
2
want to see-
Stratos, nothing
like,
else?
there is a scenario in which Noah OTKs through an impermanence here. If he manages to... I think it's already not possible anymore here, because usually you can transcode Talker, protect your access code from targeting, while having
But honestly,
2 attacks with the update jammer. But
Do
I
we
don't
think
it was
maybe
possible.
Lorenzo would have played an impermanence by now if he'd had one?
oh, what is it? It's
what is the
really
face down?
it is
Oh.
enemy controller, and that is actually really powerful because if you're getting rid of that update jammer, no, I think you have to take the update jammer.
Oh.
He's not taking the update jammer.
But the Splash Mage was used already. He
I'm
just
interested
opens
by
himself
that.
to an OTK. I think he still has
He
equation,
knows
right?
about the equation in hand. That equation is going to get another Mathmech monster, and then we have transcoded to access code here. Why was he taking that Splash Mage there?
Maybe Lorenzo is not that familiar with the cyber strategy at this
Absolutely
point.
not. I mean, he had to read Update Jammer and Splash Mage, which are really popular cards for the deck. And he also decided to get rid of the Zeus, which is not that often to be summoned in the Mathmech strategy anyways.
Especially once you've seen your opponent use a Mathmech... No, Circular doesn't quite lock you into Cybers.
But the Sigma
But
does,
the
yeah.
Sigma does, and the Sigma was what was sent off the Circular.
Yeah, indeed.
So now Noah is really taking his time on this turn here, and yeah, that is the equation in the enemy controller column. I was scared for a second.
Rightfully so.
Play
I mean,
transcode?
he was
How
really
do you not
taking
play
his time here. I was
transcode?
scared that he forgot how to combo this because he was so confused that
Also,
Lorenzo
why
just
do
took
you
the Splash
take
Mage.
Splash Mage?
I mean, the Splash Mage was already used, right?
Wait, let me check something. There is no transcode talk in his extra deck.
Really?
I'm just looking for his extra deck, and he's playing so many engines that there is no space for a transcode talker.
Oh my goodness.
And that's why we are going into Heat Soul right there. So I think the turn is over here. So Lorenzo maybe exactly knew what he was doing there.
I mean, I guess he did know as well that there was no...
Bro, we need a new emote. Summon update, summon Splash Mage, summon Heat Soul, question mark?
access code. Maybe he would have picked out the access code if he'd seen the access code.
And access code is in there, but the transcode
Yeah,
is
there's
sorry.
no transcode in there.
Okay, in that case, I think he should have possibly
But I
taken
mean,
something
just
other than Zeus.
every
but
Mathmech, is he playing Mathmech Addition or Subtraction or something? He has no space for that, no. So I don't think there's any way to get another monster onto the board
He's
here.
even playing...
But still, why don't we just enemy controller
Yeah, he's
the
playing
access
a Scarecrow
code?
engine even. He's
Imagine set rotation.
Like, let him make
We
it.
have combo now, thank you.
do you remember when people initially ran set rotation to give your opponent the Gaia Knight
Yeah,
field spell
yeah,
that they
yeah,
simply
yeah.
couldn't activate without a
Chaos
Gaia Knight in their
zone.
deck? And then people started running Gaia Knights in their deck so that they wouldn't have their field spell zone locked.
Oh, and we just went for the end phase. We
Wow.
didn't even attack over the Splash Mage, just wanted it back. And Now comes Heat Soul again, drawing another card.
But I love Decode Talker Heat Soul.
It is really
It's so
strong.
much fun drawing 2 cards.
Especially when you're drawing so many, when you have playing so many hand interactions. Last turn, 1 Effect Veiler was enough to stop Lorenzo, but now we have Ash Blossom, Drone Lock, Bird Effect Veiler. We have so many different eruptions that are possible
And
there.
Lorenzo did just stop after
Exactly.
his 1 Unicorn was negated. So has he got any follow-up to the Unicorn?
We knew about the
Clock
Scarecrow
Ash.
Kashira on hand.
He's also running the Therian King regular, so he's not only playing the Sargas.
He's playing so many wild cards.
Does activate? Oh, he's just attacking with it, perhaps?
Yeah.
I was thinking perhaps he might have a Birth to follow up, but it looks like he's just going to his battle phase and attacking.
In this situation, it's quite interesting because
It would
Heat
be
Soul
so much
currently is
better
getting
if
boosted
we
by his
just
own
had
effect, so it
taken
is
the
on,
access code
28,
toggle.
and Scarecrow Kashira is only on 26, but the Scarecrow Kashira battle effect comes into play.
Instead of
Whenever a
leaving them
Scarecrow
with the
Kashira
Splash
monster
Mage,
is
because now we
battling,
have to
the
leave
opponent's monster that it's
either
battling against is
Heat
going to
Soul
be
or
negated, and
Splash
therefore it
Mage
is
on
going
the
to be big
field.
enough to run over the Heat Soul.
There's always something to keep in mind, this effect, because it's
Super
really not
awkward,
one
is it
used
not?
very often and very easy
Absolutely.
to forget about.
And also, it's whenever a card is battling. So whenever you are declaring an attack, it's already too late for your opponent to do something about
They
it.
are writing down some... Yeah.
Also,
Okay,
just
oh,
the
wait,
fact
oh,
that
oh,
they
wait,
still
oh, wait,
have
wait, wait,
a-
wait, wait,
That was
an
probably
access
saying
code
like,
in the extra.
haha, you forgot that my monster had 500 extra
now
attacks.
there's a
Whilst
Splash
West
Mage
Side,
still
thank
on
you
the
for Prime.
field.
Welcome to the channel.
And I mean,
Appreciate
Splash
you.
Mage does not have to reborn into his zone it points to, right? He could
No, no.
just get another monster from the graveyard there. And there's Small World coming down now, so
You
I
already
think
know
any
it's
of
a
his
good
engines
deck when
are
there's
available
Small
for him
World.
again. He has to check whether his bridges are still alive or whether some of them are in the graveyard already.
I don't know.
Does he have a way
What is going
to
on?
go into the update jammer again? Because otherwise he would have to search for Diameter.
I mean,
I-
can't we just...
Dinotherium! It is a level 4, so I think
Dinotherium
there
level
will
4.
be a possible bridge. You can
Probably.
not use the Stratos.
Because it's a
Both?
wind monster, that's true, yeah.
Oh no, just one Stratos is gone.
Yeah, but it's a wind monster, so it doesn't match up.
He must have a plan for how he's...
Parallax is a wind
Exceeds,
monster
yeah.
indeed.
He's a wind monster, yep, okay, so now he can add any of his math mechs, I guess, because they
Everything
share
is in this deck?
attributes, types, whatever, with Parallel Exceed, other than being Cyberse, right?
There are a lot. Diameter you can't take at this Format
Ooh,
Skipper.
this is Format
Skipper?
Skipper. He's playing that as a
Oh
free off, so he really values the card.
It's very important that you can't take Diameter, which would be really good in this scenario because Diameter has 1,000 attack points. And
Oh,
is
just Parallel
Cybers.
Exceed also have 1,000
Yeah,
attack points.
if
Yep.
I am not mistaken. Oh wait, this could
No,
be
it has
2,000.
2,000.
I think
goes down
maybe
to
it's
1,000,
2,000
yeah.
and it halves itself when
Yeah.
it's summoned.
But I
So it
mean,
normally has 1,000,
So much for reading cards, right?
apart from when it's in your hand.
so we are reading
Skipper
up
is the
on
whole
the Format
point of
Skipper
the
there,
deck?
so we might as well read up on it on screen here
Yeah,
as well.
I think it shows you like an extra deck card and then takes the name of the
I don't
extra
know
deck
if
card.
it- if
That's
there is
how
a
you
point
wanted to
of the
Night
deck.
My Mermaid back in the day, right?
Yeah, I think that's actually the case.
I'll
So
be
what
honest.
is, there is Book of Moon. So on the normal summon of Format Skipper, immediately going to react with Book of Moon.
But that's just fine, right? Because now
He still has Splash
he
Mage.
also has Sigma, and there's no monster in the extra monster
True,
zone.
you're right.
Sigma
I almost
male
forgot about
activity.
that.
But does he want to use the Sigma until he's had a chance to... Is there anything in his extra deck that's not a...
The point
Cyberse that we
is
think he might
funny.
want
Yeah,
to
I can see
play
that.
this turn?
Could
I
go
don't
for
think so, to be
Merrymaker
honest.
Sargus place and summon the Therion.
But how is he getting to that with only Cybers monsters? I don't think that's possible.
Not at all, I think.
So we
So
are
he's
going...
used the Splash Mage.
Oh, what's coming here?
Oh, so it
that's
doesn't
a
look
link
like he
too. But
wants-
that could be Cyber's Wicked though. Yeah, that
Yeah.
is Cyber's Wicked
Wicked.
indeed.
But now he can't summon the Sigma back, but apparently he has some... Well,
So-
turns out we are setting a card. Maybe this was the hard drawn Super Factorial.
Oh no, we're still going on? No. Oh no, we're explaining the effect of Cyber's Wicked.
Yeah, but I mean, Cyber's Wicked cannot be destroyed by battle, and Scarecrow Kashtira couldn't care less.
Yeah, because it is just going to negate.
It's-
and also,
it's too scary.
Oh, but there's the hard drawn
Yeah.
Super
Ooh.
Factorial.
That's definitely not
that
what you
is
want to see
super
if you're
strong.
Lorenzo.
He had it
I
coming, right?
hate
That really
math
looked like a Super Factorial
mags.
set. And there's not much that Lorenzo has left in play. He can even chain block the Laplation.
This does so much. Like
Yeah.
it offers you one negate this turn. It takes a card from your opponent's hand and their field. Like
Yeah.
And no, the whole field is
Oh,
going to be gone, and also the whole hand, because
It's
that is only
60
one card in
cards.
hand for Lorenzo right now. He's going to be left with no
They
cards,
hard
and that
open
means no
circular
Megalman.
in
It's
60
taking
cards and
game
just
number
top
one here
deck
with the
Super
Mob Mech
Factorial?
deck, if you can call it like that, honestly. Like, what kind of a strategy he has brought you to this tournament?
I am
Really?
utterly confused. I mean, I really like the Hero Lives engine. I think that Stratos, search Stratos,
There's
normal
no
Stratos, pop a
justice.
card, and then go into the rank 4 immediately is incredibly strong, to be honest. You can also, if you have the circular, you don't even have to go into the Alambertian. You can just go into the Springens Merrymaker and then into the Sargas. You can
Okay,
search
where's
for the
game two?
regulars. Then you can summon out the circular.
With terraforming, which is of course really powerful, and there is the chain dimension shifter you were bringing up, so that's a huge thing here for Lorenzo.
All right, where's
on.
game
That
3?
is a big ouchie.
for me,
When does
Dimension
game
Shifter
3
is actually
start?
one of the best bits about Kashtira. It's so
There we go. We don't need to watch game 2.
So let's see what Noah Bagelman can put up for a field that is supposed to impress us. impress us with Lambda, with Omega.
I can't imagine you're going to be impressed by anything at this point. You're going to tell us it should have had a transcode
I
topper
think
on
we're
it.
about to see a really cool card that has not been really featured in any decks, and there it is. It is the Piri Rice map. That was a card that DDD actually played, but I've never seen it in any Marthmech deck. I mean, if you can call this a Marthmech deck, to be honest, but what are we searching with this now? I am
zero attack by
really
format skipper, right?
Probably, yeah. It is the format skipper indeed. We are searching for it, but we are giving up half of our
hold
life points.
up. Is the entire point of this deck just to like 60 card Omega engine out your circular? Like, bro, you can just play less cards and then you'll probably just draw the circular. You just added like 20 more cards into a Mathmech deck. Okay.
I want to know what... does format skipper just... Can you just show Merrymaker and then summon Sargas onto this?
I mean, maybe we're about to see that.
Is that absolutely insane?
That does sound like a very, very cool effect.
So what are we showing? It is the moment of truth here. Noah Bagelman, what is he revealing? Okay, I mean, that also works. And we can just link one into Lightheart with that. That's also a pretty cool feature. So we are going to search for the field spell here right away. And I think Lorenzo is just completely confused. He's like, I thought I'm playing versus Marthmech, and now you just made Format Skipper into Lightheart, and we are apparently playing versus Scareclaw now. All of a sudden, we are searching for Reichphobia, and now I'm checking out the rest of the main deck from Noah. So the cards he could search for Reichphobia are basically Acro and Rykard. More likely to be Rykard if you ask me, though.
How well do I must confess, I don't know the Scareclaw cards particularly well. I know that they have effects based around being in defense mode and attacking in defense mode, which is already quite fun.
Yeah, very similar to actually our the super fun, super heavy Samurai deck as well.
Have we talked about how Format Skipper searches out parallel exceeds?
No, we haven't.
I did notice that when I read it. It seems like it's just too good to be true, you know? You get any link monster from your extra deck and then a parallel exceed just for fun.
Yeah, but I mean,
Nice
there's another monster that has just been summoned into a link zone, which is the Rykard, searching for the Scareclaw Arrival, which is just another Reborn. And as we were anticipating, we are going through a lot of stuff before even going into our Marthmech cards.
Yeah.
So I think we are about to see a really strong endboard here.
This is giving me Utrecht vibes.
Yes.
All of a sudden, people played Scareclaws in the Tierlement strategy with Punks and, of course, also with Visa's Starfrost.
Yeah.
It's fun to run Visa Starfrost because almost all the cards...
Ooh, and we go into Lambda, and I mean, this is so cool, because now Lorenzo has to think that there is going to be a Gamma in the hand of Noah, and that makes him safe.
Yeah, this
because
makes you paranoid.
you really don't want to use any monster
do you think
effects.
it's just a mind game? Or
It might as well
I mean,
be.
we can see his hand, but
might as
once
well
your
be.
opponent's made it, that's that, you know?
If he throws something out, there is going to be Omega.
Oh, there's one card being set to... Oh, we also play 3 copies of Shade Brigadier. How did I not see that yet on his list?
You seem to be having a lot of fun here, Leo.
I don't know what's happening.
How many cards is that even in his main deck? That's a question we have to ask him, because I don't have a
You can
total
count
here.
that, Basti.
That would be too hard of a task here, but I think it's quite many. And well, what is this Shade Brigadier here going to accomplish, though?
It's a level 4. I think that's basically half of the...
Does he have a
time thief redoer?
time thief redoer?
Come on.
No, there isn't a
There's
3-doer
no
in his
time to
extra
redo
deck.
in the next deck, but there is the Merrymaker! Springen's Merrymaker hitting the field here.
But where is the machine in the graveyard for him?
Is
And
the
we'll have to-
Sargas a machine that you make on top
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
Merrymaker?
But
so you have
you
to
would
link
have to
that
link it
away.
away, yeah.
Not too big of a cost.
Into what?
But there is the Sargas.
Wait and see.
We are about to see. I'm also so confused that Lorenzo had to read Splash Mage and Update Jammer, but he was like, yes, Springen's Merrymaker is absolutely fine.
I mean, he probably was prepared a lot more for the Traptrix deck.
Apparently, yes.
So what do you think, if you're Lorenzo, like, what do you make of all of this? Like,
I don't know. I think you're just hoping that the evenly matched you potentially drew is enough to break all of this. Which,
it's
at
not
that particular point, is not anymore, yeah.
Do we have, like, an IP in the deck of Noah?
Let me check. IP Masquerena
I
is a
couldn't
card
see
that
one.
he is also not
Yeah,
playing.
why would you run that in a Marthmech deck?
True. I don't know whether we could even consider this a Marthmech deck at that
At
point.
this point, no.
Yeah.
well,
So,
he's going to do all of this and then play a circular and
another
do the
rank
Math
4.
Deck
This is a
combo.
Lambertian now, and as you anticipated, we did all that, and now we are also searching for circular, which will also enable our Marthmech combo. So on top of our board, we are probably also going to set one of our super factorials.
And apparently Sargas does something else as well. But what I want to say is now you cannot summon the Sigma via its own effect because you have something in the extra monster zone. However, you can use the Alembertian to tribute a monster from the field and then summon the Sigma back. So Sargas is just in the graveyard now, apparently. That is what's happening.
Sargas, I think it can destroy itself.
You
and
can
then-
target one card on the field to destroy it or return it to the hand, and that is when an Exceed Material has detached something from itself.
So
and
it's-
that
Thank
is
you,
what
just
Thunder
Lambertian
Revolution
Revolution.
does.
Appreciate that. Thank
Yeah,
you for
and
month
it's
number
This
4.
guy just popped itself.
I mean,
Yu-Gi-Oh is crazy, man. I don't know what to
it
say.
really is.
I have my
It really is.
2800 monster. I'm
and
just
there's
gonna pop
Marthmech
itself.
Nabla
He's
now as
playing
well.
Nabla?
That is absolute madness. But
The hell does Nabla
isn't
do?
Nabla the one that is a tuner? Are we just summoning the Omega here? Because
That will let you search a Gamma.
He didn't normal summon, did he?
I don't think we normal summoned yet.
Well, performance
Oh,
skipper.
wait, of course, yeah, it all went from performance skipper.
Because this is only 2 Mathmech monsters in the graveyard now, so this makes Super Factorial significantly worse. But I really do not doubt Noah at this point anymore. I think there's going to be something to come. But by the way, when did he lose half of his life points?
Piri Rise map just immediately
okay,
is
okay,
for half of your life points.
It's okay, because Lorenzo will activate a Pot of Prosperity, and then it'll be just like he had full life points for that turn. Half your life points, but take half damage. That seems
So
fair.
there is the Diameter
Oh,
now
yeah, that's
coming down.
the thing with Nabla, of course. That's why he runs it. How did I miss that?
Yep, and then
How could you?
No, honestly.
there is indeed the Omega. We are just summoning it as nothing happened. And we are going after 1 card in hand here. What is he hitting? There are a couple of very crucial cards he could get there. And it is, he's hitting the Ragphobia again.
Mirror
So Lorenzo
match.
in game 1 and in
Mirror
game 2.
match
is dying
angle.
a bit.
does something now. I think that Lambda
Yeah,
actually
Lambda
gets
searches
Gamma.
the Gamma.
What is happening?
This is insanity, seriously.
I was going to say, maybe Lorenzo's sort of kicking himself here, because maybe he thought the Lambda was because Noah had a Gamma in hand.
But it's about
But
to
now,
come.
now the Gamma's about to arrive. So, to sort of summarize Noah's field, he has 1 Super Factorial face down, a very powerful interrupt that's going to put up an effect negation, as well as be able to send a card from Noah's monster zone, spell and trap card zone, and hand to the graveyard. He's going to have a Gamma in his hand, and he's going to have a Therion King Regulus to negate any effect.
How are you guys
that
not
Lorenzo-
completely out of your mind right now? This field is absolutely crazy. He just shattered my entire world. I don't know what is happening anymore.
I would love to know how Noah came up with this, because this looks really strong, not gonna lie. This was a 1-card combo. He started this all off just by having Performance Skipper, and he has multiple ways to search into the Imperial Rise map and, of course, Small World. So this is looking strong. And I mean, let's not disregard drawing cards like Mathmech Circle in this deck is also pretty powerful. So he has a lot of really good starters here.
Not to mention the Signet Mining. Is that a level 4 or level 4 or lower? Right?
It's level 4 or lower.
Level 4 or lower. So
It
you
works.
have
It works.
anyway. It's
I am so happy right now. he just took one of my favorite decks of all time, which is Mathmech for some reason, and he just made it so much cooler. Like interactions like that, just going into Omega. I said he's playing Omega because he's going to maybe resolve a Gamma. No, he's playing Omega to make it off of Circular and Diameter, and then search a Gamma because Lambda is part of the combo. So now we are passing over the turn. We have the Super Factorial in case we just want to enter the battle phase immediately with the Unicorn and attack over Lambda.
I was thinking, do you shotgun it now?
No, you wait for battle phase.
You wait
That's
for
no
battle
reason to
phase?
shotgun it.
Well, if your opponent activates Unicorn, then you'd have to negate it, right? Whereas if you just activate it now, then you can
Oh,
destroy
look,
the Unicorn
Noah is
before
really
its
considering
effect.
activating Super Factorial here,
Why?
and that's
There we
exactly
go.
what he's doing.
But I agree with you. Like, there's different schools of thought. You could just let your opponent
The thing
search
is,
once.
let's go through this here. We are resolving Super Factorial. That means we're going to get rid of 1 card in hand of Lorenzo, and he's already only starting with 5 due to the effect of Omega. So he still has 4 left. 1 of them is going to be gone, so he's on 3 cards in hand, and we have Gamma, Regulus, and also the negate for Diameter. So we actually have 3 cards to deal with 3 cards. So that looks perfectly fine to me.
I totally agree. Unless are there any powerful, like Lava Golem, Sphere type effects?
I don't see any of that, to be honest.
I think those would have been on the field already, right?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I agree. But you may wish to wait for the factor. I mean, you might not, but
I mean, then there is the chance that Lava Golem gets sniped out of the hand and you want to get rid of the Lambda and Regulus as well.
Noah just, after getting rid of something with the Omega, he just likes to, as if Lorenzo was playing, Dangers. We are constantly rolling dice to put cards out of his hand.
I think he's
and
too,
that
yeah, I
triple
think he's
technique
got
thrust was
too
a huge
trusting.
hit there. That was strong.
So Lorenzo, yeah, he's got to read. If I was Noah, I think you can do something a bit
Oh,
sneaky
3
here.
cards
like,
in
the
hand
diameter
against 2
doesn't actually
negates and a
have to be
Gamma.
material.
How
So
is
if you
this not
detach
over?
the diameter and put it in the graveyard, your opponent could forget about the
Yeah,
negation.
yeah,
Whereas if you
yeah.
leave it under there, it's quite,
is this
you know,
not just
it's a lot more
PG?
obvious to your opponent.
To be honest, this stops you from having discussions. I tend to do that as well, so people don't tell me, well, the diameter is not under
Oh,
that.
but there's another thrust, and I mean, we have to negate thrust. There's just no way around it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Diameter negate is out already. We have the Gamma, we have the Regulus, 2 more cards in hand. Noah has just made me the happiest man in this venue. I think this is absolutely cool.
There's Pearl the Rhino. Not Pearl the Rhino, the other planet.
You wish it was-
Race-Up. Yeah, it's Race-Up, though.
Lorenzo would make Basti the happiest man in the room. He activated
If
a
it would be Pearl the
Rhino.
Rhino, obviously.
I mean, it can search Telemans Kashtira, so it's basically...
It would be reasonable, yeah. It would be reasonable, to be honest.
In this matchup, to be honest, it
would
would
have
be a
been
better
better,
set
yeah.
rotation target.
It certainly would be. So we are letting that resolve, which is risky because now we can search for a monster that is going to be running over the Lambda, actually.
Yeah.
And then it would be 1 last negate there.
And then it would just be the Regulus left. And that just negates the effect. It won't destroy the...
Yeah, and imagine then the last
Kashtira.
card in hand being something like maybe Kashtira Birth, or because the Unicorn in graveyard has not even used its effect, so we could go Birth, reborn the Unicorn, and then the Unicorn could use its effect to go into another Theosis. But we are searching for another Unicorn
To
here.
be fair, you always have problems with double spell here, because you have 1 Gamma that is only just a monster negate, so even if you activate the Regulus to negate the Raids off, then you still have a problem against Birth.
That's true, yeah, you're right.
So do we think we'll see a battle phase attack here then from Lorenzo just to get over the Gamma and get over the...
We probably have to.
What's the Cypher M extra monster
Lambda.
called? Lambda,
And
okay.
this is why I did not like the Super Factorial immediately shotgun, because you basically want to use the Gamma first, right? You want to use the Gamma because it is the easiest interaction you want to get rid of. It's the easiest one that Lorenzo can get rid of. And you also have the Unicorn effect out for the turn then. So
Yes,
now he
I
can just
agree.
search a Unicorn and get the Kashira Theosis as well.
So we did normal summon the Rysart here.
One of the things that
And Rysart, I think Rysart is big enough to run over Lambda here.
Oh,
and then
wait, no, you can
Unicorn would also
attack
be-
Lambda.
With the
Oh,
field spell, it very well is. It is very well enough
Well,
to
that's
run
a
over
very
there.
good spot
And I
from
think we can
Lorenzo.
also run over Regulus in that case, because there's so many different attributes currently on the field. And due to Rysart, they are being boosted here. And I think we are getting rid of both interruptions here.
How many can we count to here? So we have...
I
how
don't
many attributes in play?
understand why we
Regulus would be a
super
trash thing.
factorialed on
Now,
the summon
because
of
now we have still
Unicorn.
three,
I don't
and we are at
understand why.
300
Like,
boost,
just let
so
him
to
activate
8
it
on
and
the
then use
Unicorn.
Gamma.
But we are running over an Exceeds monster, which is also really good.
Pretty good, I agree.
So you may as well activate the effect of Unicorn here because you really don't mind it being negated. It doesn't... So
That's true. True,
Ethereum
true.
King Regulus doesn't negate the effect of Unicorn
Yeah,
for the
for
turn.
sure.
It just negates one effect. So.
Let's have another look at this crazy extra deck. So Lorenzo is like, what am I going to hit here? Okay, last time Access Code Talker looked a lot more scary than Zeus. So let's go after the Access Code Talker. I think I would go for Access Code, yeah. Keep in mind as well.
Lorenzo not got the most threatening board that he needs to hit with Zeus. I think he's navigated it really well, to be honest. I love the spot that the field spell can pump up your Kashira Rysart to attack over the Lambda.
Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, I also like that he normal summoned the Rysart rather than special summoning it. Because
Would
he
have
tried to
locked
special
his
summon it,
zones.
that's
I mean, you can just
effectively negated by
use
the Gamma.
Regulus Negate and then
Guys,
your
keep in
zone
mind,
is
if you
open though.
activate the Regulus here and tribute it, the Gamma is live again.
Exactly.
Oh, you're right. That's perfect.
Well, not perfect, but
I mean,
it's
it is
still in a decent
pretty
spot.
good, for sure.
Also, you get the Omega back.
Yes,
Yeah, in
the
Semper
Omega
phase,
will
we cannot
definitely
forget
come
about
back.
that, for sure.
I think you... Do you actually... There is like a really tough decision here. You could Gamma the Rysart because, you know, there's not a lot of follow-up. I think there's no follow-up at all here.
I was
Not at
thinking
all.
that if I was Lorenzo, perhaps you're supposed to use the Rysart first, because your opponent... I don't know, actually. It's quite hard, because either way you use it,
Yeah.
if your opponent uses the Regulus, then they can use the Gamma afterwards. And
I
was
mean,
thinking
now
which
you
one,
get
you know, if you use the
Gamma,
Rysart first, then your opponent has to use the
I think
Regulus.
I like the
Maybe it
idea of
doesn't
Leo,
matter.
because if you go with Rysart first, and he is somehow negating that, you can then just
Does Lorenzo
get
have
to
cards
Burf.
left?
Oh, no,
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 then
you
the
can
Gamma the
yeah,
Unicorn, which
there's-
is much worse.
There's no good way around it, is
Yeah,
there?
Because you want to have something to banish from the extra deck next turn. You want to activate this Unicorn again, because at this point there are only 7 extra deck cards in the extra deck, of course, and you want to get rid of every single resource because it is incredibly
definitely.
important by now.
That is definitely one of the things, you know, when you're playing a deck with lots of different engines, again, like, even though your deck is somehow bigger, your extra
Why
deck
did you not
is
Gamma
the same
that?
size. You can't run any more, you know, you say, oh, well, I'm running 7 engines, so I get more extra deck spots. No,
So
that's not how it works.
we made
you
that
can't
a
play
level 7
Transcode
here.
Talker today. And he's allowed
He
it.
did not negate that, yeah, and we're now going to
Bro.
Shangri-Ira.
You can just... Why did you not make Zeus as well? What? What?
How did we not negate that?
I'm interested.
Because our Omega is going to come back, and that will make our...
You can just Gamma the Rysart. There's only Unicorn, nothing else. Your Omega comes back. You can attack over the Unicorn. Your opponent has 0 cards, except for the one Planet Reich Phobia that he gets back in hand that you can loop away later. Like, you would literally win the game on the spot if you Gamma.
Gamma in hand not being live
and then
anymore.
we're going to see a Fenrir.
Well, you can always send the... Oh, I mean, I suppose you can wait, actually. So, Lorenzo, this is one of those interesting ones where, you know, it's the standby phase. 2 effects would activate in the standby phase, but Noah's effect has to activate.
Oh.
And Lorenzo can wait. He doesn't have to activate his effect, so he can always wait for Noah to go first.
Yeah, for sure.
It's one of those really... And sometimes you get these interactions in the end phase, right?
Thank you for the 9 months, Omni. I saw you a couple times from, like, across the room, but yeah. Yeah, appreciate that.
Right, where, you know, one person is waiting until their opponent's activated an effect,
sure.
but you got to figure out who's allowed to go
But I mean,
first.
one resource that sometimes in modern Yu-Gi-Oh!
Driver could be banished. Driver was not banished at that point yet. That's the effect that you had to negate with Gamma. That was the effect that banished cards face down. You should have just negated that.
Is not paid so much attention to anymore is life points, and Noah had to pay 4,000 life points for Piri Rice Map, and that means he's currently down 5,000 even,
And
because there also was some battle damage, and
we
therefore
also
he
have-
has to hurry up here because there's only 5 minutes left.
I was just going to mention that Lorenzo has the Primeval Planet Wraiths up there to get an extra pop, and it's in the standby phase, so I don't think you can use Omega yet.
But you can use Omega to get back one of your resources that is in the graveyard to the extra deck. So that might
How
actually
did
be
you
something
throw
he
that?
is quite keen of. However, there's still a Fenrir on the board now because you did not Gamma the... I don't know why he didn't Gamma the Rysart. That was so important.
Yeah, there's
I
so
don't
much
know
to
either,
think about
honestly.
here. It's difficult to, like, keep track of, you know, maybe you just think it's just a shame, like, a lot of the, I think a lot of players have found this when you're playing the Kashtira deck. It's like you can make a rank 7, and you really want something that can interact with your opponent somehow. There's a lot of rank 7s that destroy opponents' cards. There's not really many that negate any of your opponent's effects, so maybe Noah just wasn't that scared. Maybe he should have been more scared, but maybe he just thought, you know what, it won't stop me from playing anything next time.
I mean, now it's just lost.
Very heads-up play
Unless
by
you have
Lorenzo,
another
some
crazy
10
one-card
minutes
starter that
by the
beats
way, because
Fenrir.
sometimes you would be like, I want to prevent damage being dealt here so close to the timeout, but there's like phobia being on the field of Noah. So if there are 3 defense position monsters on the field at some point, he will be able to just destroy one card on the field. Oh, that's a sad card from Noah.
That might be the trap again, but I think that the trap of Noah already is in the graveyard, so he cannot
Sure.
actually...
Like, then he could
Between his big...
So there's
reactivate
again, all of a sudden, phobia.
like full effective.
So Daniel versus the US man, and what a match.
I think if this was the Shade Brigandine, he...
Okay.
Okay, Noah, you ended up bubbling out YCS London.
Yeah.
With I have no clue how to call a deck, but give us more information.
Yeah.
Please.
So I was calling it throughout the day my Math Mech deck, but as you'll see in the profile, there's some Scareclaw cards, some Spriggans cards, Hero cards. I make Cyframe Lambda and Omega, so there's a lot more going on than just Math Mech, but that's kind of the backbone.
Okay,
So,
let's do this.
it's also 60 cards. You can see fat stack, double sleeved. So we'll go into it. So this is the best starter in the deck, Format Skipper. The primary target that you want to reveal is Scareclaw Lightheart with its effect, and then it copies the name, so you'll be able to link Format Skipper into Lightheart. This will let you search for level 5 or higher Cybers, which is Parallel Exceed, and then this will let you search for the Scareclaw field spell. So it's basically like you get 4 cards out of 1. It's pretty silly. So because Format Skipper is the best card in the deck, I decided I wanted 3 more copies. Fury Rice Math. Doesn't matter if you pay lots of life points if you win the game. And then 1 for 1, of course. And then also 3 sign-up mining. So basically 10 ways to search Format Skipper, but you'll see later there's more Cypresses, so sign-up mining can get more targets. I also Fury Rice for an Ash one time because he had banished all 3 Format Skippers, and I needed something to make Almirage. So yeah, some stuff you can do. So this is for the Format Skipper stuff. Then for the Scareclaws, there's the 1 field spell, the 1 Scareclaw Arrival for the spells and traps, and then 2 Reichardt. So the reason I play 2 instead of 3 is just for space reasons, because apparently you're not allowed to play 61 cards. And you need specifically 2, because if you draw 1, you want to summon it, and then be able to search the second one off the field spell to make a rank 4. And then I also played 1 Acro. It doesn't matter which one you play, this is just the one I brought to London. It has 0 attacks, you can search it off Piri map if you want to, if you lose all your skippers for whatever reason. And you can also use it as an extender, because Piri just says you can't activate the effects, and these don't activate the summon. And then 1 Roto, because he's a warrior. So yeah, minimal Scareclaws, but you see them often because of the skipper. So then for Mathmex, I played the 1 Super Pack, 1 Equation, and then the monster lineup is a bit strange. It's 1 Sigma, 2 Diameter, and then Nabla and 3 Circular. So this is obviously the good one you want to draw, that's why 3. Then Nabla is not played in most Mathmech decks, but I have to play it in my version because I send it off Circular, and then use Alimbertion to revive it, and then I tribute itself to summon Diameter. That way I get the 3 names in rotation for the trap to have a negate and make Loplation. Yeah, and nothing locks you into Cybers besides the Sigma, so I can do lots of plays without being locked into Cybers. So yeah, this is good. Next is some generic extenders. So I played 2 Stratos, forgive me for being ugly, but pretty 3 hero lives. So this is just the best starter or extender, because if I have another card to normal summon, I can hero lives for Stratos, search another copy, maybe beta hand trap, and then normal my Format Skipper. But if I have just a bad hand and all I have is hero lives, I can search the second Stratos, normal it, make Alimbertion, and still have some combo. Then just more extenders, I played 3 Shade Brigandine, and then also 2 Dinotherium and 1 Noble Knight Shield Bearer. This card is in here because it's a warrior, so it's basically the 3rd copy of Dinotherium, but I can Rhoda for this, and then this banishes from the hand to search Dinotherium. So yeah, these are the extenders. And then any good deck has a couple bad cards, so Spriggan's Brothers. If you draw some extenders, you can make the Spriggan's...
Every good deck has a couple bad cards.
Merrymaker XYZ in the extra deck. This one here, who will send the brothers. Then on top of it, you overlay for Sargus. You search the Regulus, and then you summon the Regulus, you put brothers, and this is some insurance into Nibiru.
I feel like we're
Match,
looking at it
like
the
this.
other way around here.
Yeah, so
that's how I would.
That's
phrase
those, but you don't really want to draw these because there's no other machines in the deck. And then the card that bridges everything together is Small World. So you can Small World into anything you need. A lot of the cards are super arbitrary types and attributes, so you kind of just figure it out. And it helps out post side too if you want to search for Gamma or Kaijus. And then, so that's all the real cards, and these are the cards that allow you to go second. I have Droll, Veiler, Nibiru, Cyframe Gamma, and Ash. So the reason I chose not to play Impermanence is because of it working with Small World. And also, I wanted to be able to have these hand traps that I could normal summon to make Almirage to trigger Parallel Exceed. And then I know this conflicts with Hero Lives, but it's 60 cards. I just pray that it never comes up. And then Gamma is just one of the best hand traps in the format, and it's also searchable in my main combo using Cypher and Lambda.
Okay.
So that's the main deck. 60 cards. So then extra deck is the one Lightheart. There's a lot of one-ups because there's so many different engines, you don't really have space to play duplicates, so I just hope that my Cashier opponent doesn't hit the right card. And then for the OTK, it's Splash, Update, and Access. Standard and Cyberse. And then Cyberse Wicked and Heat Soul. I only summon these like 2 times in the whole tournament, so I think these could probably be cut for something else because most of the time you're not really using Cyberse cards. They're kind of at the end of the combo. So I think these should be something else. I don't really know what, but yeah, they're okay. And then lastly is Almirage for the hand trap play. And also if they impermanence your Format Skipper on field effect, you need to make this. And then Lambda. This is part of the main combo.
There's no
you
way
make,
there's no way
Lambda.
it's correct
And
to
then
not play.
since I'm not locking myself into Cyberse, I use the diameter and the circular to make Omega. And then this triggers the Lambda. So I hit a card from their hand, I know what they're playing, and then I search Gamma.
Right. So I guess
And then for the XYZs, there's 2 Alumbration, 1 Laplation. It's pretty standard. And then the package I mentioned before with the Merrymaker and Sargus. So this is also really, really good going second. This is how I win a lot of games going second, is I'll make Merrymaker, maybe they impermit, make Sargus, maybe they have some other targeted negation. I attack, and then I make 4 material Zeus. And then in main phase 2, I try to do some combo. And then last card is Zeus. So yeah, there's extra. And then side deck, I play 2 Kaijus. So the reason I chose these 2 is they're the easiest to bridge into with Small World. And I think you need to play 2 because you want to be able to Small World search 1 to out a Rise Heart, but maybe they banish one off the top of your deck with the level 4 guy or the Diablosis. So I figured 2 is enough in 60 to not get punished. And then I also play 1 Delta, 1 Epsilon. This is for going first against like Labyrinth or some other trap deck, I can search this. And against Branded, I can search this instead of the Gamma.
Oh, that's cool.
And then next, I played some 1-ups to pair with Rust. So I have Dark Ruler, Feather Duster, Talents, and then the 3 Thrust. So just pretty basic package to pair with this. I didn't play anything to set going first, actually, which is funny. There was one round where my opponent used D-Shifter, and I had to use Thrust to set Shade Brigandine, and then summon it on his turn, and I lived on 600 life points and was able to come back, but I would probably play something to set for when you go first off with Thrust. And then just more going second is 3 Lightning Storm, just back row, and then Call By for when you go first, and then this. Yeah, so that's it.
Okay, show us some the most
standard,
ideal play field.
So I can show you just literally 1 card Format Skipper. This is what I did on stream round 10.
So we have seen this already. Okay, this deck is crazy. Do not play this deck. Chat. I'm only gonna say it once. Do not play that deck. No. For the love of God, chat, please. Do not. Okay. I want to see this top 64 match really badly because it has 2 interesting things. Apparently, there's a new Rika combo line, which I'm not sure, but I also really want to see Dinka Boy's deck because I have not. The list is not out yet, I'm pretty sure. Yo, Aster YGO, thank you so much for the 2 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back.
So as we kind of alluded to just before we began the top 64 segment, Dinka Bui is on a runic variant with an engine I don't think we've ever seen in the metagame before, have we, Alberto?
No, never. I think that it's very particular because basically he's playing also, I mean, in runic deck usually you don't ever see Sprite in them, but he has a small package of Sprite monsters and also a starter. And then on the other side, as Marcello was mentioning, he's playing this very particular 4-heart engine, which we're really looking forward to seeing. And I think Dinka showed us over the last few YCSs how consistent the runic deck is, and I think he was the first player ever showing how powerful the Naturia runic back then was.
There it is, the fossil deck. Yeah, this is the main other portion of the deck he is playing. This actually searches Rex, Fright, for hire. This is a dinosaur monster as part of the for hire archetype, which is one of the most powerful support cards we've seen relative to an archetype in Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, you probably want to read that one.
One of the main reasons why he also plays this is because he plays, Sprite, so it's very good because I have it too.
Control and lock.
Oh, what? Wow.
Wow.
Droll and Lockbird in the main, Marcello.
Yeah, and this is amazing against the Dinka deck. I was about to say Jessica probably for the first time is the one reading cards. Usually she's used to her opponents reading her cards, but the draw and lock here is insane.
It's particularly good against this deck. You know, in general, Runic is a draw deck. You know, you're deck thinning, you're getting those resources out, but also with the sprites, you can't search. And on top of that, the whole point of the Fur Hire engine is that it has this really powerful draw combo using Folgo and the effect of the spell Rookie for Hire.
Yeah.
And now under Droll and Lockbird, you can't do any of this, and it feels so bad to special a Jet here, doesn't it?
Absolutely, every single card, and even this engine, as we mentioned, gets you to some searches. But here we see another plan from Dinka, who obviously is not happy with this, but will try his best to stay in this game and gonna go for the Mannequin Cat.
Yeah, Mannequin Cat is a card we saw popularized a little bit last year. It has such a diverse array of options because it is simply a special summon from your deck, a monster with the
do
same
we have a
attribute or
nice
type,
backup plan
that
for
your
when we
opponent
get
controls, and the
rolled
secondary
with
effect here, we see
Mannequin
that resolving, bringing the Droll and Lockbird that was
Yet.
discarded for by Jessica back onto the field here.
Spellcaster
And, yeah, I guess we'll wait and see
Ooh,
what the target is.
Dompa,
Is that Recon or Dompa? It's Dompa.
Dompa, yeah.
So special summoning from the deck,
That
an
pops
attribute
face
that
up.
Jessica controls. That's a wind monster. Dompa being a wind. Special summoning out Dompa. Marksman for another level 2.
Yeah, and the Dompa gets you a Furrier from the end, so we could see the special summon of the Rex that has been searched previously on. And it's a pretty decent start. He can also destroy a card on the field, which obviously could be the draw, but let's see. I really don't know where Dinka
But
can go
Rex
from here.
adds a
because the Roller
spell
Lock shuts
trap, so we
down
can't do
also the
that,
fountain,
but
so
we can still
it's
go like
definitely tough.
Donner.
But here we see what we just mentioned. So he's gonna special summon Rex.
And unfortunately cannot use the Rex here. Typically it would get that spell card, the Rookie for Hire, that helps you climb up into
You
some
can
good
still
draw
get
power,
Folgo,
as
but
well
you
as
can't
comboing
draw
Folgo,
with
but
it.
yeah, Droll and Lockbird.
Maybe
Good
on
meta
the
pick, I suppose,
opponent's
do you think,
turn.
this format?
I mean, it seems like in these past few rounds that we have been doing commentary on, it has been amazing. So maybe, yeah, I guess so.
So the only time you don't want to see that is against Labyrinth, am I right, Alberto?
Yeah, no, but I think the draw lock in this format is very powerful. Most of the decks played this weekend were Ronix, and I mean, still here Dinka is managing somehow to put some pressure on her opponent. But also, I'm very curious. Dinka extra deck is full of one-offs, so it will be very curious and asking him if he wins this, how he manages this matchup against Kashtira, no?
Yeah, it's weird because like you have all these level 2s that combo really well into the sprite portion with Gigantic, and he's only playing one Gigantic. He's playing 2 Folgo. He values the second Folgo over the second Gigantic. That's insane.
Wow.
All right,
It's also interesting, yeah, they didn't go for the Dompa destroying the Droll, so I would be surprised if Dinka didn't know what Jessica is playing, especially because she was on stream. So keeping the Droll would make more sense against a deck like Kashtira, obviously. But
I mean, leaving Droll on the
So I
field
think,
still makes sense,
maybe
I
it's to
feel
do
like,
with the
because you want to pop it with
zones.
Folgo
If you keep the
later.
Droll
Also,
and
you
Lockbird in the
lock them
middle,
out of
when you
unexpected
go for
die. If
that
they still play
Jasmine
that in Recap,
triangle,
they probably do.
you can't make the
Surely they
hero or
still
the
play
Triad to
unexpected
trigger the
die.
Jasmine.
That card
I
seems
think
too
maybe that's
strong.
potentially what he's going for here,
Probably.
but yeah, still going despite the strong Lockbird using the Donner for Hire. We talked a little bit about it throughout the day as a card that is that Diamond Direwolf effect, but it's a Fur Hire card. It actually does something else in Fur Hire. All right, and that is then going to bring back the Rex and the Dompa here.
is he actually using some targets? Because I know he's playing Thunder King Ryo, but is it in the main deck or just the side deck?
Yeah, just in the side deck.
Side deck,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
IP Dawn
Because that card is obviously really strong in any mirror match.
Fountain Pass.
And let's see.
Because now you just
Can
go
we-
with Masquerade and then
can we
later
Folgo
on, I think
pop
you wanna
for
go
3
the
next
Unicorn on your
turn?
opponent's turn?
On
Further field, like.
Jessica's turn?
Still, I mean, playing under Journal Lock, of course, puts you in trouble, but I'm guessing...
Folgo is on
Yeah, I
summon,
think
right?
This is the beauty of Rex. It has a secondary effect. You can banish it and get back a few of your cards from the graveyard or special summon
think
a
we
monster.
can.
So this is how you can pretty much link climb and as he's doing. So
Yeah, this Donner for Hire acts as almost like a Mole Cricket to an extent. It's a special summon of 1, and if you do bring back a Fur Hire, you can get another Fur Hire. And that is how he's able to just put up all of these Link monsters through the Droll and Lockbird, and the Masquerena as well. Still not done with the turn here.
Ooh, nice starter is really nice here.
One off.
I think we just maybe end on a red or a carrot.
Yeah, one of them. I think knowing that you're playing against
carrot.
Rika, you might want to put up maybe the red.
So he's considering it, yeah. Obviously, not afraid.
Ooh,
but the
okay.
Blue.
blue, interesting, okay. Obviously not gonna be able to use the effect.
Yeah, that Droll and Lockbird has resolved.
That's an interesting.
Is that just link material that we
summon, I would
want?
say.
Fountain to wrap up the turn here, it looks like. No Runics played.
I've not gone over
oh,
any
no,
deck
there was, one
profiles
Runic
yet.
in the
No.
Korea
Only my.
deck, so
I've
one
talked
more
about my own
could
list.
be
a
a
little
draw
bit.
2 on Jessica's turn here. All right, well, this was an incredibly powerful and strong opening by Dinkabui, despite the Droll and Lockbird, which is such a detrimental card in this deck, because, like I said, this is a very
Chris Masters, I think it was 3 months. Donner does not have any quick effects, right?
Yeah, well, let's see if Jessica can do anything.
They're both
still interesting that he opted to go for the blue instead of the red.
Yeah. I'm not sure why. Yeah. Oh, okay. All right, Lokai's a good start. Now, the problem is Masquerade is going to be activated in response to the normal summon here. Going to go into a... Okay, that's a big
God, IP into Folgo.
No, we're actually going to Folgo. All right, so this Folgo now gets the trigger here using 3 different materials for its summon.
Exactly. So first of all, you can special summon a Furion monster with a different type.
Wow, we can chain Rex. We can chain Rex, right? And then we have 3 different fur hires. Oh, nah.
Again, if you have 3 or more Furion monster, you draw 2 more, so you can draw 3 cards.
Oh,
and
nah.
And comboing that with the Fountain, that's a lot of disruption we can potentially get just on this simple activation of the Masquerena into the Folgo.
Very interesting, yeah. Because now it's where the Dompa comes into play. By using its effect, he's able to destroy the low chip and then pretty much draw 3 potentially with, depending how many he's used, because he used...
Summon 1 from deck, pop the Loki, draw 3 cards. Is that all with it? Wait, how do you draw 3 with Folgo again?
And it comes the Raphael, how you know?
Yeah, he's going to be able to draw 3, and as you mentioned, Nadir, any runic card is going to be amazing here.
Yeah, Raphael as well has a bonus effect off the top of the deck. We can excavate, and it doesn't just add Fur Hire cards when it excavates off the top of the deck, it adds any card off the top of the deck.
Yep.
And this is again, I think, the beauty of the...
And there's a runic card,
okay.
And just takes the freezing curses. That is absolutely incredible. Just a free freezing curses from the champion Fur Hire.
Nice, and now he draws 3 cards.
There's 3 cards drawn.
Crazy opening, even through this drawn and lock. Wow.
All right.
We do see the Furion.
Probably one of the better extenders in this deck.
Dinkai's not locked into starter because that was last turn. This is on Jessica's turn already.
I think we've never seen someone playing and then drawing a lock and then drawing as many.
I know, right?
Yeah. I can't draw the
Flashing fire.
Curtains. Yeah. Oh my God.
Wow. So much power in this Fur Hire runic deck. Piloted by Dinkabui in this top 64.
That deck's fire, dude. I think that deck I tried Runic for Hire, but I think what I was missing is I did not try it with sprites.
Usually throughout this event and the past
I did not try it with sprites, and I think the extra bodies are what make it like better going second. Because I had issues with it going second.
Yeah, gotta read all of the Furion
cards. I had issues with it going second, and that Mannequin Cat line to give your opponent a monster is also really sweet.
Also being level 2, such good.
That deck is
nice. But honestly, we really didn't get to the point on which Dinka wanted to go, no? Like, we were understanding maybe he wants to go, for the Masquerade and then Unicorn. No, absolutely not. Just, draw into 4 cards and then, I mean, his deck, obviously, I think, was a surprise, but he did incredibly well under draw a lock, I think. So.
Absolutely, but now, obviously, the die roll did pay some relevancy, and we're going to see the opposite.
Rika Princess here. That should get into the rest of the engine.
And the reading begins.
Yeah. Which is so interesting that Dinkabui has to read this, because he's become known as, I suppose, quite an innovator, hasn't he?
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. Okay, it's an interesting opening here from Jessica, who now uses the
awesome.
Wow.
Oof. That is not ideal.
Yeah, this could have been a bait because she did a normal summon, but nope, unfortunately, very slow start.
That's a good start.
And we see the Rex.
Dinkabui drawing the Rex
That is
for hire,
a very unfortunate opener.
The rookie for hire. And you guys are going to witness how this deck can also function. We saw what it did in game 1 going first.
She might have had a read that there's no Ash in Dinka's deck.
Do we have a way to
because you can just go Glamour and just search 1, right? You don't have to go Tribute for it. Could have just gone Glamour to add the pedal, right? And maybe that is not something that he would Ash.
Disruptions, it's not going to do
but
a
I
lot
think
when you have a sprite red on the field.
I mean, it's a fair read to think that runic decks don't play Ash. I think a fair amount of the runic decks
that's not the case, because that could have been really strong here.
Yeah,
I understand why she committed into it, but still, that was
this is generally quite risky into cards like
maybe a safer line there, but
opted not to go.
I ain't no plan expert.
Using it, so the face down
maybe it's the Ricochet, because otherwise if she had the
Imperator... Yeah, I think I probably just sided the Ashes for like branded and then just throws them into against Rika because they are okay against like unexpected die and whatnot.
And now it's gonna use the rookie. So
okay, that's the teleport one.
Summon one from the deck with a level higher or below. And the Ash Blossom. Okay.
All right. Negate that.
Red is chained to that Ash Blossom to negate, and it will resolve.
Okay, what do you get here? Beat?
With the rookie special summon. That's the incredible part with the Sprite package, isn't it?
That's the one thing I don't like about this deck is that Beat doesn't feel that great unless you have another one in hand, right?
Because as mentioned, you need a level 3 or a level 1 from the rookie as you tribute a level 2 monster.
Yeah, so this works out really well here because Beat is sort of the searcher for the deck. When a for hire special summon, it gives you another for hire monster, and then you can continue to extend.
No, wait, you have Rex in the grave in this case. Yeah.
All right, well,
if you have Rex in the grave, it's fine.
To what we're doing next,
because then you can just go Donner, revive both at the same time.
At this point, as we try and navigate.
It's if you don't. Yeah, I remember now. If you don't draw Rex, then your Beat is kind of ass.
Oh, and he has the start.
Oh wait, but we starter lock
us. If he has enough to push for damage, because otherwise we could play more.
Now we can't do the Donner play revive Beat anymore because we started.
Like, I mean, he's so far ahead in this game already. So Jessica unfortunately is left only with one card, and the set card has not been activated. So our guess could be that she's
just
not
wants to get the carrot out, I suppose.
Right, carrot is the search here for blue. So if there's any spells and traps that Jessica wants to activate, has to be now. Otherwise, that carrot will come down.
I guess that's fair enough. Yeah, plants might have that.
Important thing to note as well about starter is that it inflicts damage to yourself.
Wait, no, that's not an argument. If you're scared of rivalry, you absolutely want to make Donner.
So I think that's probably why Dinka was maybe thinking for just a moment. Is there anything
because Donner would out the rivalry. Like if you're really scared of rivalry, I mean, at this point, I don't think it can be rivalry anymore.
Just try maybe set up something.
Right?
I think it makes sense. I mean, the thing is.
Or is Donner only monsters? Oh, Donner is only monsters.
Jessica has used a lot of her resources, so even if you just end on a carrot and red,
my bad.
When she has a face down card and 2 cards in hand at the beginning of the turn. It's fine if you have, double negation. So
yeah, double negation versus 3 cards. I mean, that one final card you have has to be.
But still, I mean, right now we still don't have an auto rivalry because carrot will not destroy it.
What do we make here? Do we just simply leave the red and the carrot up? Do we want to make?
Road Osla, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Appreciate
it. It wouldn't surprise me if he just passed even. Like in game 1, yeah, he does. He does. Makes sense. Makes sense.
Okay, we pass on red, carrot, and blue. The rookie seems kind of pointless. Ricochet is negate, right?
Probably, maybe. Force out a activation from the carrot here. Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen.
It is. So 2 cards remaining for Jessica.
Talent!
Talent! Could have been a sick top deck on her side.
She does need the draw power. I think her only card in hand there was an Ash Blossom.
Yeah,
so trying
another Ash Blossom.
Dig for some engine here to try and continue playing.
Surely need something.
Yeah, she's just going to make sure that, some of these effects, or maybe the damage from the starter was not counted, but yeah. Now, let's see.
What can we do with even best case scenario? We top deck.
Did we still not have a starter?
Versus a red, which is still online. We do have the negate. Negate, but not destroy. I suppose that could be a redeeming factor here. So the Ricka deck, obviously so powerful just with the 1 card interaction of Lokai.
Come on, something. Oh, God damn, not that.
Sunseed Twin is typically what you want to leave inside the deck. So drawing the wrong portion of those seeds there, unfortunately, for Jessica. I think, it's not insurmountable when you, because I'm sure you've experienced, there's a lot of combo decks in Yu-Gi-Oh! Where you need a specific piece to stay inside the deck. Yeah. You can do some stuff, but it's never optimal when you draw the twin.
Dry ass.
Yeah, it was pretty much as you.
But no effect.
The Garden, right, with Brilliant Fusion.
Good old days.
They draw Sowing. Did she draw Sowing as well?
Comes from Gem Knight Garnet. So Dry Ass being special summoned here from the Link summon with the twin, and
wait, pass?
Just passing on it. It looks like.
Oh God.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
Oh, you can only search if it's made with the seed. Okay, well that.
Now access is Runic Engine, which is an interesting decision because he's not gonna be able to access, his battle phase, and maybe there could have been a way to end this one, but.
I think unless he has, 6,400 damage, the Dry Ass gets the trigger when you take damage, and then you get to special summon a healer. I don't know, I suppose if you don't have enough through all of that, it's better to just set up even more.
Absolutely. And here, as you can see, we get special summon back a lot of the Furiers. Yeah, this is great from Dinka. I mean, we did mention as Donner, and we renamed it the new Diamond Direwolf, but in this deck, it actually uses all of its effects, and it's
an incredible card for hire.
I mean, it's
special summon 2 back. Like that's really, really powerful here, and we get to search the Raphael.
What, Jessica's round 4 match? It's a much better showing of Ricka. I did want to see. I did want to see that they said something about there's a new Ricka line.
Stuff from Dinka. Let's see these.
Wow, even an Ash. It's such a good card because it adds anything you ask. It's like a mini pot of duality.
Oh my God!
All right, full go Justice for Hire coming back again. Once more, these for hire cards, absolutely crazy synergy with this deck that Dinkabu has managed to come up with. Special summoning the Donpa out of the deck here. That's the level 2 as well as the effect to destroy face-up monsters.
And now he gets back to Donner. Yep.
Wow.
With the Rex gonna
just
pop a card
incredible.
with Donpa. This is huge. And still managing to keep Red and Carrot on the field.
Oh, it draws 3 cards.
How many draws is this? Is this another 3 here when the destruction of the Ash?
Yeah.
You're not really runic when you have 4 eyes, right?
That's an Ash Blossom on the Justice for Hire. All right.
Could get negated. But
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason not to potentially just tribute off that Donpa. But I don't know, I suppose Donpa is your disruption on your opponent's turn. Maybe.
I mean, maybe...
As good as it feels to draw 3, I don't think you negate it, just in case there's maybe.
I think you don't negate just because of Nibiru, maybe. You know,
do you think so?
Yeah, probably. I mean, you know, you're
so
wand.
safe
yeah.
here.
Yeah.
Why risk it?
Yeah,
I guess.
there's no reason to do anything risky. The game is all but over here. Dinka just needs to keep his cool and not do anything completely drastic.
That's why I think he's debating a lot about using this red, but probably he's gonna not go for it. Yeah, he doesn't go for it. Makes sense. And now we're gonna shut down the Nibiru because Yax is gigantic.
Well, any other disruption from the hand here, locking out by the gigantic sprite. Neither player can special summon for the rest of the turn except level 2s. That includes Nibiru for your opponent as well. Sometimes people forget the Cyphering Gamma. That's also potentially an option.
And again, similarly to the previous turn.
Wow.
What a show from Dinka. And one more draw remaining for Jessica. Seems like an impossible battle, but she's gonna try her best to stay in this top 64.
It just feels like such a mountain to climb at this point. Okay,
Con it is. No more Carrot for Dinka.
Here it is, the quick play Rex from the graveyard, special summoning, and now we're going to activate the Justice for Hire and the Raphael as a duster to the hand. And now Folgo gets the trigger. Special summon.
Yeah,
from the
you
deck.
can see Dinka and Jessica both kind of smiling at each other. I mean, this is huge.
What a deck is
And yeah,
this?
you drew 3. Like, wow. If you're in the top 64 and looking at this, you don't want to play against it.
It's absolutely
Dinka.
terrifying.
Is that another princess?
I think it's the last card in hand, isn't it?
Yeah. She does have a princess in the graveyard, which potentially can be used. So, but outside of that, yeah, this is her last attempt at staying in this match.
You know, as you mentioned, the synergy between the for hire cards just seems really, really good. I mean, drawing cards on your opponent's turn, very powerful if you can dig for hand traps. But of course, you know, the fountain works really well with it as well because you can also see runics.
Yeah, but now we see the princess from the graveyard, which maybe Dinka might have forgotten, but yeah, this is not enough. Nice handshake from Jessica, but it's Dinka who wins 2-0 and advances to top 32. Nice match. Round of applause from the crowd. And honestly, we mentioned at some point some of these unique decks had to lose.
But that deck is fire, dude. That looks like a deck I would enjoy to play. Holy, all right. Well done. Well done. How did Dinka lose?
Well, welcome back, duelists. We appreciate
All right, that was like a power outage.
all of your patience. But we had a little bit of a power outage there. Someone activated system down. It put us in a standby phase, but we managed to red reboot it. And now we...
I mean, okay. The wordplay makes sense. Yeah, they tried.
We can Sky Striker mobilize engage. That one didn't quite work as well, but thank you very much to both Leo and Tom for helping me write this segment. We appreciate all of your patience. Thank you very much. Obviously, we are now going to go straight back into the exact moment where you guys left off in our top 4 feature duel. So I'm going to hand you over to the wonderful commentary trio, Basti, Tom and Leo, who are going to quickly update you on where we are with this duel. Guys, take it away.
Yes, there we are again, guys. It has been a bit of time. Ed has done some
Dinka won game 1 and then lost both games after.
fantastic crowd work to keep the masses in this venue entertained, but we are just ready to get back into this game. We are fixing the timer right now, so we are not missing any minutes from this fantastic duel. Tom has built up a big board with the Arise Hut. He has taken away some resources with the Diablosis. We are in Dinka Bui's turn, and Dinka is not going to be able to activate a possible evenly match because of the crossout designator.
Yes, now we're updated again. I think the players have waited long enough. They sat there in the dark, but we are back here. We have been enlightened again, and so let's see whether Denkabui finds some enlightenment here in this turn to break this entire field of Tom Kleinegräber, or whether we're going not to do so.
I've got to keep in mind that
Are going to see the Theosis detached, Theosis being banished now, and it will trigger after that. So basically, you're having a bad trade on Dinka's side, but you're getting rid of the Arisart.
Yeah,
it's a good trade if you get rid of the Arisart.
But you get the Theosis add back. So
That's
you're
true,
investing
that's
one
true,
card, and basically there is still one card on Tom's side.
So, what are we triggering? For sure, and certainly are going to trigger the Mind Hacker here, but also, of course, there was a Theosis being banished, and therefore we could add back something else.
Very important, go for Theosis on Chainlink 2, because otherwise Gala could be a deal breaker here.
Also very important. It's very easy to get very excited when you're triggering effects, just to, I'll add this for Theosis. And he just made sure to just tap the Diabolosis first and say, I'm going to use this effect, and then I'm going to resolve my Kashtira Theosis, otherwise you would miss the timing.
That is a lot of the main deck of Denkabui now being gone through the effect of the Mind Hacker, and by now, maybe a full engine out of his free engines is not available to him anymore.
Dinka, having a look, I don't know if you can fully absorb all of that information.
I think he can. Honestly, this man, he can do it.
Just scans it now. He knows exactly what's left in his deck.
I was typing in Dinkabui into our card highlight tool because I was getting confused for a second.
There's already a picture of him on the screen.
So what's next? Normal summon of Rex. And then we have a level 2 monster on the board, which makes us able to special summon out the blue from our hand.
So what's his plan? Like, this is another real test of Dinka's skill, because he's lost half of his deck, he's under Dimension Shifter. What can he achieve?
No battle phase.
No battle phase. He's got like 3 arms tied behind his back. I don't know what the third one came from, but
how many beats were in the deck? I don't know the deck list. I didn't make it.
Deck right now, but if
it's Dinkabui's deck. I didn't make it. I didn't see it. I didn't know this was a thing. Well, I knew about for higher Runic, but I didn't know about Runic for higher Sprite.
Already, I don't even know whether you could actually activate the effect of the Diabolosis.
I wonder if it's better than the life Pun I played, because I was also really happy with my list, but this also looks pretty good.
If you did the quick math there, then sure, I will believe you.
So there were 8 after the first turn, right? And then, 8. 1 from the extra deck and 7 from the deck.
Yeah, then 9 through a Arisart, and then another 9 from the Diabolosis. So it should be 18.
18, and then -1, I suppose, 17 from the deck.
You're very unlikely to resolve.
It does look worse into a Arisart. It does look worse into a little bit.
But we're not going to use it.
Ben played for higher. I mean, Dinkabui and Ben are on the same team, so I would not be surprised if they both played the same deck.
You've got no Runics anywhere near the graveyard. So he may prefer the card in his hand, even if he had a Runic card.
Yeah, true.
I lost in top 30.
That could also very well be the case, but I mean, honestly, we didn't even expect Dinkabui to get to 4 monsters on his side of the field, so maybe he's just trying to link up into an Exco Talker or something here. I know he was playing that card, but he's actually not playing that card anymore right now, as I just see it.
I mean, Exco Talker in a Runic strategy seems kind of odd sometimes. I mean, of course, there will be moments where you can use it, but I mean, you are still under the Runic battle phase restriction, so...
Yeah, I mean, you could out the entire board, but it actually doesn't, because there are no cards in the graveyard to banish for the Exco Talker.
That is also true, and we are getting rid of the Birth. That could possibly banish more cards from the graveyard where there are none.
Nightmare Phoenix, a blast from the park. I so rarely see its effect activate when it's co-linked to draw a card. Also says co-linked monsters, or is it co-linked Nightmare monsters? I think it's just co-linked monsters. Okay, co-linked. So nice protection, even though he can't necessarily deal with the Diablosis this turn. He can put up some monsters that are at least slightly difficult for Tom to get around, although not that difficult as long as he has
Okay, they both clarified how many banished cards there are for Dinkabui and whether that effect of Diablosis could still resolve, and then it goes over to Tom Kleinegräber again.
If it could resolve, that would just be devastating. Oh, yeah. That would just leave Dinka on like very, very few cards.
Now Dinka will have to find something to play with. There is always the option to just attack and go into Zeus, get rid of the field, because this Donner would be threatening the Zeus immediately. But if you don't have Birth, then it's going to be a tough time for you to get out another play, basically, because you have nothing you can special summon from the hand.
Yeah, he has at
least
the one.
This is winnable if the Diablosis can't trigger again, but even if it can, it's like
that is huge. I mean, in that case, you have to banish from your hand, and he has to get rid of a Kashtira Fenrir from his hand, but that will, of course, play around the battle protection from Nightmare Phoenix, so we are outing that Phoenix, and we're going to run over the Donner as well in a second.
Very clever here. Again, if you weren't so familiar, you might just be like, yeah, Kashtira can attack over Phoenix, but Phoenix can't be destroyed by battle, but then Scareclaw negates its effect. Like,
yes, it's a back and forth between those two.
Back and forth, but then at the end of the day, nothing really. He just attacked it as if it were a normal monster.
Oh, but look at that. Some people forget about that effect, but there is a second effect of the Mind Checker. When it destroys a monster by battle at the end of the battle phase, you can just banish one card from the opponent's graveyard face down, which is just what he did. And there comes the Zeus we were also anticipating.
And after we have seen the Nightmare Phoenix, we are summoning the Zeus, of course, in the extra monster zone, so it is protected from its brother, the Nightmare Cerberus.
Yes, indeed. So, Dinkabuyu, one more time, being put on the spot here. Does he have an answer to this field as well? Because in the first turn, he worked through that board from Tom Kleinegruber quite well, even though he was under Dimension Shifter and under a Rysart. So, still very, very strong stuff there from Ka.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see if he can do anything.
Theoretically, he lives one more turn.
So, Tom only needing to
500
extra damage. I don't know if he can do
500 damage
extra damage because all of the Kashtira monsters require you to have an empty field.
Technically.
Except for a Rysart.
But there is the battle phase. Dinkabuyu is going to get one more turn as it's going back to him with 500 life points left. And does he find the answer here to get back into his game number 2?
He couldn't even activate Vampire Retainer or Familiar, so this is a really tough spot for him. Now, it is all coming down to this. Are we going to see a game 3, or will Dinka find a miracle way to get back into this game?
So, it looks like we are going to normal summon out the Dompa. Marksman for hire.
So now to special summon another for hire monster from his hand.
Yeah.
And then it will trigger its effect to destroy a card.
Ooh, we're specialing out the Rex, and now immediately the effect of Dompa is activating, trying to destroy the Zeus.
Oh, and Rex is the perfect card here, because if you chain the Zeus, Rex still has a graveyard effect.
Surely you don't chain the Zeus here.
I mean, that
would end up with no field, and your
no
opponent.
Field at all,
I mean, your opponent would have no field, but I would rather keep my 3 cards probably.
Oh, yeah, okay. We are letting that resolve.
I mean, now you're
Zeus is
Wait,
resolving.
he did actually activate the Zeus there. So there's nothing left on the board but Dinkabuyu with 500 life points, and we draw into the Fenrir, making this a game for Tom Kleinegruber, equaling the score here in top 4.
Wow, that was really down to the last card that Tom was drawing. He couldn't give his opponent the chance to play with the for-hire monsters, of course. You're targeting the Zeus, but the Zeus, it just has to happen here. And then he just needed this one monster as a top deck. Fenrir, attack, game.
I feel like Kashtira so often are in this situation.
We want to find out who's going to be our first finalist of YCS London 2023 here. So let's get back into the playing action. Game number 3 coming up now.
I wonder how this deck loses when it goes first. I genuinely do, because like most runic decks with sprites, like any runic deck that has sprite cards, I feel like is almost impossible to beat when it goes first. At least that's my experience, and this feels like the same way. So I'm like genuinely curious. Papa, sag mal, was denken wir der Prime Preview? So how does this? What's happening? Did we actually brick with this deck?
But I think that Ghost Bell is still a reasonable side in here, going second. Kashtira is so good going second, but against this for higher first turn field that Dinka is putting up, you need a little bit more help.
I feel like when you see the first turn that Dinka put up the first time,
you're
probably going to side in all of the hand traps you can think of.
Just try to stop him somehow. But we're starting off as we did in game 1 with Fossil Dig into the Rex.
So do we think after he saw the Gamma in Dinka's deck in the first game, that he might, if he has Dimension Shift, to try and wait until there's a monster in play?
Yes, I would absolutely think so. I don't think we're getting Gamma here again. And there's a monster on board now for the moment, so that's helping. But there is the Dimension Shifter on side of Tom Kleinegruber.
So now the question
so
is,
he waited.
Now the question is, because in my deck, for example, this would absolutely not be a problem. And we've already seen Dinkabuyu run Mannequin Cat. So I feel like at this point, if there's no Chaos Hunter in the deck, that's probably a deck building mistake, honestly.
Not playing to that Gamma, and that is huge.
I would really be surprised if there's no Chaos Hunter here, because I mean, I think Dinkabuyu builds pretty good decks. I feel like there should be a Chaos Hunter here, because like the Shifter was pretty damn common.
Like, this seems like a really clever thing to do.
There's a lot of
shifters. Resolve your Dimension Shifter. So this is the best way of doing that when you've already seen a Gamma.
And I think sometimes people are playing around cards like Triple Tactic Talents, so they don't really want to use their Shifter in the main phase. But Dinkabuyu, he's playing 3 engines in his main deck, so the space for non-engine cards like Talents is really limited. So I think it definitely makes sense to take that trade and just do it in the main phase here.
But now there is still a really good option for Dinkabuyu, something that's
maybe there's another hand trap paired with the Shifter.
Going for the good old Mannequin Cat, special summoning out the Shifter. I mean, we have had blue in hand as well, but this would be a way to special summon out blue from the deck by going Mannequin Cat, special summoning out the shifter. Of course, also giving your opponent one more card on the field so that you can special summon the Kashtira.
Yeah, but which is good for Kashtira, exactly. And I mean, that means you can then special summon out Jet instead, and now with the blue, you could just search for red or carrot. So that's actually really powerful of a play there. I can definitely see that coming down here.
Yeah, having that blue seems a really helpful extra thing under this shifter to be able to at least set up some interruption for your opponent.
Yeah, this is the engine that plays the best on the shifter, the Sprite engine, compared to the For Hire and the Runic engine. So it's definitely good that he has access to it here.
And there is the red.
No, I really like this because this is where we
feels like we want to go for Mannequin Cat because we don't want to go.
Presumably been doing this For Hire combo all weekend.
Start Jet, otherwise we could go Jet.
Against my Kashtira opponent under a Dimension Shifter with the cards I've got.
And look, it is a Mannequin Cat coming down, and does Tom have an answer to that?
In defense position, so you can't crash into it with the Dimensional Shifter. But the interesting part here is, will there be a Gamma from Tom's side? Because that one would be quite crucial.
Oh,
is there a Gamma
really
or Imperm?
Another Dimension Shifter for next time.
I mean, you can't activate it because there's already a card engraved.
Ah, but he's about to take the Dimension.
Oh, but there is a Gamma on the Mannequin Cat. So that was planned out perfectly by Dinkabui, but it is answered with an also powerful Psy-Frame Gear Gamma by Tom Kleinegräber.
This is not Gigantic Sprite. You have the red, so you can negate the Gamma and destroy it. And Mannequin Cat will still
get the
resolve,
shifter.
You cannot special summon something out from the deck, so no Jet here. There are drawbacks to Dinkabui's play here, but there is still the shifter. It all comes down to Tom Kleinegräber's Birth in hand or not, but there's also another card that I can see in the hand of Dinkabui, and it is the Ancient Organism.
That's strong. Wow. 2 cards being added to the back row.
We might see a really grindy game here with both players having the ideal opportunity to interrupt their opponents.
Oh, but that's a strong start right there from Tom Kleinegräber. He could dig for cards now, such as Harpy's Feather Duster, and get rid of that back row there.
Rod of Prosperity is basically, sometimes it feels like search for any card in your entire deck, right? Because excavating 6 cards, the chances of hitting cards you want is incredibly high, especially if you haven't drawn them already.
So what are we finding? That doesn't look too powerful to me at all. I mean, there is the Rysart. You could normal summon the Rysart, which would enable you to go into Donner while playing versus For Hire, which would be quite funny.
I like Tom just double-checking Dimension Shifter has 6 stars.
Oh, it would be also good to go to Run.
Very hopeful, being like, oh yeah, no, maybe it's got 7. All this time, no one's tried to use it before, but I could figure it out in this semi-final.
What did we take
for the first time?
You know what card would be crazy here? Virtual World Shen. One of Buzzy's favorites.
Look at that. There is the normal summon of the Rysart, and does Dinkabui answer that in any way?
Tom does seem to have his own For Hire card to use, his own copy of Donner Dagger For Hire, so that will let him clear the Dimension Shifter.
I must say, For Hires are really dominant this tournament.
You just played Donner.
Nobody saw that coming, right? So we are reading up on the Kashtira Rysart there.
So the special summon effect, I believe, of Rysart is the one that locks you into XYZ
absolutely.
Summon.
Banishes the Unicorn.
Very smart play there by Tom, just banishing the Unicorn.
It kind of sounds like there would be a Birth in hand.
Yeah, and that would be so strong right here. That would be really, really, really powerful. The thing is, okay. That Birth is really needed because you can't really afford to give Dinkabui another turn. There's Donner effect on the Sprite Red. That is resolving. Empty board again for the Kashtira player. Special summon Kashtira Fenrir. That is strong again, but there's
Organism, and the Organism is shutting down everything that this Fenrir could do. Search something? No. Attack? No. You're just sitting there now with your Fenrir, and it's not looking that scary anymore.
But is that the Birth?
There's also Birth, and that will enable us to do some Exceed plays. And Grave of the Super Ancient Organism doesn't do anything to rank 7s.
Grave of the Super Ancient Organism, such an old card.
Yeah, it didn't even know about ranked monsters.
Imagine Grave of the Super Ancient Organism thinking that monsters could not have a level.
Yeah, so exactly what Tom is doing here. He is using his ability to XYZ summon into Kashtira Shangri-Ira right there.
Do we think
attack position?
This is just to attack, to possibly summon a Zeus in main phase 2?
Yeah, I think it very well might be.
But it's super interesting that he decides to go for
My God, what was that? Prosperity, Birth, Fenrir, Gamma Shifter.
But potentially
this plays around. Flashing Fire.
That was what I was going to suggest. One of the nice things about Shangri-Ira is it combo.
Damn.
That is actually super smart there by Tom, not gonna lie. On the other hand, if you go for Zeus then, that Zeus is going to lose out to
But
Flashing
you're
Fire.
going to get rid of the most important card in the game right now, which is the Super Ancient Organism.
Fair enough.
Unfortunately, you're also going to lose your Kashtira Birth in the process, but we're waiting
damn, that's
something.
nasty.
And I mean, Tom is okay right now. He's not behind in life points.
Exactly.
He didn't need to get ahead there, so that's kind of nice. And there is the most powerful For Hire monster there is. There is Beat, the Bladesman For Hire.
Oh,
and it is being
gets
tributed
wrecked.
for Rookie For Hire.
This is where Dinka has a good advantage, I think, because Tom probably doesn't know.
Do we have another
where to
target for
interrupt
Rex,
his
is the question, or do we play only one
I mean, the
rookie?
last time he used Zeus on 2 For Hire monsters, he just won basically on the spot after a top
we have
deck.
Sprites?
So there is a good chance.
We have Sprite.
There's another Sprite Blue coming down. We got a level 2 monster. Now we have Sprite Blue on the field as well. This is strong stuff.
Tom has no cards left in hand, right?
After having 2 so more or less one-sided games in game 1 and game 2. This is really coming down to the wire, going back and forth.
And he will have to chain the Zeus here if Dinkabui decided to side in the Sprite Smashers, because if he waits for it, then that's
he can still side there.
Yeah, you can chain. Yeah,
he chain
the Zeus. Did he get a starter?
Yes, he got a starter. Does he run 2 reds?
No,
the first red is just sided out.
That would be interesting because it's quite threatening, and Tom has to decide whether he's willing to take that risk that Dinka has another red if he activates the Sprite starter.
But I mean, if Dinka gets Tom to activate the Zeus, he still has the graveyard effect of Rex Fright for hire and has the starter.
Exactly, so probably not so wise.
I think we may as well just link climb here. Look, there's Donner, and Donner would then again give us 2 for hire monsters from our graveyard, and there is, as I just said, the most powerful for hire there is in there. There is the good old Beat. Arguably, Beat and Rex are both pretty strong, but Beat is definitely something that searches from the deck.
I think if you're Tom now, you
have
to activate the Zeus.
Or use your back row.
If Dinka wanted to destroy the Zeus, he could destroy the Zeus. So why wouldn't you activate it now? You know, if Dinka cared about the Zeus, he would destroy it.
Yeah, certainly. So the Donner, is he going to do something about the Donner or not?
I mean, Tom also has 1 face-down card. I don't know if we know which one it is. It must not be an impermanence, because it would have been set to the column of the Ancient Organism, right?
Oh, it is an impermanence. Never mind.
Very interesting. Okay.
There comes the impermanence onto the Donner.
Couldn't we have just tributed Donner?
Oh, there's Rax being activated as well, adding back the Beat, special summoning the Beat.
This is again where the kind of the fear of the unknown might come into play for Tom, because he's got the Zeus, he's got to know when to activate it, but it's very difficult to know when the best time to activate Zeus is, when you don't know what your opponent's deck is capable of.
Oh, but it looks like he's strongly considering using it here, and that is indeed what's happening. The whole field is gone, except that 1 Zeus in the extra monster zone, and does Din have something to follow this up?
He has a Sprite starter. Usually that is quite the perfect starter, but you're only going to be able to summon a Carrot out. We have used Blue, we have used Jet this turn. Okay, we can just summon out Blue and not activate the effect.
It's the last card in hand.
But we have the Carrot hard drawn! This is going to be another extender, and Dinka actually has some plays here. Can he set up a field that beats the Zeus in defense position, or possibly a top deck of a Birth?
There is the Gigantic coming down, and also only a little bit over 2 minutes left, and that Sprite starter, of course, lost us 1,100 life points. So now Dinkabui, being on the clock, he has to come up with something here, and it has to be quick. There's Rex coming out from the extra deck, so again, access to our for hire engine.
Interestingly, Dinka's not used the effect to summon from the graveyard of Donner for hire this turn, so he could go into that now because he has a for hire. Oh, he doesn't even need a for hire monster.
Oh, but that is all. He just passed it back over to Tom. We were so excited, but now the Zeus runs over the Gigantic, and we just put another Zeus!
The second Zeus is supposed to seal the deal here for Tom. He wants to reach the finals finally.
And there's Birth from the top as well!
Birth. I cannot believe this. I think Dinka just drew for turn and passed, and now we have the Fenrir here. Tom is in the driver's seat, and that is the handshake! Tom Kaleinegräber, for the first time in his life, reaches the final of a YCS.
What a game, what a match! Tom Kaleinegräber overcomes the disadvantage of going second there in Game 3, and he will be playing, as you just said, his first YCS final of his life. What a match, wow.
What a well-played game from both players there. By playing around with the Zeus against an unknown deck.
Also, in the end, the speed of play, right? They were both exactly knowing what was going on, just passing it back and forth, and in the end, Tom Kaleinegräber being the one that comes out on top.
This man has tried it so often. This man has...
I mean... You can't blame anyone for losing to Shifter, Gamma, Imperm, Prosp, Fenrir, Birth. That is a freaking custom hand. It is what it is. Sometimes it is what it is, really, yeah. That is still a very impressive showing by Dinkabui. I respect that. Okay, that was crazy. Let's watch the finals. I know roughly what happened, but I didn't see all of it. Just for completion's sake, let's recap the finals, and then let's look at some, maybe some deck lists, or maybe some of the US ways. Yes. The commentary for this event is pretty good, I think, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand final of YCS 250 London 2023. Samir is here, and Tom, his opponent, Kashtira, Sprite. The journey of Visas Starfrost concludes in the Photon Hypernova here in London, as Tom begins with the special summon of Fenrir. Alberto, what an incredible journey it's been.
I mean, we have Samir, who shouldn't even have been here. He told us yesterday he was not prepared to come to London, and then here he's sitting on the final with his Sprite deck And I mean, it's been an incredible journey. He's faced a lot of different opponents, and then here he started things off with the sprint. Let's see if Tom has any response to this.
This is the best start that Samir could hope for here. Of course, he is playing the cash tier.
What do you mean the best start you can hope for?
He is indeed going to normal summon the Melfi to be able to
special
look into
Fenrir normal Melfi.
the nimble angler from the deck to the grave. Special summoning 2 beavers from the deck.
Absolutely, and we mentioned how Sprite was one of the decks in the top 8, the remaining, but Samir's version is quite unique with 3 copies of Swap Frogs, and as you mentioned, wow!
Nibiru, the primal being activated from Tom's hand here.
And the one-off.
The one-off copy!
Wait, he plays
just one Nibiru in Tom deck, wow!
Oh, because of cross
have the stars aligned? Okay, Book of Eclipse chained. This is going to keep the gigantic Sprite on the field, as the Nibiru does not tribute face-down monsters. Now, I don't think this is going to
yeah, exactly.
do too much.
But it's definitely a nice catch from the French player. Because obviously it doesn't matter if it's face-down, it's gonna still resolve.
All right, well, that is an absolutely incredible catch there, as you mentioned, from Samir. So activating the effect of the Gigantic Sprite in response, using the Nibiru, and because we're chaining the Book of Eclipse, because the way that Gigantic Sprite works, it has to detach a material as an effect, not as part of a cost. And so that way, we still get to keep extending.
Yeah,
great catch, but at the same time, maybe kind of unfortunate play from Tom, because he could have just used it on the summon, avoiding this interaction, but very well caught out by Samir. Not a surprise, he is a former European champion, already came close to winning a YCS, and now in the finals.
Yeah, no, that Nibiru, all right, that is a good start here. We've got the, I think was that a starter he starts our 2 set cards, and in the end phase, this should be flipped up.
Yeah, no?
No,
because it's only opponents, right? Yeah.
Okay, all right. Just making sure that that's how that works. Yeah, so the Nibiru Primal Being is, do you think there's a little bit of a conflict maybe with the Kashtira engine?
Definitely interesting, but the reason is Tom is maining the cross-out designators. So usually the Nibiru is a way for him to avoid getting Nibiru'd, but he do draw into the 1 copy, and that's exactly how it can work sometimes. So.
All right, well, it isn't going to matter too much in this scenario, because the perfect way to continue playing through this is the Kashtira Birth.
And I think, assuming from the way Samir played this out, he should have this Smasher being set on the field, because he had the starter with the Jet. So maybe he's holding that.
Yeah, no, it's an incredible back and forth that we've already seen here just in the first turn here. And yeah, the question is, how much has Samir managed to set up here alongside that Nibiru Primal Being token that came down from Tom? The Kashtira Ogre getting to search a Kashtira trap card from the deck. That is going to get Big Bang. All right, well, we're trying to find a way to continue through here. We also have Apotheosis.
Nice. I mean, Smashers here is
extending
nuts.
here, targeting the Ogre, and in response, is Samir going to
surely
use the Smashers if it's there?
You still have Earth to revive it. It's not that nuts.
Because we already seen Samir against Ryan activating the Smasher when the Theosis was activated from his opponent, but he has the Ash Blossom.
Yeah. Ash Blossom comes down.
Oh, cross-out designator in response. As you mentioned, he's playing the crossouts in the main deck. That was ideally supposed to negate any sort of disruption that you're
does he have the Smasher?
But he does have the Smashers, and here it comes from Samir in chain.
Yeah, so the Smashers here is going to, on resolution, banish a level 2 from his field, getting rid of the Sprite Blue, and of course, the Ogre.
Yeah, the Theos is not going to resolve, but now
I mean, we still have Birth, Revive,
whether
Over,
he has
attack over,
an option
2 of
to
those
continue.
things.
And at the very least, he's going to be able to use the second effect of the Birth, getting this Ogre back if he has nothing else for him, and just good old days, enter battle phase, you know, and attack with some of his monsters.
All right, well, going to the battle phase and clearing here would be pretty strong. There's kind of touched upon this a little bit before, and that's the follow-up of Sprite. I mean, a little bit lacking here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Definitely is. At the same time, we know there is a starter. So at the very worst case, that's enough to just keep playing through. But it seems like he did enter battle phase. Yep.
Banishing from the top of the deck with the effect of the
Ogre.
Yeah.
Well, if you just banish that blue, they draw an Angler.
That was the very top cards that he gets to remove there. Yeah.
Well, they can
you activate the top 5 and you just banish one of them face down. But then you don't get to change the order of the rest. That would have been a little too strong.
So yeah, he does get to still remain and keep the knowledge of what Samir is top decking here. So it is something to consider. But yeah, Tom not in that great of a position here. Ooh, okay, setting in the same column. All right.
Yeah. And
okay, I think he noticed that because he's putting in the same column. We need to use this in the end phase.
I mean, yeah, at the same time, he didn't have an effect monster, so he was safe regardless, but might as well use it here. And let's see. So, as we mentioned, the token, by the way, it's only 1400, as it only got to tribute to the sprint.
So resolving this in the end phase, and Samir is going to, well, proceed to turn 3 and try and capitalize on the decent start we had here. Tom has put in a lot of work to try and pick apart what he's set up, but I think it's now time for Samir to mount an offensive in this situation.
Because Samir now, with this play, might also be considering going for the Mosquito play.
Yeah, that's some big monsters in attack mode. Yep,
so
absolutely.
there's an Ibiru, so he could consider that.
Banish Nimbles, makes sense.
Okay, so as we can see here, he gets to activate his Birth, banishing 3, and at the same time he gets a card once it resolves. Since, of course, Samir activated a spell, that's the secondary, or rather tertiary effect of the Birth. So you get to banish some cards from the graveyard.
Samir has a lot of tools in his deck, just in the main here, to be able to you know, deal with a field like this after the top of the deck was shuffled. We don't actually know what the top is anymore after the shuffling of the starter there, so the Ogre effect isn't going to be relevant per se. And let's see what he picked up. Ooh, it looked like a Fenrir, I think, or was that from the previous turn?
Yeah, it was from the previous turn. He picked up maybe a trap?
Maybe an yeah. All right.
Yeah, we're gonna start things off with this Jet. At the same time, of course, the Kashtira Ogre is still there. So whether he's gonna be able to excavate again the top 5, potentially.
So all things considered, in this situation, assuming the face down is nothing, is Mosquito enough here?
It could have been, depending on how many monsters, but
no,
just due to the fact that he set it on the same column, maybe that's an impermanence. I think it could also be a bluff, very well.
Also the Big Bang we had it, right?
Yeah, because the
do
Big
you
Bang
already
was
know
added,
who won?
but,
I do already know
holding,
who won.
I think, a card at least. So,
but I still want to see how
maybe
they
a bluff if you're Samir. But let's see. Gonna get to add the starter.
And Samir is out of blues, right? Because one was banished and the other one is in the graveyard, right? So you cannot get it with the last starter, let's say.
Kashtira Big Bang is an underrated card on the field. It has a very good effect. It allows you to banish monsters when your opponent to sort of equalize the same number of monsters. But we cannot fulfill the condition of that because we did not establish a Kashtira XC on the field. So, yeah, I think Samir, unless he's really anticipating a...
Okay, Samir having a laugh by having his Monster Reborn banished face down. Really one of the few, if not the only players we have seen this weekend playing that card.
Well, Monster Reborn is part of a long legacy of amazing staples, and Samir, he had to put it in his deck. You know, knowing the way that he deck builds, he loves those classic cards. And yeah, unorthodox approach to deck building. It's completely been a great payoff for him throughout this tournament. He's managed to make it all the way to the final in a Sprite variant that I think maybe potentially isn't the most popular. You know, we've seen so much Runic this weekend, haven't we?
Exactly. I mean, we have seen a lot of different versions of Sprite this weekend, and we said that this was previously, you know, more popular maybe YCS Lyon with, especially because like Samir is on Swap Frogs, which we haven't seen so far this weekend, so it's totally awesome as well.
Still haven't used as Swap Frog in the 2 matches that we've had the pleasure to have him here, but it seems like he's out of the Nimbles. So at this point, he's gonna just try his best with this Gigantic.
I think he will also go Battle Phase, and then Memphis should go downward into Zeus.
Interesting.
He
attacks over, and it is the impermanence. Wow.
Oh, he kept Big Bang in hand. That's slick. That's smart.
That's pretty devastating. We're going to lose our attack that we gained from Gigantic Sprite. Remember, doubles the attack points of itself as it has an extra deck monster's material, but the negate of impermanence brings him down to be smaller than Nibiru.
That was nice.
Brutal turn here. As mentioned, Samir might have predicted this impermanence, but unfortunately, he just hoped that it was going to be a bluff. And I think now he's in a really tough spot. Nadir, as you mentioned, one of the downsides of this deck is just playing if you're bored, if you're, you know, whatever you have going on gets rid of. But let's see. The Fenrir at least last line of defense to stay in this.
Does not activate the effect of the Fenrir to get a search here, as we're only playing 2 copies of it. I was hoping maybe, you know, there's a little bit of a benefit. It's the a battle phase has taken place with an XC monster, but no way to extend and try and establish Zeus despite that in main phase 2. And so Tom is going to go directly to the battle phase here, it looks like, with a normal summon of the Fenrir with the Birth.
And here Samir just trying to survive because he's buying himself some time. Because otherwise this would have been a lot.
Yeah, but what are you even trying to go for at this stage?
Jet as a target here might potentially...
So Tom won game 1.
Okay, I didn't know that. At this stage?
Yeah, I think so. So maybe the double cross could be the only one. Let's see. Here, as mentioned, Birth is gonna just go and banish 3 more cards from his graveyard.
Birth is just an incredible card. It has so much utility and versatility to be able to remove cards from the graveyard, using it at the start of the turn here to perform a normal summon of a level 7 without tributing. And of course, the most important effect is every turn you can bring back something from your grave or banish zone.
Yep. And we do see the 3rd copy of starter from Samir. Not sure if he's even going to be able to get there, so let's see.
All right, Tom is making quick work of Samir's field here as we're putting... Oh, okay, on there, right.
I mean,
so he doesn't want to lose the banish here just so that he can keep his life points as much intact as possible.
And again, we're going to see the top 5. And
yes, Samir from Samir. All right, well, Samir has unfortunately been defeated in this round despite the fact that he got to go first. Team himself here and see if he can do anything like his game plan was set out to do. Turn 1.
And looking promising. I saw a starter and a blue, but let's see.
All right, that's a normal summon of level 2 and a special summon of blue, so can't complain too much. We're off to the races here. Gamma!
There's the Gamma.
There is the Gamma.
This is very, very powerful, because basically now you're able to stop the blue. We saw Samir having both the start and the triple tactic talent as well.
Yeah, I mean, Sprite Blue is the sort of heart and soul of the Sprite engine. It gets you into any other monster, which Jet gets you into another spell. We got triple talents in response here.
But the end is actually looking...
Hiba Naori, thank you for the 7 gift subs. Appreciate that so much. I think that is a sub-goal situation. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. First Pepe D post YCS London. Let's see if it's still fucked up.
More on the weak side outside of this Gamma for Tom. So this talent can actually hurt quite a bit. What do you think rid of here?
I mean, the Gamma we know is probably dead unless...
Appreciate that so much. Thank you.
Going to get banished. Book of Moon helps you going second, but there's not a lot of engine here, and that's exactly what Samir does, removing that Apotheosis as the extender.
Yeah, Theosis gone, and now we see the starter.
Little low on volume. Oh.
Round of applause from our crowd supporting the French player.
Because now you go for the Jet and you can take the double cross. Then you go for the sprint.
This is still really strong.
So it's super strong. Yeah.
You can do pretty much the same combos we've seen. You have access to the Melfi engine, potentially. And yeah, we get to the double cross. So this is still looking very promising for Samir. As you see, he's thinking about whether he should go for the Gigantic before or just get into the sprint, honestly.
Side-frame gear Gamma is pretty strong against Sprite if we start off with a big, powerful normal summon effect, because it doesn't just
it was a little bit of Mr. Destructoid at the end.
Because Samir actually opened probably one of the worst monsters you want to see.
We were so close to getting through the whole thing.
But, you know, still doing a little bit of work regardless, but it seems like Samir is just popping off here with the Gigantic Sprite into the carrot and now performing a Link Summon for that sprint.
Yeah, interesting sequence here. Usually you can go for the other way around, going for the sprint first and then the Gigantic. So I'm wondering what kind of line.
Yeah, I mean, because like you still get to keep the carrot at the end of it, don't you?
Exactly. So usually that's what you would go for. But I mean, we saw that. I think he's playing 2 copies of both, carrot and red. Yeah. So he has definitely a unique.
Okay, I mean, Tom's hand was pretty bad. What was it? Double Gamma.
Honestly, sometimes when you look at your opponent hand, you know what's enough.
Double Gamma, Theosis, Rise Hard. I don't even know what they took away. This looks like a pretty bad situation.
We might have a very quick game shoe here.
So the Book of Moon, the Rise Heart, and a Side-Frame Gear Gamma with a banished driver. So something off the top here has to be really powerful, otherwise Samir's first turn play here looks to be
I don't think it's possible.
Melfi set up with a double cross. All right, Samir going to think on the normal summon of the Rise Heart here.
Makes sense. He's thinking about finally using this Melfi carry, and he does.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to go for the carry here, because now you also prevent your opponent to continue, and then you also have the double cross.
So much disruption with just a small engine, right? The sprint bounce, the double cross, and the Melfi combo.
Yeah, I think he has more than enough for what Thomas is holding now.
Absolutely. Looking innocent, but actually quite deadly combo here that actually...
So I think we were double checking on the Neuron app to see...
Return this card to the hand, then you can add.
Will it still bounce? Does it actually matter here? And I think the way that this... I don't think that Tom believed that Book of Moon worked.
I think that still works. I think it's still this card.
That's exactly what they're asking right now, so I'm gonna bring it up for you guys.
I think it's still this card.
What the card says is that you can return this card to the end, and it says... this card
Monka Christ.
From your deck.
So yeah, we're just double checking with the judges here to make sure that this card works exactly how the PSCT works.
I'm pretty sure it still works. You could just book it beforehand, but...
Yeah, I think so.
So the Melfi engine, I mean, it's a little bit quite unorthodox, I suppose, to an extent. It's been popularized, I suppose, in the last couple of months here recently.
I don't think it matters that much, I don't think it matters because I don't think it's winnable. I don't think it's winnable for Tom either way, unless the card he drew was completely insane.
It's a very unfortunate line from Tom.
So they have ruled it that it resolves, yes.
From Samir, which I think makes sense when there is only one more card that could threaten you. Let's see.
So the book was wasted. The book was completely wasted.
Do you think it's correct to bounce it here?
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, because you protected the Herald.
Yeah.
That's why.
But the Melfi prevents your opponent from activating or attacking after a Melfi returns to the hand. And now you've just given that top deck an option. That's the special summon of the...
I mean, the Unicorn just gets double-crossed, and then...
Yeah. No, yeah, he cannot attack, and...
yeah,
well played.
Well, it doesn't matter because the double-cross...
It didn't matter. The Book of Moon interaction did not matter.
Really quick game 2 here, and the crowd already going crazy. Can't blame them. It is down to game 3. We mentioned how this was going to be a close one, and it is indeed a close one. But for the first time in this duel, finally Tom gets to go first. Maybe. I gotta say.
Samir versus
All right, let's show me that game 3.
Versus Germany.
I heard some crazy things about this game 3.
Game 3 final comes down to this as Tom gets to begin.
Okay, I saw a little bit of what's gonna happen.
This is what you want to see from a grand final, don't you?
Really hyped for this ending, and I can tell you already, I saw the MVP of the top 4 in a Kurikara in the end from Samir waiting there.
Okay.
So it's there.
Well, if there's a start for Tom, it's gonna be special summoning Unicorn, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, might as well.
Yeah, just a fun fact, you know, if you actually look through the database and type in Unicorn, about 3/4 of all those cards have been meta at some point.
That's fair enough. Fair enough.
All right, well, we're gonna go through the motions here using the Apotheosis with the Fenrir to be able to search here. How far do you go? How deep do you go? Do we 5-lock if we have it? Or do you play more conservatively?
I mean, I say it's the finals. Give us a show and just do it. Just do it. Yeah, just go all in. But now, of course, you want to take it somewhat conservatively. But again, at the same time, Samir has been on stream. Samir has been at the top tables. You might have know what he's playing, what kind of cards he has. And maybe going all in is the correct one.
I also think you really want to see if your opponent has any sort of interruptions before, you know, going into that approach. But
no Ash Blossoms or Impermanences, anything like that have been used so far.
You can see Samir for now pretty much ending back and just accepting his fate.
All right, so I don't think we're going to see a 5-lock here as we go for the big bang banish with the Rise Heart.
Yeah, and I saw an evenly matched banished, by the way.
Book of Eclipse as well. Yeah.
Let's see. We are still potentially going to see... Ooh, and he actually goes for the monster, which is an interesting one that probably leads to not going for a 5-lock. Usually what you would go for is, we've mentioned it plenty of times, the Spell and Traps.
Lampy, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. We are rewatching a little bit of YCS.
Yeah, sometimes it depends on your opponent.
Oh yeah, we've already used that.
Especially when they're playing Link Monsters, that's important for some decks. In this specific matchup, I don't think it is that much, but let's see. Let's see, because at the moment this opening is still very impressive from Tom.
All right, so Diablosis, the mind hacker, gets to look through the extra deck of Samir.
Is the Mosquito gone finally, or is he going to make the same mistake as Ryan, leaving that Mosquito there? Let's see.
Yeah, so typically you want to hit those powerful go second cards.
Yeah, there it is. I mean, I think someone watched the semi-final, yeah.
All right, so the zone will be blocked off here from the first banishing face down of the Diablosis, and then Samir will be banishing cards from the top of the deck equal to the number of banished cards, triggering the Shangri-La once again to block off all of those 3 zones underneath the extra monster zone.
Yeah. Samir did not check the last 4 cards, surprisingly.
They're all one-offs anyway.
Fair enough. And now play is back to Samir, and I can tell you, I also saw that he drew into a triple tactics talent, which is a great draw from the French player. Talent and Kurikara. This could actually be a good way to break this board.
All right, so question. There's been a bit of debate over the course of this entire format. Do you activate Shangri in the standby phase? A lot of players have been opting to not use it in the standby phase.
Yeah, I mean, again, it really depends on what cards you think your opponent is using, because with talent, that's fine. It's the trust that it could be an issue, but...
I think it's that Kurikara I'm kind of worried about here.
I agree with you, and sometimes it might be correct, and that's exactly what I think Samir is starting with. So Kurikara is the first card of this game 3 for Samir, getting rid of the Shangri-La and developing a 3000 attack monster.
It really does beg the question, you know, was Tom aware that Samir was playing this? Samir has been on feature. He's probably had his friends, you know, letting him know just exactly what is being played, and I think that might be a little bit of a misstep, don't you agree?
Yeah, no, especially because, like, as we were mentioning, this card has been played by most of our players this weekend, and I think, as you correctly mentioned, these guys maybe were close to each other, but there's another one. Is
that not once per turn?
Yeah. Wow.
There's another one.
Double Kurikara to talent as well. Incredible.
Unbelievable!
That's crazy.
Unbelievable! Samir activating the talents in response to steal the
Fenrir, which he can use, obviously. And what an opening by Samir. You can see him smiling. You can probably hear some of
Bro,
his
he has
crowd,
Beaver starter red.
Sorry, shouting over. I can barely hear the crowd are going
The last
crazy
three in hand is
now.
Beaver starter red.
Special summoned by the Shangri-La, right? This turn?
Yeah, so
he cannot put it into attack position, right?
He cannot switch the Fenrir.
Yeah, so this Fenrir should be in defense position.
Yeah. Bro, what?
We'll correct that momentarily. But yeah, this is an extremely powerful setup here by Samir. He is
the Fenrir should be in defense position. That cannot be an attack.
Is a sprite starter being activated as well.
Yeah.
What a hand from Samir.
Now they're gonna fix and put back the Fenrir to defense position correctly, but it cannot be switched as it was summoned this turn, but still making this what an opening.
Bro, that's some anime protagonist type of shit.
That is incredible.
That's an insane hand to draw in the finals of YCS. That's not real, dude.
Wow, opening multiples of that actually
Sleep Chief, thank you for the gift sub. Appreciate that.
Was powerful, having a second one.
Wow.
So what are the stats on it? One is 15, one is 30?
No, they're both 3,000. They're both 3 billion a monster, yeah?
Yeah, okay.
So those are your brethren, you know? I mean, yeah.
That's unbelievable, wow.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, Diablosis not really being able to interact or do much here just by itself. So a singular set card from Tom. It better be a good one.
Yeah, he definitely needs it. But, wow. The rest of the end, yeah, he does have
really strong,
red,
isn't it?
That's...
Oh, no, it's the dream opening, honestly. I think this is the kind of opening when you dream on Saturday night of being in the finals. That's what you imagine yourself drawing. And yeah, sometimes dreams do come true. And yeah, let's see if this will be the case for Samir.
Can Samir pick up his
Christ.
second victory for a final of a major tournament?
European champion already. Can he become a YCS champion? And not only a YCS champion, the champion of the largest ever European YCS.
That is an accolade that people would absolutely love to have, and Samir is within reach here as we have this double 3,000 Kurikara, the Nimble Hamsters, and Beavers being some special summoned from the deck here with the Angler.
Tom debating whether to actually use something face down. This must be the moment. Let's see.
So we searched Sprite Carrot, but we decided to special summon the red instead.
Yeah, which I agree with you. It's kind of debatable. Maybe flashbacks of that Nibiru from game 1.
6,000,
despite the fact that
16.
the gigantic Sprite is now negated, I don't think he's super worried about that, right?
No.
It was safer to go for the red.
Lucky the Mosquito is gone, so that at least is not an issue, but this is still so much. I think even if you just... Is he playing the Bimaru? Or something along those lines?
He's not playing with Bimaru. No. But now on the field, how many life points?
Because the Diablosis is like
62, 62, right?
28.
Not
so
game just yet, but what does he make?
All right, well, deciding what to go for here. He's considering the Bujin monster. No, we're going to go for a second sprint here. All right, so
just going to try and bounce back the Diablosis, and that's all you need, honestly.
He also had the Nimble Beaver as a normal summon.
Yeah, special summoning one from the deck.
And then he goes for another gigantic. And this is enough,
yeah,
right?
It's not even used its effect, so this is plenty of possible.
Look how fast he's playing. He knows it's within reach here. Searching out the Sprite Smashers, the gigantic on 3,200, 30-30 on the Kurikaras.
Moments away from being the YCS champion. You can see Samir thinking about it.
Any responses here? That is the Diablosis being banished attack for game. Victory for Samir.
God damn.
The crowd is going absolutely wild right now.
The crowd is going crazy right now, and you cannot blame them. What an ending and what a match we just went through. Wow.
Man, I mean,
what a fine.
Props to Samir, but you also gotta feel for Tom a little bit, dude. That's insane, too. Oh my god. Like, losing to a freaking custom hand like that is also kind of crazy. My god. But yeah, Samir is very wholesome in these moments when he wins like that. Well, yeah. He didn't have to use Shang. To be fair, you still lose, right? Like, to the Angler, to the Beaver starter talent opener, you still lose, right? There's no way you win. Can't Kurikara with 5 monster zones, but like, wait, what's the hand? Beaver, red, Kurikara talents. Do you win? You banish first monster on the board, lock all 5 monster zones. Yeah, I guess you'd lose. The thing is, though, making that play is so much like using hindsight. You know what I mean? Like it's so much like, because you've seen Book of Eclipse as well in the deck, right? And against Book of Eclipse, it's definitely better to summon another monster just to have the possibility that they can't out everything or something like that. I'm not sure if yeah. Also, how do you lock all the monster zones if you don't get the Fenrir? Because there's a beaver that summons an angler. There's a beaver that summons an angler, and then you can Arise Art banish, but that still leaves 1 on the board, right? You want to imperm the beaver and banish it? That's like such a huge commitment, though. Locking 4 is fine. I guess when the beaver is there, it's fine, yeah. I don't know. It's a lot of hindsight. It's just a matter of Kurikara was not as popular before this weekend. I feel like people did not play around it. I made the same experience. Like, people did not play around my Kurikaras at all. I literally Kurikara someone's board for 4 monsters this weekend because like no one played around it. And maybe it was just a matter of Tom not knowing that it was in Samir's deck and then just like didn't assume it was, right? So maybe that's just all there is to it, right? Anyways, insane finals and overall pretty insane YCS from the European perspective. Of course, I don't have the time to go through every single feature match and everything, but that coverage looks pretty hype. That coverage seems pretty hype. Pretty cool matches overall. Pretty damn intense. So that's cool. Sleeve Chief, thank you for the gift subs. Appreciate you guys. I would tell people to check out the restock, but I'm pretty sure since everyone loves the sleeve so much, everything is sold out already. But in case it's not, go ahead and exclamation mark sleeves and use Josh5 on the Sleeve Chief restock. All right. The thumbnail game is kind of on point.
Bref, c'est parti. La famille va vous présenter la deck profile de Samir Basham from Lyon. Wow. Samir Basham from Lyon. De la plus grosse team de France et d'Europe. Et s'il y en a, il est pas content.
Il se prend la sauce Michi dans son lit.
He looks so happy. I don't know what they're saying.
T'as Ryan qui était en allemand au début de la saison.
Normalement c'était Sprite Blue, mais
ils ont eu la nationalité américaine.
Le visa.
Le visa.
Le visa.
Visa passeport.
Il y en a, ils jouent à Yugi, ils ont que visa Star Force, ils ont pas le visa, frère.
Et du coup 3 jets. Et là je joue 2 reds et 2 carottes.
Toujours, hein.
Okay. That's another approach. I don't love it, but it's another approach on how you can make Sprite kind of have grind game by just having another entire set of the Sprite monsters on the follow-up turns. Not sure if I love that. It helps you play through hand traps.
Ah ouais, j'ai gardé un spray grotte en souvenir. Tu vois, fallait que je me souvienne qu'ils étaient allemands à leur origine.
Pourquoi c'est ratio, frère?
Bah en fait, c'est ça. L'objectif arrêté de Sprite, c'est de pouvoir extender un maximum de monstres. Les gens, ils veulent trop chercher à avoir des hand-traps en main et pile de quoi démarrer. Non, en vrai, le deck doit chercher à, quand il peut démarrer, déjà pouvoir extender, c'est-à-dire avoir un niveau 2 sur la place. Et une fois que tu as un niveau 2 sur la table, tu peux dérouler au maximum ton jeu. Donc maximiser ces ratios-là, c'est maximiser tes chances de pouvoir augmenter
maximum
tes
extenders.
Comme back les bancs.
I mean, I have noticed that sometimes you would draw like weird hands of like, you know, normal summon angler, special summon carrot or red, and that's like sometimes good enough. I don't know.
Ça compte les plans adverses parce que tu peux avoir les deux en même temps, donc annuler et une MP, un entrap ou un effet de monstre. Ça augmente tes chances d'avoir de l'avantage quand tu construis, et même pour construire ton board. C'est des negates, MP monstre.
Negate et extender, ils font 2, frère.
Incroyable. 3 grenouilles de monstre. Lucas, elle est comment la carte?
Ouh, frogs.
Ouais, en fait, absolument personne n'était d'accord. Grenouille de monstre, c'est de la merde, j'entendais ça. En fait, ça te donne. Dans mon open, je peux finir avec et l'open Malfi et l'open Toad si on n'interrompt pas. Si on m'interrompt, je finis avec l'open Melfi, quand même, ça veut dire que je suis mieux qu'un sprite classique parce que les sprites classiques, tu l'interromps, tu peux l'interrompre net. Moi, généralement, c'est je finis avec l'open Melfi quand même. Et si tu m'interromps pas, je peux finir et Toad et Melfi, du coup, là, c'est Exodia Moitié. Parce que double cross.
Okay, so I believe what he said was if you get stopped on Gigantic, you just make the Melfi stuff. If you don't get stopped on Gigantic, you get Toad. And if you have everything, you can just get Toad and Melfis, and then it's just GG's.
Cross, Melfi, Toad 2 fois, c'est bon. Et aussi, Grenouille Démon, là où c'est la meilleure main du jeu. Vraiment, c'est la meilleure main de sprite. C'est quand t'as ça et Angler. Ça fait trop long sur la table, t'as pas non. Il est obligé de dire, je conteste ce moment-là. Et en main de départ, si t'as les deux, juste ça, pas d'autres cartes. Hein. Si je prends un niveau 2, mais bref. Juste ça, ça te fait et Toad et le Melfi en open. Parce que tu vas faire le Bujinki, tu invoques direct Toad, et après tu normes à niveau 2, tu fais Exis gigantique, donc t'as plus ta zone pointée, tu spray, Blue Jet, bababam, sauce Biggie, supplément, salade, tomate, oignon. Donc voilà pour 3 Grenouilles Démons. Et aussi, la troisième quand tu la spray avec Toad. En fait, Toad, si tu fais
I like that.
Et que t'as ton Bujinki.
I like that because Toad solves a lot of problems of sprites, which is not only that it makes your end board stronger, because I honestly think the Toad combo requires that many monsters that just for one negate, it isn't even that, like, it's not even that worth it. But I like this in 2 ways. First of all, the fact that it makes some hands with Nimble Angler a lot better rather than just awful. Also, the fact that it adds back a beaver, I think, is really, really underrated. The amount of follow-up that you get by just having that one beaver, like just guaranteed follow-up that way, I think is really nice.
Qui a Shima, ça je voulais t'expliquer. Quand t'es lock, par rapport à la zone pointée et double cross, et ben moi ce que je fais, c'est qu'en stand-by, je fais effet Toad, je space swap, je prends mon sprint parce qu'à partir du moment où je tribute mon Toad, bah mon sprint est plus vivant dans une open comme ça, et je détache l'autre matos et je coupe plus mon Bujinki à Hashima, donc j'ai le double Toad quand même, avec le double cross. Donc juste, voilà pourquoi il faut jouer 3 sur 3. 3 beavers, je présente pas, des anglers, je présente pas. Un Melfi Chag, je joue pas plus. La tête, franchement, ils sont beaucoup venus en. Franchement, en fin de top, ils sont beaucoup venus en main quand même. Mais du coup, ça m'aide pas. Mais voilà. Bon, pas besoin de décrire le combo Melfi classique, hein, les l'ont déjà expliqué. Hein. De Fenrir. Fenrir, c'est pareil, c'est dans le délire d'Extender parce que c'est où il te faut 2 niveaux 2 pour démarrer ou un monstre P et un niveau 2 et ça augmente le fait de pas être normal summon dépendant. Vous forcez les réponses adverses et après une norme tu pars en cacahuète. Franchement de Fenrir. Faut vous dire je jouais même à 3 pendant un moment et après j'expliquerai pourquoi je joue plus de 2.
Et surtout dans le
dans ce format il attrape beaucoup de choses.
Bah il attrape les Book of Moon, il attrape les Riser Pass aussi.
Et même bon si tu connais pas mon deck, bah Fenrir First Play, est-ce que je joue cash? J'ai une main moyenne. Les entrappes, je joue pas beaucoup. Je joue que 3 H et 2 Imperm. Je trouve que c'est un peu useless les entrappes. En fait, elles sont là pour être là. Non, exactement. H, c'est la seule vraie entrappe du format parce que c'est la seule qui prend tous les decks de manière générale.
So far, I'm gonna be honest, I don't really see how this deck performs super well going second.
Quand le Kashira fait l'open, est-ce qu'il respecte Nib, est-ce qu'il respecte pas Nib?
Especially into Kashira. Like 3 Ash, 2 Imperm, 2 Fenrir. So far, you're not breaking shit.
Level 4. Et s'il respecte Nib, et ben tu peux tenter de faire Imperm sur Ericer tout simplement. Et ça attrape Runic, ça attrape beaucoup de decks mais moins. En fait c'est que l'Imperm elle attrape moins. Elle attrape moins en vérité. Elle est moyenne et ce format là faut absolument pas en avoir 2 en main. C'est pour ça qu'il y en a que 2. Parce que là je l'avais vraiment pas en main. Je double, t'as perdu. On va passer aux magies. Je joue 2 TTT. TTT c'est par rapport à Gamma. Parce que j'ai essayé de focus les Gamma, les dégradés en trappe, la remontada sans cibler. Parce que j'ai aussi 2 manettes. J'aime bien voler les monstres. La tête c'est trop bien dans ce format de voler les monstres. Manette, bon c'est pas trop décrire, c'est déjà rapide. Hein. Force Starter, Smasher, ça c'est classique. 2 Eclipse. Au début je voulais jouer Moon, j'ai choisi Eclipse à la fin. Parce que. Alors je vous explique, je me suis dit, je joue pas Nib. J'affronte quelqu'un, il dit je joue pas autour de Nib, il gagne le dé. Je fais quoi? Je fais quoi? J'ai perdu le duel, j'abandonne, je mets mon deck dans ma deckbox, je bannis mon mono de Zeus. Mon Moon il va me l'annuler avec Soravis ou Lance. Alors je peux pas accepter ça. Il y a un Fenrir, je peux pas tout gérer. Il y a un lock qui va arriver dans 2 minutes. Bah je me suis dit, mieux vaut que je mette Eclipse.
Et s'il a pas H, je
joue 2 Zeus, je mets Eclipse, aux F de H. Franchement si je pense à ça, il y a des limites. Et en gros bah. Ça me permet de break le board, même s'il me fait lance, j'ai break quand même au moins une menace, donc j'ai fait mon CA techniquement. Et ça me permet de faire side Zeus et de comeback le board. C'est mon seul moyen de comeback, le lock goggle, game 1. Maintenant, Monster Rebound. En fait, il a dit comme quand il
Why? That card doesn't make any sense.
En gros, et j'ai beaucoup pensé à Gamma pour Steel XS. Et j'ai beaucoup pensé aussi sur le fait que si on gère le niveau 2, je peux pas extender. Et c'est d'ailleurs l'avantage de Runic qu'il avait sur le sprite pur. Et je me suis dit, je veux l'avantage de Runic et je veux pas jouer Runic. Donc j'ai réfléchi, j'ai cherché un peu tous les trucs qui se paient niveau 2 et je me suis dit au final, mais attends, il y a une carte à une qui se paie sans me toucher mon extra deck ou toucher mon main deck et le rendre pourri. Mon niveau 2, à partir du moment où j'ai link à niveau 2 ou qui m'a fait shifter ou n'importe. Hein. Et ben Reborn ça a fait une spé gratuite, c'est un body comme Fenrir, d'où le fait que je coupe de Fenrir. Ça me fait un body comme Fenrir, sauf que là c'est vraiment un niveau 2 assez facilement. Voilà pourquoi je joue mon Storyboard. C'est un gros extender. Et au-delà de ça, le côté versatile, par exemple, vous voyez qu'on Branded, tu peux le faire sur la seule cible
I don't understand the reborn.
pour lui forcer. Il y a vraiment beaucoup
I don't
de
understand the
reborn. Et puis bon, c'est pas un pour rien. Franchement, là, elle a son format. Plumeau. Pareil, pour break les MP un peu versus labyrinthe, je voulais un peu avoir meilleur contrôle. Donc Kashira, en fait, beaucoup de gens se mettent à cette carte par rapport à l'environnement du format et je voulais avoir potentiellement un avantage. C'est ma seule carte qui peut pas se jouer en go first. Donc, si vous regardez tout le deck, c'est la seule carte qui n'a pas d'intérêt en go first, c'est-à-dire où je peux interagir avec le tour adverse. Et je me suis dit, c'est raisonnable pour l'avantage que ça va m'apporter dans ce tournoi. Et pour finir, un double cross. Voilà pour le main deck. J'ai jamais fait un main deck aussi longtemps pour le deck. Je passe au side deck ou l'extra, les gars?
Side. Extra.
Mon teammate a parlé. 40, il y a un autre chip. Attends, ouais, ça je précise. Ah, faut jouer que à 40, bande de ans. Ça existe pas de jouer à plus de 40.
Bande de ans.
Ah ouais, moi je vois à chaque fois, j'entends des chiffres 43, des chiffres mystiques. J'ai envie de me couper les veines à chaque fois que j'entends une prouver la plus de temps.
Ça l'a calmé, frère.
Oh putain, t'as pas pris l'extra. Attendez.
Bon, vas-y, donne, tu as fait le side.
On va passer le side deck.
Fais les 10 de ta side.
Non, ça c'est toi, Makato. Une gosse belle, un drôle. Bon, je vais vous montrer d'abord les x1. Je vais vous montrer les x1 comme ça y a pas de blabla. Bon, je vais vous expliquer. Alors en fait, le format il est très ouvert. Par rapport à ça, il faut beaucoup jouer dans de la modulation, c'est-à-dire des cartes que tu dis, ça contribue à un rôle. Par exemple, je vais donner l'exemple le plus simple, Droll, avec Shifter le plus simple, le plus compréhensible. Droll et Shifter, c'est des cartes pour contrer FTK deck, runique. Alors, pour donner un exemple, et ça me donnait un certain nombre de side pour les stats, c'est-à-dire je passais une chance sur 2, parce qu'il y a 4. En fait, toutes les fois là que vous voyez, c'est que par rapport à des délires comme ça.
Okay, who speaks French? What's the reasoning? Bologna Benz, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back.
Vraiment, c'est que des combinateurs. Et normalement, je fais mais voilà. Pour expliquer un peu les fois.
Actually, don't tell me the reasoning. Don't tell me the reasoning. I don't want to know.
Les fois sont là pour compléter l'ensemble de ce ratio. Dans les x3 du side, c'est Shifter, Kurikara et Vanilla. Je trouve que c'est les 3 grosses cartes du format post-side et de l'avantage que je peux jouer dans mon deck parce que Shifter en soi, je vais en just play, donc ça me dérange pas du tout, ni Stico TK. Ça ne gêne aucune de mes 2 lignes, juste short swap rock, ça veut dire. Kurikara, je trouve que ça fait de la présence en fait. Je voulais pas jouer les Kaiju parce que les Kaiju c'est pas du CA, c'est du moins. Et je voulais une présence dans mon terrain. Je risque certaines game states si l'autre par exemple il déclare pas le Shangri-La en stand-by et qu'il va pas jouer autour de Nib. Mais de side, j'ai aussi Evenly et Book of Eclipse. En fait, tout se combine pour l'idée pour forcer les réponses. Et du coup, c'est par rapport au CA, Shifter, ouais, j'ai expliqué un Shifter, je pense, c'est pas besoin d'expliquer. Evenly, là sur ce format, c'est Evenly, je pense que tout le monde comprendra. Et 2 parfums anti-magiques.
2 FTK.
Ouais. Depuis que j'ai vaincu à l'Europe, faut bien le jouer maintenant.
2.
Franchement, gagner le dé, perdre le dé, game 3 quand je commence, j'ai bien envie de faire des petits parfums pour que ça nerf.
J'ai trié, mais je sais pas si tu veux les.
Ouais, si ça va, non, ça va. Donc, du coup, je joue 2 Zeus. Par rapport à Keshira, j'ai pas trop besoin d'expliquer. À la base, je jouais qu'un, franchement, parce que ça me dérange pas qu'on bannisse le 2. Et c'est juste l'histoire du Book of Eclipse que je vous ai dit pour gérer le Shangri-La. En fait, je perdais contre les gens qui respectaient pas Nib si je jouais pas de Zeus. J'avais 0 solution, 0. Parce que je perds la battle, j'ai perdu. J'ai forcément perdu le Zeus si j'avais pas de Zeus. Et 2 gigantiques. Franchement, gigantique, des fois, je me dis à 3, c'est 11 déjà. Mais j'ai pas la place là pour le. Mannequin 4, c'est Tafana pour 2. Mannequin 4, franchement, pas besoin de cible spéciale à Mannequin 4. La carte se suffit à elle-même. Elle t'aide à tuer, elle a 2000 points d'attaque. Elle permet beaucoup de spé tes petits sprites carottes, raid ou Fenrir. C'est largement suffisant. Ça apporte. T'as pas besoin de plus en vrai. Et ça permet aussi de. Là, ça, c'est par contre, c'est un point très important. Ça permet aussi que les joueurs cash tirés qui ont osé vous faire une entrape, de les punir en leur mettant un mot sur la table. Tu dis, allez frère, prends ta hache en mode attaque s'il te plaît, chic, et ma mannequin 4 en def.
Tu joues hache encore.
C'est quand qu'on hache.
I feel the extra deck is the least interesting part.
Ouais, j'en ai fait des gamins fait tirer comme c'était.
Non, t'en as pas fait.
There's like so much engine requirement. Like you need to run the Toad, you need to run the Melfi stuff. There's like not that much room for.
Il arrive comme ça, un ninja. Eh ouais, mon premier deck ninja. Maintenant le Melfi de la forêt, pas besoin d'expliquer. J'ai vu que t'es y allé deux en même temps.
Merci les Melfi.
2 Sprite Spring, pareil pour le même délire. En fait, il y a 2 délires. Par rapport à Kashira, mais au-delà de par rapport à Kashira, si je néglige Kashira, ce qui est la raison de base de Sprite Spring, c'est que si on te négate le premier Sprite Spring, même si c'est un play tardif, c'est-à-dire quelqu'un qui a 1000 pièges de main, et ben j'ai encore du follow-up pour full extender. Si ça passe prochain tour, tiens, je te refais Sprite Spring, vas-y, la mec, je vais finir par passer mon angleur. C'est juste pour ça qu'il y en a 2. Un Boudin Kashima, ça, même si je jouerais pas tout, je le jouerais. Déjà, ils se rendent pas compte à quel point c'est une carte de remontada. En fait, ça te permet, sans faire sprint, de pouvoir faire une Xyz et d'avoir un gigant assez facilement. C'est comme si t'avais 2 Xyz avec ce play. Vraiment, elle est forte la carte. Mascarena, c'est pour jouer, pour respecter Dim Barrier. Si j'ai pas Mascarena, tu peux pas respecter Dim Barrier, ça veut dire que si tu me dis Dim Barrier ici, bah j'ai perdu en fait. Et alors que là, je peux extender. Et ma derrière, Link, oh Goddess. Comment il change pas Goddess?
Underworld Goddess.
C'est combien de gens avec Goddess? 6. Oh, c'est trop fort. En fait, vous voyez l'exemple de Swapfrock Tangler? Ah ouais, mais quand je dis je les ai attrapés, genre c'était porte parfum qu'il y avait. Il y avait genre des 8 negate. Goddess, frère, chic, sors-moi un truc ici maintenant. Sors-moi, t'as une terme, t'as gagné. Y'a pas d'hyper, bah t'as perdu. Et parce que Goddess, pas affecté, c'est Dark Couleur en fait, c'est Dark Couleur dans l'extra. Et en fait, comme je l'ai dit, vu que mon but de mon deck, c'est de créer de la grosse présence. Si je crée trop de présence, l'adversaire il dit je dois attendre des plays ciblés. Ça veut dire j'attends qu'il touche son extra deck, qu'il commence à faire du moins pour faire des plays d'extra. Et c'est là que Goddess gagne son intérêt. Ça veut dire que quand j'ai réussi à gagner le combat de je peux placer des monstres sur le terrain, bah, je place 5 monstres. Et d'un coup je réduis les monstres. Pareil. Donc bonne soirée le petit synchro Melfi. Pas cadeau de faire à part la team. En fait, rien que le fait de dire que tu peux spé en quick puis faire spray. En fait,
of course, yeah. Okay. Not a very conventional sprite list. I don't know. It's not like bad. I like some of the ideas. And clearly it did work, so congrats. I'm always rooting for fellow sprite enjoyers. So that's cool. All right. And that's the European YCS done. In the books. Very cool. Very cool coverage. Very cool event. I enjoyed that a lot. Okay. Let us talk about the US one a little bit, shall we? Because that's the one I almost saw nothing from this YCS. Like, nothing. Like, I know who won. I know who won, and I saw, like, a feature match at the end of day 1 of YCS London. We were chilling in the hotel room. We watched one feature match or something. And then the same on Sunday. So, like, I've seen, like, very, very little. Karak, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate that. Thank you for your Prime. That helps a lot. Thank you. So let's, I don't know. I mean, sadly, they don't have the feature matches uploaded like this. Like, you gotta give it to the European coverage team. Like, the coverage is always on point, and like, look at this. Look at how beautiful you can like navigate through all this and just watch whatever is interesting. But like here, it's just like you have the blob of the live stream. That's all. So I don't know exactly what we're gonna. We have Mathmech versus Dark. Oh, Furman. Did Furman top?
Rule. In fact, if you have some in your main deck, you're probably siding it out against Dark World because it's such a heavy combo deck. But then the players can take advantage of that.
Please tell me Furman top
side in
Dark
cards
World.
like Skill Drain.
Yep.
This is just classic Dark World. Skill Drain, Gates.
Yep.
I love it.
This is way back when the first Dark World structure deck came out.
Yeah, this is cool. And now Gates is going to banish the Gintro, so that'll be able to special summon back. And now he's going to try and discard, but Ash Blossom is going to stop him from discarding and drawing. Will this skill drain
he
be
lost
enough
round
to
12 on the
get
bubble.
Furman back
Unfortunate.
into it? That is good. I was wondering how they were.
Okay, well then I guess he wins this one.
Yeah, skill
Okay,
drain's
looks
a good
like
way.
he's
Called
winning.
by the Graves, another one, but
The Sky
We have here.
dealt with Nishuria Beast.
Oh yeah, this is the one. This is the one out of all the matches that we watched when like when we were at the hotel room after day 2. Literally Sky Striker, dude. How is there Sky Striker at 911? Can someone explain that to me? And to Almighty, thank you for the Prime. Welcome to the channel. Appreciate the support. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Definitely wasn't on my bingo card for this event, but I'm going to add it.
Any news if you're attending the Edison tournament? I will attend the Edison tournament. Yes, we have found a solution where it's going to be streamed on my channel, but I can also play in it. Yes.
Now, this is something that I didn't anticipate. Yeah, when we were talking about the matches that started, we were like, oh, Naturia Beast, who's going second. This should be easy for Michael, but Roman's saying no. That's the thing about when you play someone with a dedicated deck, you can tell his heart
Wait,
and soul
Sky
in his
Striker
deck.
won?
Right, they are side deck shuffled up and presented their decks to each other. It's game
Let's watch game
number
3.
3 of the final round of Swiss. After this game, we will be cutting to top 64.
All right, so with the extensions and the extra time added on,
Watch top 64 with tier. What do you mean top 64 with tier? Did tier Lemon top the YCS?
looks like Michael has chosen to go first.
They did. Oh my god, what?
This is not the time to be indecisive once again.
Runic tip, he's gonna let him add any runic card. Oh, but he's gonna use the effect to summon. Interesting, so that must mean he doesn't have any other runic cards in the hand, I'd assume. Usually want to save tip to just add runic fountain.
God damn, Von Chick, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome back to month number 3. Did you just...
Now, Runic Tip summons
Did you just tip to summon? Michael M. Did you just go Runic Tip to summon is my question.
So he's going to set not a good hand here for Michael. He's going to be able to gain 1,000 during the end phase, but no. Roman says, no, I'm going to effect failure your Munin, so you're not going to be able to gain that 1,000 on me here during the end phase. Incredible. Something you normally don't want to do, but as the clock's winding down, huge. Roman has Ray. He's going to link it away into Hayate.
Oh, no.
He wants to get ahead in life points.
No.
Use the effect here to send something down. It's going to be engage. Main 2, we're going to switch out.
Yeah, Michael's deck just really let him down here in game 2 and 3. Just really wasn't able to get anything started. None of the Naturia cards to really get his strategy online.
And he wasn't able to get the lead in life points either.
He was close. He tried.
I think even with those 1,000, the Hayate gets passed by 500.
Yep.
Banishing 3.
Ghost Bell.
Area 0. DD Crow.
Yep, definitely.
Well, this deck's straight out of 2019.
Sky Striker strategy.
And then we're getting the Area 0 right here.
And that's Michael realizes he's not going to be able to win this game. He drew so bad here.
That's not a good hand. That's not a good
blessing. Yeah, you want to add the blessing. You don't want to open it. Just no Naturia monsters. But
yeah, only way he was winning that one was if he did manage to get the lead there.
Yeah, the Munin, he put all his eggs in the Munin basket, but
he don't get both thousands as well. Like, can't lose the Munin to battle either.
Oh, that is true.
Hold up. Top 64 YCS Los Angeles. 33 Kashtiras, 7 Runic Naturia, 5 Sprite, 3 Despia. Despia kick W. 2 Drydrons, 2 Mathmex, 2 Flunder, a Runic Plunder, a Kaiju deck, whatever that means. Adventure Scareclaw. Hold up, let me... Adventure Scareclaw, Marincess, Sword Soul, Tearlaments, Punk, Trap Tricks, Rika, Sky Striker. Bro. Does anyone have the graphic for EU? Do we have the graphic for EU? Because the spreadsheet, I'm pretty sure the spreadsheet has not been updated yet. I checked this morning. It does make sense because Septo was also at the YCS, I think, so probably just didn't have time yet. We don't have the full breakdown. Okay. The Kaiju deck list. How? How did... All right. Wait, and you said top 64 feature match was Tearlaments? Lord. Load immediately, please.
The deck to the graveyard.
It is Tearlaments.
The effect to special summon Sharon. Sending
a Squamata.
Sharon, discard Squamata.
Ah, so we've got some actual shadows in here as well.
Mill Rhino Heart.
I'm gonna mill 3 cards. I can't tell what that card at the top is. That Rhino Heart? It's a Rhino Heart. Rhino Heart has been sent to the graveyard, and we're gonna have to develop some big chain links with this deck.
Effects.
Now, for Tearlaments, one thing to always be careful of, and one of the things that's very easy to overlook, is the attack change that happens over with the field spell as well as Scream.
Yes. Haven't seen Scream quite yet.
Discard Tearlaments Kashtira. Summon Rhino
Rhino Heart summoned back onto the field, I believe, with Rhino Heart's effect. And it sent the Tearlaments Kashtira. And we also have a Beast also sent to via the Squamata.
And that's going to get another card draw right here.
Now
we're going to send
Keldo
down for the Kashtira, and we hit Keldo. Now, probably why you didn't recognize that Rhino Heart right there is that that's the ultimate rare Rhino Heart. You can see his background, he's just popping off of it.
That's why, that's why. And we're getting a Havness sent to the graveyard.
All right.
Now, what are we fusing into? Winda?
They are at 1. So you won't be able to send one from using their effects to send cards and also get the same name into the graveyard anymore.
King of the Swamp.
Swamp from the hand.
From hand.
That's going to make Tearlaments
Rule Kalos.
Named fusion material is not available, not legal, but that doesn't mean you can't substitute for it with King of the Swamp.
Yeah, that's why we're seeing a lot more King of the Swamp. In fact, it changes the whole landscape of fusion monsters in general.
Why?
It's not just Rukalos that you can get into your deck. You can get Grapha as well, who we saw a couple rounds ago.
Yes.
Okay.
It's going to provide a bit of protection against spell traps and monster effects.
The normal summon is going to be Diviner of the Herald, a pretty good one. You're going to send one more fairy to the graveyard, and it will be...
Oh, nah! Get it twisted. You have one good mill.
And I think it's a good choice in terms of...
It's only Merly.
We would be scared to activate. What if my opponent is playing the Mirror Mat and I send some of their cards and they start to trigger their cards? But now there's a lot less to worry about. But maybe for this matchup, it might not be so good. What if you hit into a Sacred Tree?
Like a lot of times, these decks are more...
The funny thing is, I'm pretty sure this mill, this mill 5 probably had better expected value for the opponent. I'm pretty sure that had a better expected value for the opponent.
To use in exactly that way.
Because of the 3 Sacred Trees and the Naturias and the...
Now you hit a Scream on that as well.
And the Runics.
Grab a copy of Celiac. This one's going to be able to be set.
So like now we have monster effect negation. Or maybe if it's sent to the graveyard later on, it could generate another monster into the hand.
I mean, we can make Barone here. Barone, Rukalos, Sharon. That's pretty strong.
Yes. Unlike the branded strategy, we're not going to be locked into only doing fusions here.
We disagree. Okay.
I got an Xyz monster. It's Time Thief Redoer.
Now this card does not detach for cost. It detaches for the effect and can trigger some of the fusing effects of these Teal'c monsters.
Yeah, it's like we traveled back in time to early day 1 when we talked about that.
Oh, yes.
JVD has Nibiru. That's going to be thrown straight in Rukalos' effect.
Now, is there going to be a follow-up disruption to stop the Rukalos?
Doesn't look like it, but now Redoer is going to zap out of this timeline and into a different one.
And
Sharon F, Rukalos F.
Chain 2 cards. I believe the Rukalos can come back. And we're going to perform another fusion summon.
Make Kaleido Heart here? No, Winda, right?
Oh, you got the Shadow Beast and a Dark Monster.
Are we going to see a Winda today?
Seems likely. That's usually what you make with that particular combination. I mean, it could be I guess it could be a Mud Dragon.
I mean, it's really open-ended, especially when the fusion material on the recipe is a little bit more generic. And we are seeing the Mud Dragon rather than the Winda.
Yeah, now that's probably a case of...
Why did you not just make Barone...
Oh, it's Runic. Oh, I need targeting protection.
The other... Wait, like, just leave the Sharon on the board.
I think we're going to see a synchro play here.
The Sharon with the Saliak. They added a Saliak. The Sharon was going to be a lot better than the Redoer now.
Baron, and that Rukalos is big because of the planet. Sets one face down, and then Time Thief Redoer returns.
I mean, Redoer gets you most likely a spell in this matchup, but still, like, you would rather have... You'd rather have a Sharon here, I'm pretty sure.
And I haven't seen the Triple Tactic Thrust. But these, unlike Triple Tactic Style, which needs to catch the monster effect during the main phase, Thrust just needs to catch it within the turn. You can be able to activate it out. We are seeing, I believe there's a flashing fire.
Flashing fire on the... I feel like...
Can't escape.
There's one Shuffler, Pearl of Rhino.
I mean, if we get the Time Thief Redoer, if it does go through, likely, I would say high chance to get the spell card, but no, it is going to be destroyed.
Banish Havness? Alright.
Did we hit a name?
Hit Rhinoheart. I didn't quite see the one beneath it is. Fountain is activated next.
I believe there is 3 cards in the graveyard to be put back to the bottom of the deck.
We're Freezing Curses next. It's interesting that the Fountain went
There are
through.
talents in
hand. To
hand?
negate the activation of this particular card. If the activation is negated, I don't believe the Fountain will get to activate to get the card draws.
Also, if you let this through, then your Baron's just blank for the rest of the turn.
I pointed to the card.
No, it's Slumber, I think. I think it's Slumber and Destruction. Yeah, we can't play through the Shuffler. The Shuffler is what kills us.
Let's take a look at Baron's text right there. I believe it negates the activation.
I believe it does negate the activation.
This does not work. Yes, you cannot activate.
The players continue to play because there is the Keldo in the graveyard. Keldo is going to attempt to target the 3 cards.
They mess it up, but then fix it. I mean, it doesn't matter. The game is over anyways, right?
Yeah, it does negate the activation, and Fountain does require the activation.
You let him draw 1? Why did you let him draw 1? Why would you go Keldo? Target only 2 of them things.
In case of the Fountain activating, it's just the Keldo activating.
Anyways, this is over. Yeah, this is game 1.
You're not in the clear yet. It almost feels like back in the day of Gores.
Wait, why is it game 3 already?
But we're going to see it put back into the hand, and Keldo back. I believe it is so. We're going to be negating the activation and destroying it. Keldo, if those cards...
Oh, I skipped too long. I skipped too far. Okay.
Burial good. Like, take higher
things. Well, that main deck clip.
Like, oh, a lot of things
at all.
Monster effect.
All right.
We're going to start by special summoning monster out of the extra deck.
It has a flashing fire for the summoning.
Yeah, it's Hugin.
Hugin is going to be discarding a Freezing Curse.
You can always tell the Freezing Curse by the blue.
No Havness, never lucky.
And it's also very bright orange on the other side. So we got to the Runic Fountain. We have 2 spell cards in the graveyard. Are we going to push forward? And how are we going to push forward?
Okay, we got a
I mean, that sounds like that looks like a pretty convincing win.
Send a Naturia card to the
if you open like that. That sounds pretty straightforward.
We have received a Mole Cricket. A Mole Cricket does feel better in the graveyard than in the hand, for sure.
We go with the Blessing next to special summon. There's Mole Cricket on the field.
Feels better on the field. We're going to activate the effect of Mole Cricket and substitute the cost with Camellia's effect. So we're going to send 2 cards from the top of the deck to the graveyard. I love that effect.
Hits 2 more spells as well.
And we see the Sunflower. Special summon from the deck.
So perfect opening so far. But upon that special summon, Kelbeck, the Ancient Vanguard, is being activated to try to special summon and return it to hand.
Now, because the Camellia already activated, Sunflower will need to tribute itself and another Naturia monster to get the negation. Otherwise, it will be returned to hand.
That's really annoying.
Graveyard there. Wants to let it
but if you go Sunflower here, the Kelbeck mills 5. You just have to accept
it.
it.
You could potentially just summon it back on.
Yeah.
But we're going to see it put back into the hand, and Kelbeck will be summoned onto the field.
Now, seeing the Kelbeck there means that it is safe to just drop Naturia Beast here. It's not going to get bounced back itself. And since a Naturia monster was summoned, you can get Naturia Mole Cricket back onto the field.
We could probably reset a couple of these cards, but I don't know how many copies of Sunflower there are. But if it's in the hand, you can pretty much predict that the Mole Cricket probably can't summon it out.
Still need to banish 3.
All right, so next time...
Have we looked at the new Monarch Kaiju? We have not.
It won't be. And as a result, we're going to...
Yo, what's up, Vlad? How you doing?
Bottom of the deck, draw 3 more cards.
That's a lot of card advantage.
And it's taken Cyphering Gear Gamma out of Caleb's deck, revealing that he does in fact play it.
I feel like there has to have been like some Barone line of play
absolutely.
Of course, it might just put that driver on top of the deck to be drawn.
Foolish Barrow Goods being negated by Naturia Beast.
What was that card?
Now note that Naturia Beast does need to stay on the field.
What was that card?
Chain there, didn't quite see what it was. I assume it was the
Havness?
Castro. That gets hit by an Ash Blossom, and then Rhinoheart is normal summoned. Naturia Beast not quite as threatening in this matchup as it would be, say, in that Sky Striker duel from last round, but still a very imposing card.
And there's a lot of cards. Like the field spells can't really go through, but let's jump into action here. We have the Mole Cricket activated, summoning out 1 monster. We have the Camellia. If there's going to be any more summons committed, we're going to see more cards being summoned out of the graveyard.
Yeah, I don't know what they waited for with Cricket there, yeah.
I think now we are seeing the Rhinoheart. Rhinoheart is I believe Rhinoheart is sending.
Why did he use goods under Beast? Right, because he had Havness in hand. He wanted to let the Beast trigger to summon the Havness, I'm pretty sure. But the Havness got Ash.
Now we're seeing Sharon sent to the graveyard. And I believe that's going to trigger the Sharon to perform the fusion summoning. I don't know which monster I would go for right now.
Yeah, this is a bit of a tricky one.
Oh, seems like we're going to go for 3, and we do have the name of Rhinoheart.
Kaleidoheart.
Rhinoheart. Well, that'll get a monster off the field real quick.
And it is Kaleidoheart. Kaleidoheart is going to be targeting the Naturia Beast to put it back into the extra deck. But that's also going to trigger the Mole Cricket to special summon itself back onto the field. Because an extra deck monster was summoned, and we're going to see Mole Cricket. And a monster was summoned. So are we getting the Camilla?
Yeah, it looks like we're going to resolve the Camilla first to send Naturia's Sacred Tree to the graveyard. Then we're going to do the Cricket.
Now this reminds me
why
of
do they send?
The previous format. Just so many things going
with
on.
And because there's the extra deck monster out there, you get 2.
Yeah, 3,000 is a very high attack stat.
And then the Beast goes back to the extra deck.
Yeah.
And the search from the Sacred Tree will grab us the Naturia Blessing. Now, Rhinoheart has one very specific condition on this card. You cannot use it as a fusion material, making it a little bit harder to put back into the extra deck. The activation of Pearl Reno and David Chain's Runic Destruction.
Oof.
Oh, we are hitting quite a few cards on the banish from the top of the deck. I believe that was 3 trap cards.
It's kind of the malicious compliance here. It's like, what, you want to get rid of cards from the graveyard? Okay. You can get rid of them. I'm just going to banish them. And Dave's going to get 3 more cards back. Kelbeck shifted to attack position.
Okay. Yeah, you're not winning this.
Another battle phase. I mean, we can definitely push for a little
You are not winning this one. It might take a while for you to lose this one, but you are definitely not winning.
How we're going to options. Also, they confirm.
We're going to destroy it.
Awesome.
Yeah, so I believe the house is just
likely going to see an.
It is to get brought to just
the pile of.
I think we can something that they can play.
I mean, you can try, but like it looks like there's actually a lot more going on than there should be.
Yeah, I believe Bark.
I was expecting this to lose to end sooner, but
Coral Dragon. That would,
there it is.
Like there was a viewer that came. We're gonna start with it was just really. We'll see.
3. I'm kind of curious. Popular count
reasons playing it. Not that you could really see much of what the fun.
This wide now. The O's completely are. They have to
match those to go.
All the other cards.
I think they're need to get your stuff. Like the amount of so double
anticipate.
All right,
for
we have like 10 minutes left
for
game.
Even if the board is empty, you're not in the clear yet. It almost feels like back in the day of Gores. Passing turn on Gores. You can hit me, but I don't think I'm going to be taking lethal damage.
All right, we're ready to go. All
right, the all-important game 3 has just begun. The pressure is on. Players have, I believe, about 9 minutes. A little over 9 minutes to play here. Oh, Teal'c's Scream. I love this card.
Teal'c's Scream. All right.
The attack reduction is so powerful.
Scream and Reinhardt.
Scream shouldn't mill shit in this deck anymore.
We're gonna knock 3 off first. Hit Terrific Karma and Kelbeck.
That's good. That's really good.
And get to send a card of a choice.
I'm gonna continue to send more cards.
Ashtira.
This is the conveyor belt loading the graveyard, so to speak.
In a new chain.
So we're gonna start with the 5. Look at that. That's chain link 3.
Did they not use Trivic Karma?
No, the first one was Teal'c's Cashier. The next one was.
Oh, come on.
I couldn't tell how the resolution went.
Yeah, I thought he said. I thought he had them in the other order, but in this case, it doesn't matter.
We also got an Agido sent to the graveyard. That could potentially lead to another 5 cards. I think it starts getting a little risky here. I mean, there are Naturia cards. There are also Runic cards. You might accidentally load the grave up a little too much.
We got a bit of
they forgot to trigger Trivic Karma.
Well, I think I saw Celiac in there, and I think I also saw Heartbeat.
This looks more like a classic Teal turn now. A
little bit. My eyes are glazing over slightly. Looking at all those cards going into the graveyard and trying to process the information.
Oh wait, Trivia is not a trigger.
There's also right at the top of the graveyard. So
I know what that one does.
So we're probably gonna see some cards being shuffled back in at some point in the chain. Sharon has been added to hand.
Interesting seeing Cosmic Cyclone there. That feels like it's a side deck card.
How did all of this happen out of
I don't know how impactful a Cosmic
Rhino
Cyclone
Heart
would be for
Scream?
this particular match. Perhaps for the field spells, for the Scream.
How?
Oh, it's better than letting the cards land into the graveyard, at the very least.
And no Sacred Tree, no Mole Cricket, I think, was milled. That's not fair.
Yeah, that was a Heartbeat. Kelbeck. And somehow seems to have dodged all the Naturia cards.
We have a Bestial Magnamut in the graveyard. Like that has to be
I don't think I've seen any Bestial cards today, so that's going to be a side deck one.
Using your Mudora against Runic on turn 1 to shuffle your own stuff back is another level of crazy, I feel like.
One of those field spells.
Which field spell are we going for? Again, for Pearl Reno? No, we're not.
Oh, it's any spell, really.
Yeah, anything that mentions Visa Star for us.
I see. So we put the Heartbeat back in the deck, so you get it back out with Terrific Karma.
That is a way to answer to the Fountain.
It is. Going to draw Jaren. Pitching Cyframe Gear Gamma. That's 3 more cards. Gamma Screen Kelbeck.
they moved Kelbeck twice in the same turn.
Activated. Yep, we've hit the.
That card's limited.
10.
Why'd you shuffle that back in?
All right, so activate Scream here. That's good.
We're going to see a Celiac.
Why did you shuffle that back in? What was the point of that?
Celiac?
Yep, that's Celiac.
They're so blue. Now there's 2 level 4s on the field, but it can go in any direction right now.
It's just a lot. It's a whole lot. And frankly, it's impressive that Caleb was able to keep his concentration for this far in the tournament, because it's longer than usual. It's 12 rounds just to get out.
Does he even have... Did he mill Keldo as well? Does he even have a shuffler left?
3 cards. Oh, there's a pause after the set 3.
Possibly a slow play. The last set of decision-making did take a little while, so I think it'd be totally justified to give a slow play warning there.
If a slow play warning was issued, then we are likely going to see an additional 3 minutes in the time extension.
And that's the other thing. Like, even if you're dumping all of these cards into the graveyard,
there's a trap card. Is that evenly, or is that Sacred Tree?
Oh, I'm thinking. I get time to think. Well, you have to think and play at the same time.
It looks like evenly.
We're gonna see a runic tip.
That it can't be. Okay, it's not evenly. Holy shit.
I can't tell what phase we're in. That's the difficult part here, but we're gonna see a runic tip right now.
I would guess it's probably the draw phase, just in case. Given how the propensity.
It looked so much like evenly though.
Oh, that's a funny one to vanish off the top of the deck. The one card that could be useful, the Ash Blossom.
Oh, that's a little rough.
The reminiscence of 6-card Nibiru.
I believe it is evenly. Really? No way.
Can I see the Runic Fountain? Ooh. I believe we do know
think
that there is a heartbeat.
evenly.
Yes.
How do you not go battle phase? I mean, you know that there's a. I guess you know that there's a crime, but still.
That's Flashing Fire. Runic Flashing Fire is being activated. Are we going for the summon?
It takes out a special summon monster only.
We do have Sharon.
So in this case, we're just going to go ahead and get Gary.
Gary has nothing to add back from the graveyard, so we're only going to see the Runic Fountain activate, targeting 3 spells in the graveyard. Unless, oh, there is a fountain. There's a fountain. So we do get an activation. So Chain Link 1, Chain Link 2. This is going to help block something like Ash Blossom.
Chain Link 4 on Gary. Chain Link 5, Heartbeat.
Oh, there's so many cards.
Didn't trigger Scream.
Fountain to destroy it. Chain Link 6. Ooh, Chain Link 6.
Okay.
Is Runic Destruction.
Chain Link. That's a
like 7 is Tearlament's Crime.
Yep, Tearlament. Every card that says Tearlament on it
that's going to come
has
up most
been
of the rest
used.
of the chain, even if they wanted to.
You know, we've seen everything on Caleb's side of the field here.
That is a full Tearlament's package.
And that's why you need the 2 monsters, I guess.
So are we able to retrieve any cards, though? We have to resolve this chain.
All right.
I mean, Caleb's doing really, really well.
Yeah,
here.
that was very smart. Set that up very well.
He chose to not make any fusion monsters. He chose not to build anything to elaborate.
Since the Rhino Heart instead of the Sharon.
Very, very smart.
Do we have another? There's no cards left in hand. Why not Sharon?
Now there's 2 fountains in the grave.
Yeah. I was able to get either of them back, and that Gary's stuck in the extra monster zone now. Oh, you're going to have to get that out.
That's going to activate Tearlament's Scream, because we still have a Tearlament's monster on the field, so Tearlament's can activate and send the top 3 cards into the graveyard.
Polymerization, Driver. Oh! The crowd goes wild out there. We can hear him from here.
Havness has landed safely into the graveyard. And we're going to see a Sacred Tree being sent to the graveyard from the Camellia.
So
Havness effect.
That's just.
We're going to use Havness.
Kaleido Heart, spin Camellia. And there's no Monetarias. You just pass.
We do not have any Materia monster in the graveyard.
You just pass, right? There's just like it's curtains.
Ooh.
Why do you go for Blessing?
So is now going to add back.
Your Camellia is about to be gone.
The Materia Blessing. There's more chain links where that came from.
And a new chain. We have. Well, the new chain we're going to read Camellia.
Yep.
And then we're going to target it.
Oh, chain quick synchro. Okay, fair enough.
Blessing's other effect?
To synchro summon.
Ooh.
Scarlight Red Dragon Archfiend.
Okay.
It is good. I mean,
it's not strong enough, though, is it?
Not under Scream.
Why didn't you use your evenly matched?
And what does Scarlight Dragon Archfiend destroy?
Destroy special summon monsters with attack points equal to or lower.
Also, it's smaller than Kaleido Heart.
Basically, attacking and the effect are not going to go through here.
And he knows. And he's reading it just to be sure. Caleb might not have known that he dodged a bullet there with that Scream.
I mean, normally you wouldn't use an effect to destroy Reinhardt anyway, but we basically have all bases covered at that point. And we still have Soliak on the field. Soliak can definitely get rid of that Scarlet Dragon Archfiend.
Normal summon King of the Swamp.
Oh, the Scream. Scream is so good. You know, with a lot of the main deck from Tearlament's basically on the FNL, limited to 1, you're going to find different ways to send more cards to the graveyard. And Scream is just one of those that you can just more or less get once per turn.
Hellback.
We're just going to
not Hellback, Keldo.
Keldo? Oh, okay.
Keldo.
And look, there is a Kashtira Fenrir. Ultimate rare.
Yeah, I love Scarlet Red Dragon Archfiend. All of those kind of like Arc 5 era Jack Atlas cards are really nice. Go to the battle phase. Kaleido Heart wins the battle over Scarlet Red Dragon Archfiend, and King of the Swamp gets in there too for good measure. And you can do that safely because you know your opponent doesn't have a battle phase. They can't just swing back over.
I mean, that's the risk you take when you play Runic cards. But you can always mitigate that risk with cards like Dark Ruin or more.
Let's see what that card is from David.
I mean, nice evenly now, dude.
Destruction. We are going for a summon. I think it's very risky.
This is over.
Because there's a Soliak, and Soliak plus the Kaleido Heart. Those two in combination is very,
Did not even set the evenly matched, no.
I'll do Chain 2 Scream to know. And get Chain 2 Scream. And just Chain 2 Scream.
I mean, this game is just generally over, even without...
1, 2, 3. Yugioh, as well as...
Don't use it. Using this Yugioh is completely throwing. You do not... Why would you use it? Oh my god, you're just a gambler.
Oh, we hit a name there.
He still didn't hit the sacred tree. Oh my god.
There's a point where there
You're
are
a
too many
gambling addict. You
You
did not need to use that.
Then it becomes a
Oh my god.
Merlin effect. 1, 2. We're going to make Rukelos. We're going to make Grapha.
You can go in either direction.
Yes, Rukelos.
Help with the summoning negation.
This is tough, and he's forced to just pass.
Neither of those monsters are too affected by destruction.
You also didn't... you didn't send for Saliak, did you?
We had a 3-minute time
Should
extension.
have sent the Kaleido Heart to the graveyard there.
Probably slow play, or
right?
slow play, which comes with a mandatory 3-minute time extension minimum.
We say normal summon a halfness.
So we're still going. We've got an attack here.
Are we going to prevent its destruction? Nope, we are going to let it be destroyed by battle now. If it is destroyed by battle, you get to...
Oh, you didn't use Saliak, okay.
I mean, what are you going to destroy here? The King of the Swamp?
They're both going to make a comeback. Both of the fusions. Definitely not the Kaleido Heart, where it's probably even load even more stuff into the graveyard. Yeah, it's King of the Swamp.
King of the Swamp.
I hate
really
King
the
of the
only
Swamp.
choice, unfortunately.
And now end of battle phase evenly, but there's like no way with like 2 minutes now.
Okay. Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Well, this math is thrown off because they don't have a planet there.
Oh.
Ooh, at the end of the battle phase, evenly matched.
That's a great way to clear off a lot of these monsters. And the spells and the trap.
All right, so we're going to leave Rukelos. No cards in hand. What do you got, David?
Bro, there's no target for Blessing. No, there's a target for Blessing, but...
I believe that was a set Ash Blossom. Oh. No monster?
Oh.
No monster on the draw?
Oh, no.
I mean, even the match was great to clear off all those cards, but once again,
game's
even though you might have cleared the field, the follow is what matters most afterwards.
This game's an absolute mess. I feel like...
Reinhardt does not have enough attack to attack over
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to feel like.
Left, right?
Yeah, it should be around 1,000, yes.
Rukelos just takes out the defender.
Oh,
all right.
There's a Blessing, so...
You can put some more...
But there is a Rukelos.
I think there's a Keldo in there somewhere, right?
Yes. I mean, there's many ways to stop this, and as long as you can keep this particular line going, Caleb might secure his spot for top 32. There's a Keldo.
I knew I saw it.
I think he's going for the negation.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and negate it.
And we're going to send a Sherry into the... Oh, that's going to load more cards onto the into the field. Oh. Caleb takes this one. Congratulations to Caleb on securing his spot in top 32.
How far did tier limits go? Top 32, probably? God damn. All right. Let's fast forward a little bit to the finals. Is there a deck list for the tier limit deck yet?
Same thing. You get double weakness to that one thing.
We're going to see how they're going to play into this next game. This is very, very difficult.
Oh wait, no, this is Shunping's match. I want to see this one because it's
from Power of the Elements, all the original stuff.
Someone said this was Runic Kashtira
from Rise of the Duelist. I'm really excited to see how this deck plays out. I haven't seen it in action for quite some time.
Oh, and I think that this is going to be a very big surprise factor. I don't think I would read into these cards practicing into this event, and we're going to see if this is going to catch Shunping off guard for a deck that is not commonly played at locals or at any level. So this is going to be the player's favorite choice. This is a personal choice moving in.
Really excited to see how he operates. Now, Shunping on the other side, his player's choice is almost always Dragon Link. I don't remember the last time I didn't see him playing Dragon Link.
He can talk about Dragon Link for hours, talk about every single line, every possible permutation of interaction, and he's always prepared when it comes to Dragon Link. But this time around, he's going to surprise the opponent by not playing Dragon Link.
Yeah, I know that he even has it on his sleeve here.
Right there, the Dragon Link. And he played a more unorthodox build when it comes to Dragon Link, too.
Kind of a master of unorthodox builds, it seems.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, we're going to proceed into Game 1. Top 8.
So as you can see, Shunping's deck is Runic Kashtira. Runic.
Oh, Rikast on Avalon in top 8 as well.
Okay. I mean, Kashtira, very aggressive deck, lots of damage. But when you play the Runic cards, now you're cutting back on your battle phase.
And the trick is, as I've been saying all weekend, to play it like the world's best gadget deck, where you just deplete all of your opponent's cards, just get them all out of the way, while you have just a never-ending supply of monsters and other things. And eventually those battle phases don't matter. Once you finish skipping them and your opponent just doesn't have anything.
I feel like Rika had a pretty strong showing.
With the Kashtira monsters naturally being so big, it's not going to be too difficult to
because I don't think the play rate for Rika was very high, but it's been
Kevin
pretty
is going to be going first, and
successful.
He's going to be starting off with a Rika spell card.
Looks like
he's not playing Sun Avalon? Okay, I'm just reading what's on the screen, because on the screen it says Rika Sun Avalon.
But for the Rika deck. Haven't seen them since Secret Slayers, but brought them back again here in Maze of Memories. And Rika Glamour's going to go ahead and add a Rika monster from the deck.
Yeah, the conversion rate was pretty good for the
also
Rika
take a
deck.
Rika monster from your deck and add it to your hand or send it to the graveyard.
I don't remember if I've ever seen a Rika deck without the
Luckily, there are a
Sun
number of
Seed
good
at
plant
all.
monsters in Yu-Gi-Oh! And we're going to see a number of them in this match.
You can see Schmidt needing to pick up the cards and read them this time. I'm guessing this is going to be a surprising strategy for him as well.
Yep, and that's Rika Princess that he picked up with Petal. During your main phase, you can special summon her from your hand while it's in the face of Monster Zone. Once again, you can't special summon monsters except plants. Now, if your opponent activates a monster effect while you have a Rika monster, you can shuffle her from your hand or graveyard into the deck and tribute a plant to negate that effect. So those two are combined to make Sylvan Dance Peon, the Link 2 monster.
Now, there's lots of plants coming on board. And we're probably just going to see even more.
So he's reading Sylvan Dance Peon.
So it requires 2
Why is the
plant monsters
quality
to
so low?
summon this monster with this card.
I can see if I can turn it higher, but...
And if you do,
Oh, I can.
Special summon up to 2
Okay, my
excavated
bad.
plant monster, but they cannot be used as link materials. So
I don't know why it was like that on by
Also send the
default.
remaining cards to the graveyard, and you can target 1 plant monster in the graveyard that has a level, and the level of the monsters that this card points to becomes that level.
Now, Sylvan is an Xyz plant deck. And Rika also an Xyz plant deck. So a lot of these effects, like level modulation, not being able to link summon, that's fine. You can use all these things together to make the Rika monsters instead. This time we're just going to go ahead and special summon Mardell, the generator raider. Mardell, the generator boss of...
And that's because that is the plant generator. A lot of the generators, they work within their own typing. And that
Wait, that's a generator?
Lots of adding of plants.
So we've got a level modulation effect turned into a level 4.
And that is Strenna.
Organizing chain links here. Now, Rika Queen Strenna activates the effect attaching Mardell. That can add back a Rika or plant from the graveyard to the hand, or rather it's a plant monster or a Rika card, so you can get back the spells and traps with this. Now let's see if he has the effect to tribute off the Strenna.
Araya Ariel, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Yes, now, if Rika Strenna gets attributed off, you get to...
I genuinely don't think I've ever seen full combo,
I believe that's a Hyperiton?
like pure Rika without the Sun Seed.
Hyperiton and Rika Concon the field spell.
At least I don't remember.
Almost feels like
Did
Lair of
Marcus
Darkness.
play Sun Avalon in the deck for the European Championship? I think so, right?
We're going to see the attachment of a Book of Moon on Hyperiton. And Concon's effect is going to activate.
I don't feel like that was a thing
Once you set a Rika
most
spell
of the
from your
time.
deck to your spell and trap zone, you can go ahead
Interesting.
and get Rika Sheet there. Target face monster opponent.
What is the payoff for
Players
not
can
playing
activate
the
face
Sun
monster
Avalon
field
cards? I
stone.
mean, you get some
And if you're
room in the
plant,
deck for
you can steal
sure.
that
It
monster.
clears up some space.
Powerful stuff. Just taking control of your opponent's cards.
But
using their cards to
I feel like, I mean,
deck
if this
one
is your
that
full
can
combo,
remove a lot of the threats on the field.
if this is your full combo
All of
without
these Rika spells and Rika
being
trap cards,
interrupted,
you can just play the cards as they are, or you can get the additional effect through the additional tribute. You can pay the extra cost. Almost feels like Trap Trick, Trap a Hole, Tail, where you can pay the cost to activate it right away.
frees a lot of
Play in
extra
that
deck
direction of
space.
card
I could
effects.
see that,
There
yeah.
has
But
monster
still, I
spell
mean,
attached to it. That's, those are
not
two
like
neat
the
when you're playing
sickest
against
end
Gash
board.
Terror.
It's not the worst.
Opponent activates a card of one of those types, you can detach it to negate it.
I believe Shenping's right now looking through his extra deck. Try to see if there's any options to kind of play through this field.
He's just going to go game 2.
He did not reveal anything in his deck.
I think that's smart, especially if you're
Okay,
playing something
well,
really
good
off the
enough
wall,
here.
like putting all the runic cards into Kashtira. Yeah, don't want to reveal that.
Good enough here,
Kevin
apparently.
thinks that he's playing just plain old-fashioned Kashtira, and this may cause a little bit of missighting.
You know, like a lot of the stuff has he's more devastating.
Weakness,
Like you get double
into this. I don't. Most
is
you definitely have.
and I can tell your opponent.
I mean,
Send some plants.
as well. Now I believe we're going to be going into game 2 now.
I will not watch every Top Cut feature, no. I'll check out the finals after this one, and then
Shenping is probably going to choose to
just
go
look
first
at some
here.
decks, I think. That's more interesting.
Starting off with
Normal summon Rise.
Are you gonna start Cyberstorm Axis
right.
format stuff? Yeah, we're soon. Yeah, we'll look into what's
uncommon
up
opening for
next
Kashtira.
for
go
Yu-Gi-Oh!
ahead
in
and
the
banish a
Unicorn.
upcoming days and weeks
Tilt my
for
head
sure.
sideways there for a second to see what his pose was. Ah, okay, he's got Birth in hand as well. Can activate Kashtira Birth. Special summon back the Unicorn.
Magical Hats. I'm thinking we can move Magical Hats to tomorrow.
Yes, we are.
Because it's getting really late, and there's still so much left to talk about from the YCS. So
On resolution.
And there it is, the Droll and Lockbird. Now, Shipping was able to do like a bunch of different things before
Okay,
that came
Droll.
down. It's
The Theosis is still live.
Yeah, the Theosis is still live. It's not the most vicious Drone Lockbird I've ever seen.
I believe we're chaining the Runic Tip to the Drone Lockbird so we can at least get another card out before the Drone Lockbird locks us out.
And when you're playing against this deck, make sure that you don't actually banish your top card until you see what they've searched. You don't want them to change what they're searching for because you jumped the gun and showed what your top card is.
That's right. You have to fully resolve the effect before you can get the banish.
And now, because a monster effect is activated, Schmidt gets to go ahead and take a look.
It's going to take some time to rearrange that. Actually, this was a little bit easier to comprehend.
That honestly would annoy me a bit.
I
My
mean,
opponent was just taking all this time to rearrange my extra deck.
I mean, if they're all mixed up and you want to see if there's any double copies, I think this is the best way to take a look. Just in case you're flipping through, maybe you missed
Anonymous gifter, thank you for the tier 1 sub to Kurikara. Kurikara deserves it after this weekend.
Now that we are locked under Drone Lockbird, we're not going to be able to draw or add any additional cards via card effects. But we're going to see a Theosis activated, targeting the Unicorn.
Unicorns win, so you got to get something of a different attribute.
Now, a lot of the other Cashier monsters can't search now, so this is going to be a bit more difficult.
Banish the wrong one against Rika? Okay, so which one do you banish?
That's going to establish 3 level 7 doms to the field.
So it goes for Tierleman's Castra.
Perhaps we'll see the effect activated, just so we can gain a little more reach into the deck by sending cards from the deck.
Oh, you mill runic cards? I see.
Himself with that effect.
Sends 3 spells.
Okay, a runic spell and a fountain for later. That's not bad.
Now, does he have a runic fountain already in hand? That would be very beneficial, so that we can wait till the Drone Lockbird expires and perhaps get the additional draws.
All right, Arise Heart Birth.
Activates fountain.
There is the fountain.
That's not the worst start.
And does not set the
Under Droll. I mean, that's still respectable under Droll.
So if the Arise Heart gets turned off, the cards will still hit the graveyard again. We're going to see a Book of Moon activated.
Ooh, Book is strong.
And that's going to flip. Oh, we're going to chain the Arise Heart. And we're going to banish the Book of Moon face down, and Arise Heart gets flipped face down from the Book of Moon. Now, as I was saying, if the Arise Heart gets flipped face down, that's going to allow the runic cards to start to hit the graveyard again, start reloading, so it doesn't counter each other.
Petal.
Starts with the Orchid Petal. That's the normal summon you'd want. Just depends on what runic cards he actually has.
Effective Petal.
Resolve, so Freezing Curse.
We're going to add Princess.
Yep, that is Princess.
This is a free special summon.
Oh. I'm just keeping the face down and face up banished cards separated.
Dryas and Pure Rika is just a way to put Petal in the graveyard. I mean, you're expecting him to know that, though. Like, I mean, fair enough, yeah. You're probably right, but...
Wonder Shipping has any relevant runic cards.
I'm also pretty sure I saw 2 of the most important ones.
These 2 become Dance Peon.
Oh boy.
Got to shuffle before
like, of the other ones anyways, but yeah, maybe there's a better target.
It is looking pretty good.
If there is a runic spell, it's going to be really, really good for Shipping. Perhaps even able to draw 3 cards.
Ooh,
oh, Rose Lover. Isn't Rose Lover... Doesn't that, like... You can banish it from the grave to summon a plant from your hand or something? That's like a Duel Links card.
Snowdrop. So you can...
Yeah, so Snowdrop. You special summon both her and another plant monster from your hand. And Snowdrop also has the level modulation effect that makes them all match the level of one of your plants.
There's 2 level 8s right now. We're going to overlay.
Yeah, what can you make here?
No, they became 4s. They became 4s.
Yes.
Oh, they're level 4.
You can match it either way. You don't have to make them all level 8. You can make it 4.
Yeah, the Princess being level 4, that was the target. And that's going to change levels of the ones that are being pointed to. Oh, there is a runic card. There's a runic destruction. I believe he's going for the summon effect here.
Summon Geary. You can even chain block the Geary because you milled a fountain.
Get back a runic card and triggered fountain.
Yeah.
And the other fountain.
So can't get ashed here. Will draw 3. You can Princess negate the Geary, I think, but you cannot stop the draw 3 here unless you have like a cosmic.
We're going to see the tributing of the Queen Strenna. And she does have materials. I believe Princess is attempting
this
to
is
get the effect.
Princess effect. You could use it in the graveyard. You just have to tribute something on the field. Shipping's going to get
Can't
3
see what he drew.
And now Strenna's going to activate in a new chain.
This is such a difficult matchup.
And that goes for, looks like Kanzashi.
I still, after all this, I still don't really see... I don't really see the synergy between Kashtira and Runic. I don't really understand the point.
Kanzashi didn't really see this card, I think, in some of the older versions of the deck. With monsters tributed,
I feel like
attached material, target monster in either graveyard,
other non-engine
negate its effects, and
pairs
it's a
better with Kashtira than the
tribute
Runics.
plants you control to protect. Tribute plant in your hand or field to protect plants on the field if they'd be destroyed by card effect.
He explains it in the profile. Okay, then rather than watching this game where I already know that he's winning, let me actually check YCS Los Angeles deck profile. Let's see what we have. Top 4 Flunder. There it is.
How's it going, guys? Here with JNC Collectibles. Who do we have here, and what did you do this weekend?
Shrimping Shoe. I got 3rd place at the YCS 250 Los Angeles, and then 3rd place, unfortunately, lost to Poly in semifinals. And then I piloted Kashtira, but slightly different than standard Kashtira. It was a Runic Kashtira.
Nice. Well, congratulations.
Thanks.
Any shout-outs this weekend?
Oh yeah, shout out to, first of all, shout out to my team JNC. It's my new team now. Shout out to the team leader Yampi. He's providing me a lot of benefits. Start by engines, so just go with the cash cards, 3 Unicorn, 3 Fernier, then 2 Rise Heart. I still play 2 because I don't want these to get like randomly banished off like a Kashmira of their Rise Heart or their Diabolos. So 2, I think 2 is fine. Okay. Then 1 of each, the special tier cash and then Scareclaw cash. I just like these. This one is needed, and this is like actually the milling effect can come up quite a bit for both me and my opponent. For me, I can just mill, like I said, I have Runics. I can just mill the Runics when I was doing combos, so I get like more draws on my opponent's turn. Or I can use
Napian. God damn it! Thank you so much for the 20. The freaking leaderboard just reset. You don't have to speedrun it every month. Appreciate that so much. Thank you for the support. Enjoy your subs, guys. You know what that means. We're going to watch the profile a little bit lower because there's an angle happening. Thank you.
As a way to deck out my opponent. Because both cash and Runic banish my opponent deck, and this will
Oh no, it's cursed again. Why is it cursed?
I actually deck out like a few people during the tournament. Yes. Yeah. So these are the cash monsters, the cash spells, 2 planet only. Then
That's interesting.
2 Theosis, 3 Bursts, and then Big Ben.
How often did Big Ben come up?
Big Ben come up very often because there are like combos where, for example, I go Unicorn, then Theosis the Unicorn into tier cash instead of Fernier. Maybe I already have Fernier or something. And then I go make Xyz, then use Rise Heart to back.
Why is there only 2 Wraith Soth? When are you going to fix it? The problem is I don't know how to fix it, but I guess I could try tomorrow morning. I didn't have time over the weekend, obviously.
Banish the Big Ben so I can get the tier cash back to my hand instead of, like, I can just add 2 and now summon it. Then we'll go activate tier cash's own effect to banish the Theosis. So it just come up and give me another combo. Also, unlike when I was in Vegas, when I was in Vegas, I was playing Adventure Cash. So I always have a token to a point like this card is almost not playable if I draw it. Or if even I add it back, I'm forced to keep the token because of the Adventures. Right. But for this one, I don't have those to worry about. So this actually become a very decent interruption that I can like kind of farm for it. Nice. Yeah, and then these, first of all, I never think Theos is a 3-off. This is a card that like kind of quote unquote even contribute to breaking. If you can combo, you can access to it, or you don't need it. If you cannot combo, this is probably the reason that breaks you. I think 2 is fine. If I do things, I just search it. 2 planet. This is like actually one of the last change. It was 3. I realized there are situations where if I go Lunix and then I fountain join 2 planet, it's kind of awkward because I don't want to like.
Okay, I see that point.
Right. Accessing my opponent's turn, but at the same time, I want to activate the field. just get a cash monster or to make the board bigger.
I see that. I do see that point.
I was like, 2 is enough, and there's still enough cards. Like unlike regular other cash, all the runics quote unquote technically are.
But still, it's kind of awkward. I mean, every cash Tira card is bad to draw into with Fountain because they're all dead. Once you have Hugin on the board, all of them are dead. Like, it's I don't know. There's a lot of anti-synergy here, so I don't know why you drew the line at the 3rd planet. Like that's where there's too much anti-synergy. If we take out 1 planet, we're Gucci. Everything else is perfect.
Also, because I'm running 2, I never have to worry about like draw opening 2 of them and have like
the logic sound.
Like even I open just like 2 unicorn, it still works. It still serves as a unicorn. Like opening 2 Furnier is actually fantastic in mirror match. But opening 2 field spell is like guarantee one of them's dead.
Right.
And Burst of that 3 is like this is just the thing I want to top deck the most. Pretty much.
Monster Reborn sounds crazy.
Yeah. So these are the cash cards. It's like a fair standard amount of cash cards, nothing special. And then Runics, 2 Fountain.
The spice.
3 tap, 3 Freezing Curse, 3 Flashing Fire, 3 Destruction, and then 2 Slumber. So when I was preparing for this tournament, Night Runic was actually another different deck.
What was that, 14? Disgusting
almost
amount.
Brought to the tournament. I was talking to Pac a lot during the past couple weeks. But after I bring it to a big regional the week before, I realized, first of all, I don't have the patience to play Night Runic. Why do I not have a battle phase to just kill my opponent? Second of all, I don't think I can pilot Night Runic well in like a as anticipated 12-13 round Swiss tournament and still be not misplaying because the deck just burned my energy with Night Runic.
Right.
But on the other hand, I really like those Runic.
That is a fair assessment to make sometimes, right? Where sometimes a deck might be the best deck, but you are simply not ready to play it yet at a big tournament. So I like being self-conscious like that and knowing what you can and what you can't do. Of course, you should try to learn anything that you can't do. Like if you think the deck is good, you should try to learn it. But if it's like the tournament is in 2 days and you don't think it's possible, then maybe it's better to, play what you know.
Cards. So I look at the other deck I could play. Adventure Casual wasn't just not the move anymore because there are.
Is everyone just throwing Runics into everything? I mean, kind of. And I'll say one thing. I think that's going to be a thing until they hit Runic cards on the ban list. I think the Runic cards are so good that as long as they don't appear on the ban list, I think it's just going to be a matter of every format might have 1 or 2 different Runic variations that just work. Like those cards are just busted. They are simply just busted. That's all there is to it. The only reason why they were not relevant last format is because the Ishizu shufflers literally were the perfect counters to those cards. In every other format from like even right now, where you could argue a Rysart is pretty much a hard counter to Runics, it's still pretty busted. Like I think Runics as a concept are just insanely strong.
Or like Kaijus, evenly, and then other things, and Drolls. So Adventure isn't the move. I don't want to play pure cash because I feel like, first of all, everyone just playing the same thing to a point I don't think I'm better with anything. Second of all, I don't like those like generic cards like Pokemon Lance, Empire Mash. I don't like those cards. Those are just doesn't do enough, in my opinion. So I want something that's good going first if I draw it and good going second, which there isn't that many cards existing in the card pool, but the whole Runic engine, at least the one I played, fits that category.
Okay.
So in Big Tournament, I actually lost probably 80% of my dice roll. My Swiss, I won like 1 or 2 dice roll, and my Top Cup probably like another 1 or 2. And then I was still hanging there because I have all these Runic cards that's good going first and good, and maybe even arguably better going second. And to combo with the Runic cards, there are 3 evenly as almost the only non-engine in my deck.
How do you feel about evenly this
so
weekend?
Okay, they don't combo with the Runic cards. Ichiguch, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Welcome back. But they are good. Like, evenly was a card that performed super, super hard for so many Runic decks, I feel like, this weekend. That was a pretty good card.
It was very good at Vegas. I was doing very well, probably because no one cared about it. No one like taking care about evenly, so it was always resolving. It gets worse and worse by weeks throughout the past 2 months. Not because of this card is weaker, it's because everyone anticipating it and got prepared for it. Like Spy will just put out Carrot, and then adventure cards is no longer being popular, and so on and so forth, right? Or like branded just give you thing with explosion despite they don't even have give me a puppy in the main deck. They just use the explosion to like play around evenly.
Right.
To me, so I just find a way to make sure evenly resolving as much as I can. Combo with the runic cards, like the full sprite board. I drew any of these 3 runic cards. In that
sense, it does combo with
any of these 9 runic cards.
Most of the runics will force carry, for example.
Yeah,
that is true.
Yeah, so just find a way to make sure evenly resolving is a way.
Every runic, actually, if they have a monster
I can just go into battle phase, activate one of the runic, special summon Gary and Gary Crash pop the monster they gave me, then evenly them, which had happened in testing. So yeah, this is pretty much the runic engine.
Okay.
And then the last few spots in my main deck, well, the terraforming, I have 2 different field spots, and then 2 desires. I still need a little bit draw engine.
I still don't understand the deck, by the way. I don't know where the synergy is coming from, because I feel like if you establish a Rise Heart turn 1, the immediate impact on yourself that like your next runic spells will not hit the graveyard, so you draw less cards with Fountain. You like I don't see it. I really don't understand it. I don't get it. I mean, you can attach spells with a Rise Heart, but if you detach from a Rise Heart, they will get banished as well. So like they only land in the graveyard ever if your Rise Heart gets outed, but at the point where your Rise Heart gets outed, you're in a pretty bad spot. Both engines are really good. I mean, yeah, they are, but they are like very anti-synergistic, I feel like. But yeah.
Because their runic cards can't really play Prosperity. So these are actually like shout out to Walter, give me the idea the Thursday before the tournament. Because at that point it was still like I think the 3rd Slumber and the 3rd Planet. Desire is like I kind of need to a little bit draw engine, also because of the nature of runic cards I kind of do discard a little bit. So I need to have enough cards in my hand, and Desire helps it. I don't play Upstart just because draw was kind of anticipated, so I anyways just don't want to risk withdrawal, which I did get draw like not a lot but a fair amount of time. And Desire was more a standard Arise Pass, but replace all the generic spell cards like Imperm, Ash, Landsbook with runic cards. So in situation where I don't draw a cash, at least have another engine to farm the cash.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's like similar to the Brave engine, you just replace it.
Yeah, but Brave engine doesn't generate your cards, you just put things on the board.
Right.
Yeah, and then Braves are like I mentioned, it's not really the time to play Brave because there's like an increased amount of drawing evenly. And then extra deck, 3 Rise Heart.
So why did you choose to play 3 Risers though?
So I actually going first, I like to make double Rise a lot. For Mirror, or even just for blind, double Rise give a lot of pressure compared to a single Rise. Because I was anticipating a lot of Kaijus, which at the end didn't face that many, well honestly didn't face any at all. But I got like Imperm the blocked a lot.
I didn't get Kaiju a single time. Maybe once? Yeah.
And then those situations can just be solved by double Rise. Right. Well, in addition, maybe like a Rise Furnier or double Rise Furnier.
Bro, imagine going double a Rise Heart against Kurikara. Oh god.
I've done before. So because I want to use 2 Rise first turn, I need a 3rd one's back up for follow-up. So I just play 3 of them. Not regretting it. Then the 1-0 Diabolos, Big Guy, Draco, Sagar, Carmen Zeus. Yes, there's only 1 Zeus. Kind of weak to my opponent ripping my extra deck, but Diabolos
is that ultra rare mind hacker?
Isn't really a popular thing to make one into the cash matchup because a lot of people do a Rise Pass, like I said. So having 1 is okay because they still have to shoot debate between these 2 half the time. Also, like half of the game I don't have so the 2's not coming up anyway. So I just like 1's enough. If they take it, cool. Now I can make it half the time. Then the Runics was 2 Huging, 1 Mooning, 1 Gary, and then the Donner for Lucky Bones.
It looks like
these are the line. Mooning was added very last minute just for time. Okay. And, like there's almost no other reason otherwise. And it did win me a few games. And
okay, I now know why he played Runic Kashtira. That explains a lot.
And the other ones are pretty self-explanatory. It used to be 2-2, but I cut it for this one, and then almost never even...
It isn't? You can see the first edition on the bottom? Oh, okay.
Anything here that you change?
Not in the extra deck, and also not in the main deck. I think the extra and main are... I'm very satisfied about it. The side deck maybe a little bit, because I have this guy here. Probably should either find a way to fit in, or just completely cut it, because, well, I did summon it once or twice, and it didn't matter, because I just mooning it instead. For King Light instead of Burn. So this, like, actually never came up. I wish this could be something else in the side. Okay. And the other side cards are, like, Ash, Bell, for Brandit, because I'll just go through it. And 3 Dark Hole, Cosmic Duster, and the Giver. After adding Runics to the cash deck, it actually changed up the matchup quite a bit. Like usually.
Okay. I mean, feel free to try the deck. I don't really. It doesn't convince me, but fine. I mean, it worked out. I guess they can't really argue with the 3rd place out of like what is it, 3,000 people? Pretty good still. So it can't be. It can't be awful. Yeah, but that's that. All right. I mean, okay. Is there a winner deck profile? Top 16 Kashtira. The thing is, I don't really want to look at that many Kashtira decks. So I would be down to watch the winning deck profile. But I don't think it's up yet. Hold up. Let me pull up. Let's watch one Kashtira deck profile. Let's watch one and only one. Because Jojo sent me their list this morning. Because they got triple top 8. So I feel like that's an impressive feature to look at. Because yeah, Jojo messaged me this morning and was like, you can check this out if you want to recap, because they got Pojiang, Jojo, and Peter Mitro all got top 8 with the same list, and it's called Spicy Kashtira. So
alright, what's good YouTube? It's your boy Jojo ASMR. I'm here with Poe Don't Worry, Poe Darkworld, and Peter Mitro. We flew over from Sydney to play at the YCS, the 250th in LA. I made top 8, Peter made top 16, and Poe also made top 8, but lost it because could have won it.
Yeah.
I'm bad.
Bit sad.
Let's do shout outs first, I guess, quickly. Shout outs to everyone back in Australia. Yeah, just shout outs to Alliance Games, Strike One Collectibles post store, pretty good. Just everyone online for being awesome and, you know, sending their congrats and stuff. Big shout outs to Peter and Poe for helping me and, you know, try to get better at the game, and for their list, and they put in a lot of work, so I couldn't do it without them.
And one more shout out to Jenna Singer for getting top 8 of these.
Yeah, well done.
Let's go! Okay, so we pretty much played the exact same list. Peter and I played the most identical list, but Poe's list was slightly different. For the cash lineup, we played 3 Unicorn, obviously, 3 Fenrir, obviously, 2 Rise Heart, obviously, 1 Scare Cash. We didn't play Ogre or Kashtira preparations. Didn't really feel like they were necessary. The only reason you would need to play Ogres for the Lock 5 combo, if you the 3 card combo, but we wanted to play like other non-engine cards and not really brick on Ogre and Preppers. We didn't really think those cards
okay, it
were
says
that good.
Spicy Cash list. I'm waiting.
Terraforming,
yep.
obviously.
Yep.
Played 3 Birth. And
yep.
The only one of the differences between Peter and I versus Poe is we only played 2 Theosis, which might be a little controversial, but we were just so sick of drawing.
That's not spicy yet. That does not count yet.
No Kashtira monsters, which still happened to me in top 8, and is the reason I lost to Paul, which sucks, but it's whatever. Poe played 3 of this one, which is probably correct to be honest, but whatever. And then of course we played the Big Bang. Next we played like 21 non-engine cards. So Poe played 3 Prosperity, but we actually played 2 Prosperity and a Pot of Desires. The reason is for another card that we'll get into in the list. Peter and I played 3 Ash Blossom and 3 Impem. But Poe, I think, played like 3 Ash, 2 Impem, and 2 Nibirus, which makes sense, like especially if you're expecting
probably
like,
Thrust.
some of the Mirror and some smart players to play into Nib. But this was like good enough. And then the best cards all weekend, like the most broken cards that really just carried me at least. I played, I think, like 10 Mirror matches this weekend, and this was like playing with like hacks on. The most broken cards in the game by far at the moment were 3 Thrust and 3 Talents. These cards were broken. Like, you draw any of the combination of these cards going second in the mirror match, even like going first, like these cards.
That's nice. I mean, my experience with Talents this weekend was that going second, that card was always insane. Talents going second was busted. Going first, it was like all right. Sometimes it was dead, but like my hands were good enough to still win. But Talents going second was crazy.
Win you the game immediately. A lot of people at the YCS, especially in the mirror, they were playing like these 1-for-1 trade cards like Book of Moon, Forbidden Chalice, Forbidden Lands, Cosmic Cyclone, and they're like 1-for-1 trading. But these cards are like a 1 for your entire board and life savings. So the idea is like if you draw like, say for example, Talents or like Tasking plus a Duster, or any sort of way to load a card in the graveyard, especially.
Rise Heart's mandatory.
Yeah, like we were just expecting mirrors to basically just go 3 material Rise Heart pass, which almost all of them did for some reason. And we would just load any card in the graveyard, trigger the Rise Heart, thrust for a Duster, wipe all of their back row, so they have no follow-up. And then you just tactics, you can take their guy, you can take their Fenrir that was summoned off the Big Bang, and it'll trigger the Arise Heart, but you just change, like on Resolution, Fenrir banish the Arise Heart, and that was a pretty good way to also out like the Forbidden Lands. So these like 7 cards were the strongest card all weekend. Even going first, if you draw the Thrust, for example,
There was a lot of gamma.
There was a lot of gamma, for example, and so this card was pretty live going first. And we were just always playing to nib. We had no fear. We would always play into Nibiru because even if we get nibbed, we're gonna like Thrust for Talents, either look at your hand or draw 2 and have follow up next turn. And especially when you draw these cards that Peter and I main decked, we actually main decked counter traps. So we played 3 Solemn Strike, and Poe didn't play Solemn Strike in the main. He played, I think he just like, this is the Nibiru slot for him and the 3rd Theosis. But Peter and I decided to play 3 Judgment and 3 Strike in the main deck. This is like pretty funny. And a lot of people might say, aren't these cards bad going second? Which they aren't exactly fantastic.
This is spicy.
The thrust and the tactics.
I will say I'm a big fan of Solemn Strike this format. I haven't really found a deck to put it into, but I think Solemn Strike is really strong this format. I don't know about going second with 6 counter traps, which is like the reason why I haven't put it into any deck, but Solemn Strike is scary to play around.
And like the 12 hand traps and the 13 going second cards were so strong enough to the point where you can afford to just play these super high impact going first cards. Especially in the mirror, it doesn't feel super safe.
I don't like
sometimes.
Judgment, to be honest. I don't like Judgment as much as I like Strike.
You just can't lose. If you win the die roll with this version of the deck, we pretty much just never lost because you just do your full board, play into Nib, you can thrust for tactics, draw 2 into counter traps, they still can't play. So yeah, like this was our take, I guess, on the deck. But it's really like the idea of playing the thrusts and the tactics and the talents in the main deck, like the 6, were pretty much Poe and Peter's idea. And it was like playing with hacks. Like the mirror was... I didn't lose a single mirror match going second with just 1 thrust in the deck. Played extra deck's pretty standard. There's nothing really too much to be said. It's 3 Arise Hearts, 2 Shangri-Era. Shoutouts to Golden Big Eye.
Two's important for the Big Eye.
Yeah, it's pretty important. You always want to take that guy, you can make a Zeus or take their Arise Heart, which is important. Cut their follow up. Dad and the Mind Hack, obviously. This one should be banned. The Entis and the Garuda and the Baron and the Donna. Shoutouts to Donna. This one's good. The side deck, we all had pretty much similar side decks. Obviously, like D-Shifter was one of the best ones versus all the rogue decks. I decided last minute to put in Dark Ruler into the deck because it's pretty decent versus Sprite, and I wanted to really respect the Sprite.
Thank you for the 6 months, Irate Nia. You're welcome. Thank you, thank you.
Deck, and there was a lot of Sprite. I just didn't play any. Peter played only against Sprite.
I played 6.
So this one was in theory good. Also, you can hit Nat Beast, I guess, which is solid, and like other random decks. I played double Ghost Spell just to have something for the Despia deck. Didn't play against a single Despia. Where were they?
Yeah, I played the Evenlies over the Dark Rulers.
Yeah, and because that one's also pretty good versus like the Mirror and like the Sprite deck, I guess. We sided 3 Nibirus. Even going, like, I sided this one a lot just for the mirror match. You always have to just see and try to guess what they're going to do. But I would just side this in even if they were going for the Arise Heart, because, like, the thrusts and the tactics deal with 3 material Arise Heart, and these just deal with, like, the most simple way to deal with, like, the combo version of the deck.
Read the new Monarch card in Duelist Nexus. You can link it to me. I haven't seen it yet. Let me see if it's on YG Org, then we can check it out in a bit.
Whatever, but this one was good. This card was actually MVP.
Yeah,
the LS
that
was
looks
really
like a
good.
sick card. Yeah, I'll look at that.
Also, just good versus the Sprite deck, for example, just to knock out everything. Like Dark Ruler, Lightning Storm was like super good, and yeah. And then the last card we played was 1 D barrier in the main deck, in the side deck. Sorry. The idea.
I like this list. It's probably a good list. I like that there is some amount of innovation on this list. I kind of like it. I don't know how I feel about Solemn Judgment. I like the strikes. I think I could see myself playing like strikes. All right. I think that's enough YCS recap for today. If there's more interesting deck profiles coming out until tomorrow, I'm down to look at more tomorrow. But for now, let's quickly look at some of the other stuff I've missed while I was gone. Bob. Duelist Nexus, Thestalos, the Shadow Firestorm Monarch. Now, what are they cooking? Are they fusing monarchs together? Because I am all for it. I am all for it. That is okay. Level 10 Fire Pyro effect monster. You can tribute summon this card by tributing a monster your opponent controls and 1 tribute summoned monster you control. If this card is tribute summoned, you can banish a random card from your opponent's hand, and if you do, inflict 1,000 damage to them. Then, if this card was tribute summoned by tributing a level 8 or higher monster, banish a card on the field. If it was a fire or dark, inflict damage to your opponent equal to its original level times 200. Okay, that is a fusion of Thestalos and Caius. The problem is, this card oozes with flavor, but this card is garbage. This card is complete ass. You're never going to be able to tribute summon this thing over your opponent's monster. Like, how are you going to get a tribute summoned monster onto the field and still have a normal summon in 2023 Yu-Gi-Oh? This is not happening. This is not happening. No shot. I mean, look, if they made one... okay. Okay. Imagine they make one that's a winged beast. They fuse Reza and someone else. Let's not even talk about that possibility, okay? Let's not speak that into existence. Let's please not do that, okay? Nah. That is not something we need to talk about. What else was there? 25th anniversary tin, dueling heroes. To celebrate 25 years of dueling, each tin includes double prismatic secret rares and a bonus quarter century secret rare. Is this year's mega tins? Yes, okay. The massive mega pack set contains almost 300 cards from recent sets, including Battle of Chaos, Dimension Force, Darkwing Blast, Tactical Masters, The Grand Creators, and more. Wait, where's Power of the Elements? Yeah, where is Power of the Elements? There's something missing here. I mean, I guess maybe it's still included. Or like, I don't know what that's weird. It's not like the first set that they left out or the last set where you're like, okay, they decided to have the cutoff one set before. It's just smack down the middle. Do we just not acknowledge Power of the Elements anymore? Are all of those cards going to be on the ban list in 4 weeks and then we just don't talk about it anymore? Because like, what's the point of reprinting shit when it's all banned? Fair enough. Okay. Do the megatins, this might just be me not being aware, but do the megatins usually have the side sets in it? Is this a normal procedure? I feel like is that normal? Okay. Since 2019. Okay, I just remember that used to not be the case, but okay. I guess we don't know much. I guess we don't know much yet about this, other than there's going to be bonus quarter century rares, which I don't know how that looks. But alright. Okay, that was April 3rd. That was yesterday. Okay, what else did we miss? Duelist Nexus. Rev it up again. Enter the Duelist Nexus with this summer's core booster set. Duelist Nexus also includes a brand new world premiere theme and introduces quarter century secret rares to core boosters for the first time. 25 cards will be available as quarter century secret rares to represent 25 years of the Yu-Gi-Oh card game. Are they replacing Starlights? Or what? It's the same? There's no way it's the same. How do these look? Do we know how these look? Has there been images of this before? Like, is this a thing already in the OCG? How does this look? What is quarter century secret rare? Look at the OCG one. Okay, link me an image. Where can I see that? I need to see how this looks. 25 different cards is a lot. We don't know anything about pull rates yet, I assume. I suppose we don't know anything about the pull rates yet, but 27 different ones? If they were as... If they are as rare as Starlights, then it's pretty hard to get a specific one. Zephyrlo, thank you for the 50 bits. I do expect the runic cards to get hit in some way, shape, or form, but I don't think they're gonna kill it. Is what I would say. I could see something like tip to 1, which would hurt, but it would still be playable. But up to you. This does not look much different from a Starlight rare. Are you sure this is a special rarity and not just a Starlight rare? Okay. This looks very similar to a Starlight rare. I guess the Starlights don't really... Do Starlights have such a silver border? I feel like Starlights have like a border that's like more gray-ish. There's also a stamp here. You can barely see it. You can barely see that there's a stamp that says 25th. Right here. Right here. It says 25th. But other than that, it looks very much like a Starlight. But okay. It's a little bit more fancy Starlight. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess we'll see. I guess judging from these two announcements, we will see these in the main booster set, Duelist Nexus, and in the tins. So I feel like those are not going to be as rare or as special as Starlights. Because there's 25 different ones. And there's one in the Mega Packs too. There's a bunch in the Mega Packs, so we'll see. But I don't mind that. I do think Starlights, in my opinion, would be a little bit cooler if they were a little bit easier to get. I know it's cool that they feel so special, but I still think it's unreasonable for how much they cost. Like I don't hate the rarity. I think it looks pretty good. But I'm not paying whatever that price is for these. Like that's just in my opinion, it's unreasonable. But Behemoth, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate the support. Welcome to the stream. So I think I'm all up for, you know, having them be a little bit more accessible to the public, right? So that you can, like, you know, kind of like I preferred like ultimate rares over this, right? Like a special rarity. That was a little bit more obtainable back in the day, but yeah. All right, there's that. I saw this one already. This one is not really worth talking about. When your opponent special summons a monster with 1500 or less attack, banish that monster face down. This card is not very good. I mean, yeah, period. Valence Wave Master Phase. Once per turn, if a card in the monster zone moves to another monster zone, activate one of these effects. All level 5 or higher gain 1200. Send this face-up card to the grave. Target affecting your opponent's main monster. Place that in their spell and trap zone. I don't think that helps it. I don't think that helps Valence. Because that's just a trap card. There. Okay. We are already... Okay, there's not that much. Okay. There was not that much. Okay, so... I guess that's it. I guess that's it for the first YCS recap stream. I don't think we're done yet talking about the results from the YCS, but I'm gonna wait for more deck profiles to drop until tomorrow. And then I also want to see some of the statistics in terms of top cut representation and all that good stuff. Like I'm just gonna wait, I think, for the Septo spreadsheet to be uploaded, hopefully by tomorrow. And then we can talk about it in a little bit more substance. I do think, like I said earlier, now is like the time where we could, after we've done the YCS like analysis and all the good stuff, I think it is about time we can then start at least speculating about a ban list. I really don't know if we can expect one soon. I have no idea. Because in my book, it could be either a ban list before national season, and I'm talking European nationals, where those are in... When do nationals start? What's like the earliest nationals? I know German ones are in June, but when is the first couple nationals? 6 weeks until UK, early May, 17th of May. Okay, so we're like 1.5 months roughly. We're like 1.5 months away roughly from the nationals starting in Europe. And there's also, I think, a YCS in Philadelphia at some point in May as well. So do we expect the ban list before that? Do we expect it after that? Do we expect it in the middle of nationals? Has that ever happened before? I don't remember. I do not remember if we've ever seen a ban list in the middle of European national seasons. It happened last year, did it? Really? When was that? What? Wait, which ban list was that? What was the one? Which ban list are we talking? What did it do? Kane Creed, thank you for the prime. I appreciate that. Verte ban? Wait, that was before... Was that before? That was before German nationals removed prank kids. Was that during nationals? Really? I thought that was before nationals. I didn't know that they had nationals before that. Oh, they only had like 1 or 2. Okay, so it was at the very beginning of national season, if anything. I felt like that was before, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. It's fine. It was on the Tuesday before the first nationals. Okay. I'm gonna be honest. If I had to go with a blind guess of when it happens, I would also say about that time, right? I don't think they're gonna do it right now because there's like, yeah, no real reason for them to do it. I think they can wait for Cyberstorm Access to drop. And then probably drop it at some point in May is like what I would guess. So yeah, we're gonna wait and see. But I do think it is the time where we can start discussing of what should happen in the next upcoming weeks at some point. All right. With that, I'm still a little bit tired from my travel, so I'm gonna cut you off, or I'm gonna end stream like a couple minutes early today. I hope you can forgive me. Once again, I just want to say it was very wholesome to meet all of the people at London that said hi to me. So shout outs to everyone at London. I hope you enjoyed your time. I hope you enjoyed the stream today. I'm gonna send y'all somewhere. Let me see who I can send you guys to. And then I hope to see you guys on stream tomorrow. I hope to see you guys on stream tomorrow. Okay, there's literally no English streamer streaming the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game right now. I can send you all to Nifroth. Yeah, okay. Let's do it. All right, anyways, thank you so much for watching. Thank you for all the subs, all the follows. I appreciate every single one of you. I hope you enjoyed the stream. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye, and have a great rest of your day. All right, now I need to wait a couple seconds until the raid is ready. And yeah, okay, bye-bye.